If there are
Okay. Can you
other
hear
things
me
on in your, if there are other things which are on in your laptop, if you could just switch them off, it'll help. Sometimes it
now?
helps.
No, there's nothing
Nothing else. Okay, fine. Cool.
right now.
I guess it'll
Yeah.
settle down. All right. Okay. Yes, Umaji, you have something to say? Umaji, you've raised your hand.
So
All right. Let's begin. Let's begin, Simaji.
first of all, I would like to start my session by thank you, by giving my gratitude to this beautiful team of Mavin who gives this opportunity to different fields of all these alternative healing therapies and counseling and different kinds of healing modalities that can come together on this platform and share how they can take this up to the next level for each one of us who are joining on this platform. So thank you so much, Ritu. Thank you to the entire team of Khushbu, Shabana, and everybody who's part of your team. I know it takes a lot of effort to bring this platform live here. So heartfelt gratitude to you all before I start up my session.
Thank you. Thank you
So
so
a
much.
lot of who know me here, I'm Seema Singhal. I am a spiritual healer and a counselor. And I've been practicing this healing modality since more than a decade now. I'm very much in Delhi. See, we've been talking about spirituality since morning, and I've been hearing some beautiful speakers, some great motivators and coaches time where we have started to get the recognition of who we really are and how we can transform ourselves. It gives me great pleasure to share my experience here where years back, I myself was in some kind of an introvert, a closed person who could not speak to a lot many people. And today I am sitting here confidently talking to a lot of people whom I've not met, I've never seen. I believe this entire power, this confidence has come over the time where I had realized and I recognized that there is something within me which I was holding back. I was not trusting myself. Probably I was not respecting myself. And when I realized this entire conversation within my own head, I started to work on myself. And when I started to work on myself, this entire world changed for me. And it changed so beautifully that I never looked back. So it started, how things, we are all the time having certain conversations in our head. We all talk about spirituality. We are coming from different realms. We are practicing different ways of healing, talking, motivating people, counseling them, taking them ahead. But when we come to a layman, so how will they understand how we are operating or how we have to perform in our day-to-day life? That is very, very important. So when I realized that how we have to reach up to people to share our experiences so that they can benefit in the best form, I realized we have to make it very simple. We have to put it in very, very simpler words so every person can understand it and inculcate in their daily life. Spirituality is a way of life, it is a way of living. So if we are loving ourselves, if we are honoring ourselves, if we have the ability of forgiving people and forgiving ourselves, if we can have the integrity within us, integrity to create whatever we wish to create, give our 100% to where we focus, I'm sure we are going to get whatever we are desiring in this life. We feel that we are doing our best and still we are not getting the outcome that we are desiring. Why is it so? So we have to be so mindful all the time that we need to understand what is our brain creating, what is the conversation that is going in our head all the time. So probably on the conscious level, I feel I am working the entire day. But at the end of the day, I am not feeling happy about it. I am not content about it. And then I question myself and I am in a complaining mode that I am not getting enough. I am not happy. People do not respect me. They do not acknowledge whatever efforts I'm putting for them. So by the end of the day, you're so exhausted, you get into a different mode altogether and you start creating what you don't want in your life. So to create a balance where you are starting from a particular vibration. So when I'm saying vibration, it is a thought process that's right inside your head and you are emanating into the entire universe. So when you're talking from that perspective, you have to be so mindful. You have to be watching your thoughts all the time. You cannot ignore them. So it is like if I am working on my thought process, I have to work 100%. I cannot say I work 99%, but at the end of the day, 1% I let it go. So that 1% is going to do the damage. So if I am operating, I have to operate 100%. So if I am starting my day with a great thought, with all the positivity, with all the affirmations that all the people talk about, and we listen and we hear and we write. So we are very good at writing affirmations, we are very good at listening to affirmations, but when it comes to action on those affirmations, we somewhere miss it. So when I am taking an action and I'm channeling and I am saying it to my conscious brain that I am great, I am happy, and I know how to be successful, and I can make myself happy. So I am not expecting that happiness to come from somebody else. I am capable of making myself happy. So my happiness is only dependent on me. Am I not making myself powerful right now? I'm super powerful. So why am I giving my share of energy to people and I become dependent on them that when they do something for me, putting I don't want to do that at all. Because of my past experiences in layman language, people do that. And when we have had those experiences in the past where we've learned that it is me who matters the most. If I am not happy, how can I make somebody else happy? And it's not selfish to think about yourself because a lot of conditioning comes from there. Why are we thinking about ourselves too much? We should be giving. We should be doing for everybody. We should be all about doing for everybody around us. We should be doing for the society. Definitely great. We should be doing that. But from where does it start? So it starts from me, myself. It starts from I. That is not ego. So there is a very thin line between me being honoring myself and me being an egoistic. If I understand that thin line and if I start operating on that, I will be able to access my soul power. I'll be able to access what I'm born with, what is my rightful act, what is my ultimate source. I'm going to connect to that ultimate source and I'm going to be operating from there all the time. Not just for that little moment of meditation where I'll be connected with that divine power. I give myself access to be connected to that divine power in my entire being of my existence, not for a few hours. So when I say I am connected, I am meditating every second of my being. When I am strong, when I say I am capable of creating anything in this world because I have surrendered myself to this ultimate energy, to this universe. Because all that I can do is create an action. So people have a tendency, a lot of my learning has come from people whom I've connected to over the period of time when I've been healing, I have been counseling, I have been teaching, I'm an instructor myself. And this entire thought process had given me the recognition that why do we question ourselves too much? Why do we say that we are not worthy enough? I have understood this entire phenomenon of understanding your energy, understanding how this universe works with the law of cause and effect. What you are emanating is what you are going to attract. You're a huge magnet. So the day we understand that this magnet works with the frequency that we are emanating all the time, and how is that frequency being created within me? So when I'm creating a thought in my head, when there is an element of conversation or a thought which is being created in my head, the very moment it goes out into the universe and it gets manifested for me. So what am I creating? Have I been focusing on something that I really desire? Or have I been focusing on something that I don't wish in my life? Do I all the time say that I don't want to be sick? I don't want these kind of people. I don't want to be a failure. I don't want this. I don't want that. Or rather, I bring all my energy together and focus that I am successful, I am great, I have the amazing people around me, and I can attract love, compassion, abundance, great health, everything, whatever I desire in the best form. We as human beings have been a great emotional body. So all the time we are operating with some or the other emotions. Even if I'm talking with you right now, I have an emotion of giving, I have an emotion of satisfaction, I have an emotion of joy when when I'm having this conversation with you all. Are we really focusing on these emotions all the time? Or are we completely ignorant of that? So my conversation begins here. So, a small activity that I would like to give to all my listeners here: start maintaining a small notebook at your bedside or anywhere which is approachable to you all the day. Could be your phone as well. So, on your notes, start writing the emotions that you experience every moment. Let's say, suppose if I feel happy right now, I make a note happiness. After a few hours, I'm feeling exhausted and I'm putting a note, I'm exhausted. After a few minutes or after some conversation, I cancel this. If I feel miserable or if I'm feeling some kind of pain, I make a note of that as well. And this is how the entire week I am making a note of all the emotions that I am going through, that I am creating, that I'm experiencing. Now, what happens? I know what am I capable of creating, and I understand what am I creating all the time. So I can filter it out through my conscious brain what emotions I do not want at all. I don't want grief. I don't want pain. I don't want to crib. I don't want to complain. I don't want to doubt myself. I don't want to doubt my success. So I, from my conscious self, I eliminate all these emotions that I do not require. But somewhere subconsciously, I have a habit, I have a tendency of creating those emotions every now and then. So when we create this activity, it actually shows us that how strongly we are creating and emanating certain emotions which are not helping us at all. So when I get an opportunity of a great event or new work, let me just get into my own space and understand from what emotion I am operating from. Am I operating from doubt? Am I operating from fear? If I am able to recognize that emotion then and there, I will be able to go to the next level. I'll be able to understand how this frequency, how this emotion is going to affect my action, and ultimately it's going to impact my destination. Does it make sense? I'm sure a lot of you must be analyzing your emotions right now. So just take a minute with yourself and think, what exactly are you thinking right now? What is the exact emotion that you're experiencing right now? Is it an emotion of learning? Is it an emotion of some stress that you're holding on to because of some work that you have to go back to, or you have left in between, or some conversation you're about to be doing with somebody? Great. So Ritu says she's excited right now. So this is an amazing tool. If we have access to this tool, and if we condition our brain to access this tool every time, you will experience that you can bring a great transformation to your entire being very easily. See, it's all about your mindset. It's all about mindfulness. And how can we be mindful by spying ourselves? So, it's another important tool that I give to my people. Don't do anything. Probably you might not have time, you might not believe in certain things. There are a lot of people who do not believe in a lot of stuff, right? They do not believe in alternative therapy, they don't believe in healings, they don't believe in a lot of stuff. But they do believe in what they're creating from their mind. They do believe in thoughts. They do believe in conversations. They do believe in subconscious mind. So I say to them, just go home and start spying yourself. And you will understand nobody else is the problem. It is your own conversation in your head that you need to erase, which is going to bring that change, that transformation, that ascension into your life. So when you start doing that, it becomes so easy for you to filter out. Because when you're working on your conscious brain, you actually understand it's so beautiful. It's so easy to access your own power because you have it right now. You don't need a tool. You don't need gadgets. You don't need props. You don't need a silent room. You don't need candles. You don't need a spa. All that you require is complete mindfulness. You just need to require what you actually desire from your life. So let's suppose if I just ask you a random question right now, what do you desire? What are you working for? If you are working, if you are a homemaker, if you've completed your work, what are you working for? What is your ultimate goal in life? Okay, so I get some answers: evolution. So a lot of people say that happiness, making kids empowered for their true potential. So we are working for some goals, right? We have some targets, we have some destinations that we have created for ourselves. How are we going to achieve that? By being miserable, by being pathetic, by feeling bad about ourselves, by complaining about other people, by doubting ourselves, by being fearful about our next actions? No. If I am happy right now, I'm happy. If I am happy in this particular moment, I'm amazing because all that I have is this moment. I'm not aware of what is going to happen in the next one. I am just aware of what I have in this particular moment, and all that I can do is act. So, the most powerful tool that God has given us is action, the karma that we all talk about. So, if we are doing the right actions in the now, we are going to fulfill and achieve and be happy, and we will have the ascension, and we will be going to whatever realms we decided for ourselves very easily. So how does it work? How does it really work? Is it so simple to maintain this entire balance of happiness and enjoyable situations not come? Of course they will come. They do come in our lives as well. So nobody has a straight line, because if we have a straight line, we are not humans at all. We're going to be dead. So if our heartbeats is going to be up and down, so this is how our life is going to be, like an up and down scale. It can never be a straight line. So if we are working towards that complete balance all the time, it can never exist. At least for humans, it cannot exist. So let's be very practical. Let's have our common sense at the right place and act wisely and not give up. So when I operate, I need to have the trust. I need to have the discipline. So there are 7, 8 tools that I would like to share here, which I most of the time talk about, is unconditional love. If you can just make a note of it, it's very, very powerful. It's honor, honoring yourself, honoring your entire space, which includes your people, your actions, the entire universe. Forgiveness, ability to forgive yourself, ability to forgive others, and it's easy and it's doable. Let's not have that extra baggage of pain and grief and suffering and resentments with us. We deserve love, we deserve joy. So let's create more of that. Integrity towards yourself, integrity towards people around you, integrity towards your work. Unconditional love. Let's not operate from expectations. Why do we get hurt? Because we expect too much. Why do we feel pain? Because we are expecting too much. So when we are operating unconditionally, when I'm doing because something makes me happy, so I am doing that. So let's operate from that emotion of unconditional love when you're doing something that it's going to make you happy. And if you are happy, you're going to emanate that joy around you. Complete gratitude to yourself for whatever you're doing, complete gratitude to your entire surroundings, disciplining yourself. So let's just bring that amazing, strong element of discipline in our entire lifestyle. How do we discipline ourselves? So, what I'm saying, I am acting on that. It's not that half an hour of conversation of being a healer, being a speaker, and the moment I'm through with this, I go back into some kind of an argument or some kind of a chaos, and I'm saying this has not been done and that is not being done. So I am not disciplining myself. I am not being faithful. I am not honoring my own words. And the universe is watching me all the time. So I'll be rewarded of what I am giving into the universe. So when we are talking about mindfulness, when we are talking about spying ourselves, we have to be trusting, we have to honor, and we have to be transparent. We cannot be somebody in front of few people, and we cannot be somebody in front of certain other people. You need to be who you are. Let people accept you, not accept you, it's okay. You do not have to pretend. It's okay to be who you are. Accept yourself, acknowledge yourself for a great person who you are. Be amazing because you are amazing. And just enjoy life because it's amazing and it's beautiful. So these few of these points are very, very important, which I wanted to share with you. And definitely the note that I asked you to make, keep a notebook with you, be a spy to yourself, because definitely that is one thing that makes a whole lot of difference. You know, when we are talking about healing, when we're talking about spirituality, we work on the subconscious brain. We work on the conscious brain. We have been conditioned a certain way since our generation, since lifetimes, since our childhood till now, because of certain situations, events that have happened in our life. That has made us who we are today. And then today we have the power to choose whether we want to regret, be resentful, be complaining, or we wish to choose to grow, to come out, to let go, and to forgive. So when we are working as a healer, when we are working at the subconscious level, we actually work at the molecular level. We work at the atomic level from where it's like a hard disk. So you know your brain is like a hard disk. So when we are working on our computers, when we are working, there are certain applications which have become obsolete and we do not require them anymore. So what do? We simply delete them, and then we require certain updated versions. So we download them. So this is how the entire healing process goes. When we are working at the subconscious level, we delete certain information, certain belief systems, certain patterns which are not helping us at all. And then we download the information which is important, which is required, which is encouraging for our growth, for our relationships, for our abundance, for our health, everything. So it's a very beautiful process that we go through in this entire transformation. And a lot of our day-to-day activity, our minute-to-minute, actions, which as a combined effort makes us who we are and makes us a successful being in anything and everything that we create. So I would like to, conclude my session here, because if I talk, I can just go on and on and on, and we are definitely going to be completing it here. And towards my completion, I would again say thank you to Mavin Spiritual Fest, and thank you to the entire team of Mavin for bringing this beautiful event together and doing a great job. You guys deserve really, like, a big round of applause. So a great
Thank you,
job.
Seema ji. Thank you for such a wonderful session. We have a quick question. I'll just take you through few questions that we have.
Sure.
So Ranjana ji is asking, so the condition of being happy is still there. So can it still be unconditional? I didn't quite get that question, but I what I can sense is if there are certain conditions for being happy, then how can we call it unconditional?
I didn't get the question. Could you please repeat
So if she
again?
says that you have certain discipline to be happy, so how come you call it unconditional? That's what her question is what I can sense from her question. Ranjana ji, if you could unmute yourself and speak, please. I'd allow that. Ranjana ji, are you there? Okay. So while there's another question, Seema ji, that I would like to ask is
Sure.
you spoke about a lot of tools that you shared a method to the happiness, and you said we need to honor ourselves. So probably a lot of us do not honor ourselves in the
Right.
process of life, right? And which is where we start.
Right.
You're unable to mute yourself. Okay. So, one second, I'll just look back. So, basically, if you could also share your tips on how we can honor ourselves quickly. Uh,
Okay, so when we talk about honoring ourselves, it's about honoring our spiritual being, our physical health, our emotional well being. So when I talk to myself, I see that am I giving myself enough time to exercise, to eat healthy food, to rest,
yeah.
happy? For myself, if I am having a conversation or a thought process of just going out and meeting my friend for coffee, right? So
Hmm.
am I honoring my emotion in that particular moment? So I am listening to myself. That is all about honoring. So when I say that I feel like painting something right now, but there is such an emergency or such work which I have left behind and I'm not able to do that, so let me create a balance where I can do that work and I can still honor that came from my soul that I need to paint something. So I am
Hmm.
honoring my emotion. I have to honor my physical body because I am working the whole day. I am taking care of all the responsibilities. I am running and I'm working like a machine. But when my machine gives up, then I go back and I start to look, oh my God, I have knee pains and I have back pains and I have shoulder aches. I have a migraine. But why do we land up there? Why, we are landing up there because I am not giving time to myself. I am not honoring myself.
Yes, Ranjana. Ranjana, are you trying to speak? We're not able to hear you. Okay, cool, Simaji. I thank you. We want to really thank you one more time to really enlighten us into your journey and give us the possibility that how we can really shape up our lives to be more empowered and access our soul power. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ritu. And once again, a big thank you to all the listeners who are taking out so much of time, their valuable time, and giving it to us and this beautiful platform. Thank you once again to each one of you. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you.
I am just sharing my details on the chat with
Please do.
my
Please do.
telephone number and my email ID. So if
Sure.
anybody wants to just get in touch for any queries or anything, they can
That would be
get back
awesome.
to me on this.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome. Sorry for the interruptions. There's somebody who's trying to unmute and ask question probably. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So up next, my dear friends, we have the
Thank you so
beautiful.
much.
Thank you, Simaji. Thank you once again. So we have with us Miss Bhavna Bindra. She's a speaker and writer, and today she's going to speak to us on happiness, the end goal of spirituality. Bhavna ji, could you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very much. Yes, welcome, Bhavna ji. Thank you so much for taking out time and being there with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just I'm so glad to be here, and thank you to Mavin, Khushbu, Shabana ji, everybody to have me here. To be honest, I have heard these sessions since morning, and I think it's great to be in the midst of such accomplished speakers. To be very frank here, I think I am more of a learner, and the reason I come here is to share my learnings, and it's been a journey for me. It all started. I was between jobs, so I've been in the corporate world for more than 2 decades, and it was a perfect time. I took a little break between two jobs, and I said, okay, why not go in for this program? It was on happiness.
Mhm.
So just out of curiosity, I decided to go for it. And as I walked in, there's this nice, smiling person, long hair, white robes. And I'm, obviously a little intimidated because it's very different from what I've been used to. And this individual who's our teacher tells us to, note down what are those three things or whatever you want to call it, which if we had, we would be happy. And everybody kind of opens their smartphones or not so smart notepads from those bags which several women carry with everything that they need in their lives, and everybody's noting down, and I am like totally unaware, caught unawares, wondering, okay, what am I supposed to write over here? It seems everybody was so clear what it was that if they had, they would be happy. And here I was, in, kind of totally blank. So I kind of, looked at the teacher who very encouragingly smiled at me. So I'm wondering, is he smiling, like egging me on? You can figure this out. It's not so difficult on what will make you happy. And I'm like, or maybe it's okay that you're not dealing with this as something where, okay, if I had this, I would be happy. Because, maybe it's just a state of mind. And it was okay to not drive towards something, but rather than be in that state of mind, which just felt happy. So to me, that whole piece, as I looked at people and then I heard them, everybody had things like, okay, my first $1 million or my first billion, and that cool car, and that CEO's job, or maybe in some cases it was about, a dear one's recovery, and so on and so forth. So to me, the whole experience was actually a revelation on thinking on whether, we keep making these lists all the time. And would life be just about listing and reaching those points where, we are like, okay, we've arrived and now I am happy. Because to me, it's like that, supermarket list, where once you've made a list, you've reached the supermarket, you've come back home, and just then you remember that next thing that you needed, right? And it always happens with me, and there goes another list that starts getting made. And none of the items in the list are obviously, they're not all going to happen at one time. So it's like I'm in this eternal bliss that I just arrived and all the things on my list got struck off. It's kind of, it's going to keep evolving, right? You'll add some, you'll cancel some, and yes, it's like that supermarket shopping list that will always be there. So the question that always stayed with me was, okay, am I going to just keep listing and keep canceling and then keep adding? Is it going to be so transient all the time that I can never be at a point where, okay, now this is it. Now that I have it all, I'm going to make it. The other, thought that always comes to my mind is, I compare it with this, the pizza slices, and I'm sure some of you heard of that, for those who love pizzas like me. When you're really hungry, and I see that hand raised, Ritu. So you're really hungry, and you're really ravishingly hungry, and this pizza arrives, and you take the first slice, and it's like, oh my god, this is just what I wanted right now. And then the second, and then the third. And for all of you who've read some economics, the law of what they call diminishing marginal utility sets in, right? By the time you reach the fourth slice, if you're not already unhappy or your stomach hasn't really given up on your greed, you're just wondering how much more happiness am I going to derive out of it? Because happiness has been going down with every pizza slice, right? So not only is it transient, Not only is it like this constant peace that you've been running after, but once you've had what you had on that list, it no longer has that same value that it had. So, like my first million versus my second versus my 10th and the billion and all will not have the same level of satiety that it will bring me or happiness that it will bring me, right? So that's another piece that's, important to note. The other thought that always came to my mind was, my first million versus, let's say, somebody who was born with a silver spoon, so the million just walked into their bank accounts just by birth. Very different levels of satisfaction, very different levels of happiness that they bring. And to kind of say that we are like the most evolved of the species, and we can't even be consistent on what makes everybody happy, right? So, so happiness from any of these external sources to me seem so fickle, right? And you can just be in that constant effort trying to get happy. That to me is what we need to change. We need to stop chasing those external sources of happiness, because happiness has to come from within. It would be the least fickle, it would need to be the most permanent, in other words, source of happiness. And that is what we need to attain. So, to what I was thinking when I reached that program that was talking about happiness, yeah, I mean, it cannot be a transient emotion. It can't be like I'm happy now and then I won't be happy and then I'm happy. So, it has to be permanent. And the only way you can make it permanent is by being within yourself, by having it internal to you. It's like the most reliable way to be happy, right? And I every time I think about it that way, and I mean, to be honest, even I'm training myself to be there. But every time I think about it, I think about that child, who an infant who's born, right? And I think all of us humans, when we are born, we are in this natural state of happiness. It's unhappiness that we learn as we move through life, right? So for instance, think about this infant lying on a cot just by itself, playing by itself, and just being in his or her own world, right? And then comes a time where this infant realizes that every time he or she cries, there is a particular want that gets satisfied, right? So whether the child is hungry or uncomfortable, and it's like just creates some noise and some unhappy gurgling, and the mother comes, and there the child is served, and there starts the process of unhappiness, right? I have a want, it is taken care of, and once it's taken care of, I am happier than I was before I even had the want. And there starts life and the whole learning with unhappiness. So to me, that whole piece that we come from a source where it's happiness, and it's the unhappiness which we learn. So when we start about thinking how internally we need to be the ones who are happy, in my mind, it's unhappiness that we need to unlearn. And I think lots of teachers, gurus, people who've really delved into it have had lots of techniques, formulas, etc., that they share, right? I mean, and of course, we've had so many great people who've shared their learnings, etc., over here. But to me, one of the things, for instance, that I learned are what I call the three S's, the letter S. And that's satsang, right? Satsang, which is the Hindi word for good company, sat and sang, right? And then the second one is seva, which is good service. And the third one is sadhana, right? Which is good practices. So to me, when I talk about satsang, and, every time we think about this word, we associate it with, elders, people who've been there, done that, and are at that stage of life where grihast ashram is over. So all family duties are over, and they decide to spend their time being in the company of other seekers, learners, hearing wisdom, from the scriptures, maybe saying prayers, maybe singing some nice hymns, etc. That's how we visualize a satsang, right? And I think most youngsters, and I wouldn't say that I am not one of those, our participation is mostly either to humor those elders who've been there, or just dropping them, picking them up, maybe spending some time, which at the end of it you're like, why am I even here? But then what do we realize? That, maybe people at that stage of life who've been engaging in what we perceive as satsang have realized the futility of all the external sources that they have been chasing after. Yes, they completed their duties. Maybe they had the opportunity, or maybe it was their way of being in the company of good people, learning, because learning is constant, and realizing that sometimes it's important to be with positive people, to be hearing about what all our religion, our gurus have to teach us. So to me, satsang has gone beyond just singing hymns, etc. It is about being with good people. Don't be with dead weight. We have enough weight on ourselves. We create enough weight for ourselves, anyways. We need to learn to create happiness. But then we don't need to carry others' weight on us. Sometimes you are with people, and we're humans, right? So we get vibes. We kind of know how we feel in others' company. And sometimes you just don't feel good with people, either because they've got some very cunning minds, or they're just so morose and so depressed, to say. And yeah, I mean, I'm not at a stage where I have arrived and I can take away their depression and moroseness. So for me, it's important that I probably will not be in that company for too long. I'd rather be with people who, like me, are wanting to learn, are wanting to explore all that our ancient texts have to offer to us. And that to me is satsang, right? The second one, seva. A lot of people envision seva or good service as what would bring us, into philanthropy, or in the corporate language, corporate social responsibility, CSR as they call it, working with an NGO, using your weekends to, go somewhere and serve some people, donating money, etc. To me, it's probably much simpler than that. Yes, if you can do all of that, nothing like it, but not all of us manage that, right? For some of us, it's good enough that I can take care of people around me. The pandemic hit us, and I mean, we've just talked ad nauseum of all of the experiences we had. But yeah, I mean, while we weren't doctors and we weren't nurses, we may not have been in the front line, but each of us stepped up to take care of whoever it was who couldn't take care of themselves, right? Whether it was cooking meals and giving to neighbors or elders, running errands for people because they couldn't be exposed as much as probably you could be. All of that, right, is seva. Some of us take care of elders, right? And we do it without an expectation of anything in return. That to me is the key, right? We don't expect anything in return. And that is seva. So, in whatever capacity we can make it happen, it's important. And it is one of the sources which bring happiness, which is unparalleled, right? And the third one, of course, sadhana, right? Good actions or good activities or good engagement. So to me, sadhana is one of the ways in which we lead ourselves into the source, into that self, which inherently is a very happy self. It does not have desires, it does not have wants that need to be fulfilled. And that to me is something which is a journey over a period of time. And I'm sure several of us are on that journey. We've realized it can happen. We've realized that we have it in us to make it happen because it is where we came from. We also know it is not a simple one. It is not something which can happen overnight. We have so many techniques, we have so many teachers who are sharing their learnings. And for all of us who have tried doing sadhana, who have tried to, for instance, meditate, we realize it sometimes feels very tough. At other times, it just feels like the best way to meditate is to actually be effortless about it. Because life is not just effort. If you just, like my teacher and the person says, if you're just effortless in your mind, it's the best place to be. It's not about sleeping. Sleep also needs sometimes effort for some of us, but it is about how, when the mind comes to rest, it is a state of absolute peace and contentment. So to me, one of the important things every time I have kind of engaged in meditation, for instance, is to be in the present, right? And why just meditation? Anything we do, right? And I was hearing the previous speaker, right? Anything we do, we need to be in the present, right? It's the way they say, and I'm sure all of us heard of that, right? The present is the gift that we have. But the problem is we are generally thinking about the past and doing all our what if that had happened, and what if I had done this, and what if I had said this. So either we're thinking that, or we're thinking about the future. We are planning on, okay, if this scenario works out. So in the corporate language, because that's where I come from, it's like this whole scenario analysis we keep doing, and we keep bogging ourselves and our minds with all that can be, and how will I deal with whatever there will be, and I wish this would come my way, and I wish this would happen. So everything that causes unhappiness to me is either in the past or in the future. It's the present where we exercise the maximum control. And it's the present where we need to be, right? Because in the present, because we exercise the maximum control, we do realize there would probably not be too many desires, right? And being in a state where you don't have desires, to me, is where happiness comes. So whether you're doing meditation, whether it's breathing exercises, whether it is yoga, whether it is running, whether it is listening to what is being said right now, it's important to be in the present. And that to me is something which, if we can accomplish and stay in that state forever, is when we would have really reached that point where we can be happy, not happiness as a transient emotion, but happiness as a state of mind. So, yes, it's not straightforward. And yes, we're all on the journey. And hopefully we'll get there. But yes, the journey is as beautiful as the destination. So, we shall keep our endeavor on in that journey. So, with that, I'm going to just pause over here. And I'd love to, Ritu, hear from the audience what
Definitely.
their reflections are on what I just shared. I think it'll be great to know, because, like I said, I'm as much of a learner, and I'm here to share, and I'd love to hear what others have to share.
Love that discussion, Bhavna ji. It's very very nice. The 3S formula that you gave us. So it's wonderful, and really feel very very blessed. That we are able to hear you, and this is coming from your own experience. That's what makes it more potent for us to take it on. So yes, I would invite all the participants, in case you have any questions or you would like to reflect upon something. Here is a moment. Just tell me, and we'll unmute you, and you can speak to the speaker directly now. So Ranjana ji, if you have any questions right now, we can take it. Jalan ji, I invite you, in case you have anything that you want to deliberate on. Yeah. And in the meantime, Bhavna ji, as the questions keep coming, why don't you tell us more about your book?
So, to be honest, I will not talk about my book right now because it's something in the works.
Okay,
But
I
I
get that.
write across some publications,
Okay, okay,
and
okay. Got it.
I actually engage in different genres, which is
Uh-huh.
funny because people generally associate themselves in a one particular manner. But I think, and this is important, I'm glad you asked that question. As the more I
Um,
reached into my inner self, the more I engaged in sadhana, I realized, that this whole piece around happiness being within us is something which we need to, explore and need to let ourselves be expressing. It cannot be that, we are doing things or actions, or we are out there trying to achieve what others think we should be doing, right? And so, in fact, that is how writing came about for me. For a long time, I used to kind of, scribble. So there's a scribble version of doodling, right? Doodling artists do, and the scribbles people who write do. So for a long time, I used to scribble. And then I reached a point in time that I shared my scribblings, as I call them, with a couple of people. And of course, Jwalant ji is here. He's been one of my biggest sponsors on that. And I realized there were a lot of people who could relate to what I used to write. Because for me, writing was less about, these jargon from the corporate world or formula. The three S's is just easier to remember, so I put it in a formula. It was more about sharing the workings of a very normal human's mind. And what I realize is every time we relate to somebody, we are able to get a deeper connection with ourselves. And that became a journey that I started on. It was also my realization that, it's less about what others think I should be doing and more about what makes me happy, which was coming from within, right? And that's how writing happened for me. And I write on Happy Ho. I also write for Business World, so that's like a very different genre. But yes, there's also a marriage between the two, which happens, which is on, a lot of what happens with us as humans is what gets reflected in organizations. So everything, for instance, that we talk about is as important in the corporate world. It's as important for people to know that an organization is also made up of humans, right? And what humans feel, what humans experience. So we talked about happiness, right? I mean, there isn't an organization that can be successful forever and ever if it has unhappy employees. Or, in one of my writings, I talked about how important a happy CEO was, right? So when we talk about unleashing potential of humans, we talk about how it is that when we get to the source, when we get to a point of happiness within ourselves, we actually unleash human potential. And organizations that are made of such humans are the ones that get to greater heights. So, anyways, that was a marriage between daily life, corporate world, and everything that sits in between, which is all of us humans and all of us people. That's what I write about.
That's beautiful. The way you bring the two worlds together, that's very,
Mhm.
very nice and pretty.
Right.
So, I would also love to know the secret behind this white and complete white. I'm curious.
Remember,
I can't leave you
I,
without this question.
so remember at the beginning, I talked about, I signed up for a program that was on
Yeah,
happiness.
yeah. It's a lot of influence there.
Well, to be honest, I walked into the room and I found this teacher in white robes, right? And I'm wondering whether it was all about special effects. And then I realized, that sometimes, when we wear what we do, we actually reflect or give a reflection of what's on our mind. And white is kind of two extremes, right? It's a combination of all colors. So to be honest, if I had to represent a multifaceted personality, I would use the color white. But then white is also a point where we can actually make any impression on it and it will stay, right? Which means you are open to whatever comes your way, which means you've not decided to let it go past you. You will all take it on because every experience, every word is a learning. And every individual that you come across will have something to share, including this question that you asked me. It taught me something about myself. So thank you for asking, Ritu.
Beautiful.
Okay.
On that note, I would invite Jalanji. He wants to say something. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Yes. Ritu, I'm glad that you asked this question. Actually, it was on my mind as well. because for the first time I saw Bhavna right from Bindi to the, I hope the sleepers are also, the footwear is also white, I guess. So you look gorgeous. Let me say
Yeah,
this first.
very gorgeous and pretty. Yeah.
And, and another thing is very important, right? I mean, what Bhavna has been emphasizing in her talk. See, white is the color of moon, right? And moon is karak of your man, right? So the more you wear white, it is giving you a more calmness, right? And you also, white is also a lot of brings a lot of infinity, right? So I think it is a symbol that most mystics have chosen either to wear maroon or to wear white. Maroon for the reason of, because that's the color of blood, and it is also that it provides more energy. And the whiteness brings, because of moon, it brings a lot of calmness. So today you not only look calm, you also look beautiful, Bhavna. God bless you.
It's my way of I was telling somebody, somebody said, they've seen me in the corporate world in action, and they said, we are so happy to know that you leaned so much towards spirituality. And I said, anything to me that uplifts the spirit is spirituality. And if you can make uplifting spirits happen without spirits, then nothing like it. So I'm very happy that all of the listeners here and learners are on this journey towards spirituality, because it's the only way one gets to the core, which is where, as Jwalanji shared with me and taught me, there is a state of choiceless awareness. So thank you for having me here, Ritu. I really appreciate being here.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Jwalanji, thank you. So, you know what? We have had this fruitful discussion, and participants, if you have any question, please let me know. We'll take it on right away. Otherwise, we'll call on for the next event. Yeah. Bhavna ji, it's a pleasure that you're with us, and you really spent time with us, and you shared your secret to happiness. So really, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much.
So I'd request all the participants to just stand up, switch on your videos. Can we have a show of hands? Switch on your videos, stand up. We'll all be taking a snap. So we have a gallery view. Yes. So it's like a surprise you're doing. Clap for yourself for being here. I really want to acknowledge each one of you to take out time and be present here. So we'll just bring in lots and lots of energy. Okay, Brandon, we understand, but we really love that we could take a snapshot with you. So clap for yourself. Fully. Lots of energy. More, and more, and more, and more. More. 1, 2, 3, cha cha cha. 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 1, 2, 3. Now slowly. 1, 2, 3, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 1, and a 2, and 3. Okay, have a seat. We've just taken a lot of snaps, but some of you are not in, so we'll do this again. Okay. So there, great. How does it feel? What's the energy like? Write it down in your chat box. How did it feel? Yes. Hi, I get that. I felt very energized. So we have our next speaker lined up. So we'll just call on the next speaker. Prashantji, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So yes, great, awesome. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And
Yeah.
we're having a great session. So, my dear participants and friends, we have Mr. Prashant Mukund Das. He is a spiritual guide and counselor for ISKCON, and he's going to be talking to us about 5 tips that can change your life based on the Bhagavad Gita. Prashant ji, all yours.
Yeah,
Hare
thank
Krishna.
you. Thank you so much, Rituji, for introducing me and for a small introduction to all the participants and all the people, those who have joined today. Like, I am a spiritual counselor and a spiritual guide to many families around the world. Last 15 years, I am into this process of changing life of people by giving them spirituality, because all over the world people are in the mode of doing rituals, but very few people we find that they are in spiritual. So the first of all, the question arises, what is the difference between rituals and spiritual? So rituals means we are following some rules and regulations in our life, and but our contentment of our thoughts are not there. Our innerness is not included in that. If our inner thing is included in our rituals, what we follow, which is called as spirit, and rituals becomes spiritual. Spirit means the soul. So the science of Bhagavad Gita, the science of ISKCON, the science of Krishna consciousness, that science is where we talk about soul. So today I'm going to talk about 5 things which are not rituals but are spiritual, which can change anybody's life. We find all over the world people are struggling with stress, anxiety, depression, and breakup in the families, association, loving affairs, and they think that while doing some puja, some worshipping, I can come over of this stress and struggle. But actually, coming out of stress and struggle is a part of spirituality. So first thing is that you need to understand, on the basis of Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is a renowned scripture which is known around the world, and now people are studying it in the different corners of the world. So Bhagavad Gita says in chapter 2, verse number 13, Bhagavad Gita mentions, Dehi no asminim yatha deha kaumaram yovanam jaraha tatha deyantar prapti dhiras tatra namuyati. In this chapter 2, verse number 13, Krishna is explaining there are 2 people in our body. So this is the first step which need to understand, that we are 2, we are not 1. We think that I am this body, but actually I am not this material body, I am a spirit soul. The moment you understand that I am a soul which is changing the different bodies, like in previous era we used to watch movies in theaters, there used to be a film tape with a different shots, one tape, second tape, third tape, different tapes in one reel, and when it is used to move on a roller, on a film machine, it looks like something is running, something is moving, someone is fighting, someone is loving. So but these are different movie strips. Similarly, we have a different parts, like where I am 1 year old, I am 2 year old, I am 3 year old, I am 4 year old, and I am 50 year old, I am 100 year old. So these different age groups we are having, it is not only one, it is different bodies we are having, but soul is one, we are one. So like, we in a movie, we watch movie, sitting in a theater we watch movie, and we get include in the movie, and we start having emotions which are shown on the movie screen. Sometimes somebody is crying, we are crying, somebody is laughing, we are laughing, because we are completely involved in the movie theater. Similarly, in the similar content, the soul gets so much attached to the body, the movie of this body. I am i am Ritu, somebody will think. I am Anna, Annie, somebody will say I'm Annie. And this is how we get so much involved into this body consciousness that we forget that I am a spirit soul and I never die. What dies is the body, is not the spirit soul. So that is what Krishna mentioning in 2.13. Dehinu asminim yatha deha. Kauvaram means a very young age. Yovanam, very adulthood age. Then jara means the old age, and then leaving this body, we go into the another body. It's a transmigration of soul into different age groups of our body. Even the science says every 7 years are every blood cells are changing. Each and every blood cell is changing. If I ask someone, can you show me your 5-year-old body? He will say, no, I am a grown-up man. I am in a Mavin festival. I am a speaker. I am a participant. How can I show you 5-year-old? It's not a child show. It is a show of the spiritualist around the world. Then the question arises, where is the body gone of the 5-year-old? Similarly, like we have 5-year-old body has gone, similarly, this body will also go after some time, and one day we will be out of this body. Are we ready? Have we understood the purpose of the human life? This is what is the first step. If somebody starts living on a soul consciousness level, nothing will affect him. Someone is coming, someone is going. It's not going to impact me actually. So this is what we need to understand. Then second thing which we need to understand is that whosoever you ask, person will say, I am 1 year old. So death comes before old age. And people think I am young. I am 19-year young. I am 25-year young. But people say, how old are you? How old are you? And even a 1-year-old child will say, my baby is 1 year old. And if somebody is old, means death can come anytime. And that is why we see people at the early ages also leave their bodies. So once we have a consciousness of a soul, the age is not going to impact us. Death of our family beings, our relatives, is not going to impact us. We are going to continue our journey as it is what we are. So this is the first thing we need to understand, that I am a soul. And second thing, whatever ups and downs comes in your life, just tolerate as it is. Whatever ups and downs comes in your life. And in Gita, Krishna says, Matra sparshastu kontuve, Sheet ushna sukha dukkada, Agam apaino anityanam, Tam titikshuha bharata. Hey Bharat Putra, O Arjuna, you need to understand that the changing of the weather is like the ups and downs of our life. Like nowadays in Delhi, winter season is going on, but people in Bombay and the other parts might be enjoying the other temperature. But the people in Delhi are shivering with cold. It's too much cold here in Delhi. So in India, Delhi, the cold is too much. But how long it will stay? After the March month will go on, the winter will go away, and the summers will come up, spring season will come up. Similarly, as the climate are changing, it hardly impacts us. If winters comes, we use mufflers, shawls, jackets, blazers, caps, socks, woolens. If summers comes, we utilize air conditioner offices, air conditioned car, air conditioned room, and we do the changes in the internal environment instead of the external environment. But when it comes to change, making tolerance of the particular situations, we get very wavered of what should I do now? Because somebody is misbehaving with me. Prabhuji, if somebody is misbehaving with me, how should I tolerate? Tolerate it like changing of the seasons. Like seasons are changing. If red light is there, how long the red light will stay? It will convert to green light. If something negative is happening in your life, don't lose your patience. Have patience, have tolerance. Red light will convert to the green light soon. And if green light is in someone's life, and somebody say, why should I worship God? Why should I follow the path of spirituality? It is not required. I am very happy. I am enjoying. How long? Green light can anytime convert to the red light, and then you will say, now I need spirituality. Now I need to attend the Mavin festival. Every year I will go and I will learn from different specialists. I need to learn. I have to change my life. So this is what very important to understand as per the Bhagavad Gita. Never stuck up. So first we have understood the first step is We are soul, we are not a body. The second tip, tolerance. Tolerate every situation's ups and downs of your life and never stuck up. Just keep progressing, keep walking. Might be not this way, that way. Might be not this way, that way. Like a river keeps flowing. If stumbling blocks comes in life, still never rivers creates its path. Even the rivers break down the stones, the stumbling blocks, and keeps moving, progressing further. So why do you stop? Never stops. Keep progressing on your path. That is the second rule, that this is that I will never stuck up in my life. Third thing we need to understand, don't do what others like. Always do what you like. People, maximum time people do things what others like. And we do things, if even people click pictures nowadays. Okay, I'm going to give a pose of a picture, and I want to have a picture for not for myself. As soon as the picture is complete, I need to post it on a Facebook or a Twitter or a WhatsApp or anywhere, and writing down some statement lines on my timeline, and I need how many likes, how many comments, how many people are liking it. And if no comments, no shares, no forwards, I become upset. Oh, actually nobody liked my picture. So we are living life for others, or we are like living life for myself. Once my family relative went to Bangkok, and they had a very good journey. They enjoyed being in Bangkok and Thailand and many other places they visited. They invested lakhs of rupees. And when they came back, they were very excited to tell everyone the stories and the sceneries and the pictures they clicked, where they visited. And they started posting all the pictures in Facebook and waiting how the people will respond. But after a week, they called me and they said, Prabhuji, people are so jealous nowadays. We went to Thailand and nobody appreciated. Then I asked, for whom you went, for yourself or for them? They said, obviously for ourselves. Then be contented in what you have, what you did. Why you want everybody to appreciate you every time? So if you have expectations that somebody will appreciate you, it's a question mark. You will never find people appreciating you. Do your work for yourself, not for others. The moment you start doing your work for yourself, your life is bindas and you can live your life very happily. So, like I always say, don't wait for the Facebook likes. First, like your life. Don't wait for the Facebook lives, like your life. So, similarly, this is the third thing which we need to understand. And the fourth thing which I want to make people understand is, there are 5 topics which are covered in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is an international book now. It is available in 86 languages by the mercy of our founder Acharya A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. From ISKCON, we have 86 languages of Bhagavad Gita. Even now, in Urdu language, people in Pakistan are reading Bhagavad Gita. So people around the world are reading and changing their lives. The 5 main topics covered in Bhagavad Gita is time, nature, God, soul, and karma. So these are the 5 topics which are covered in Bhagavad Gita. So time we can't change. If I ask Rituji, can you change the session from 2:30 again? I want to restart at 2:30. Can you change it? Then Ritu Saraf will say, no, sir, I can't change. Time is fixed. Your slot is till 3 o'clock. After 3, somebody else need to spoke. So and she will start putting points and comments. Sir, time is over. Sir, time is over. So time is very important factor of our life, but we can't change time. Then second factor is nature. We can't change nature. If I think, why I born in India, why can't I born in Switzerland, why I can't born in America, why I can't be in US, yeah? Why I can't be on the place of any Anna Jones? Why can't I be on the place of her? Why I am on my part? So every time we need, which is not. Sometime when it is hot, we need cold. Sometime when it is cold, we need hot. Every time we need, which is not. Actually, this is a very beautiful line if you learn it, that there are some rules made by fools. There are some rules made by fools. When it is cold, when it is hot, you need cold. When it is cold, you need hot. Every time you need, which is not. People in Europe, they want India. India is a land of religion. India is a land of spirituality. People in India, why I am not in Europe? Why I'm not in US? Why I'm not in Australia? So this is very, very important thing we need to learn. So nature we can't change, time we can't change, God is God. We can't change, oh, this is not God. According to me, this is God. I need to change God. No, God remain God. Then comes soul. I can't change my soul. Soul remains soul. So what I can change? Gita says I can change my actions, my karma. Karma can be changed. Karma can be changed. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Karmanyava adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Karma can be changed. Karmanyava adhikaraste. Krishna has given you opportunity to change your reactions. Because whatever I am getting in my life right now, it's because of my past karmas. My past karmas are giving me problems today. And if I will not move towards God now, towards the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, what will happen? I will have to face the results of actions done today. So I have an opportunity to change my actions today so that I can have a better future. A person who is a material person, he is a slave of his destiny, where a spiritual person is an architect of his destiny. He can change his destiny, he can change his karmas, and can have a better opportunities in the future. So one has to change, work according to the good karmas, and which can be taken knowledge from Bhagavad Gita. So we have covered the 4 tips till now, that I am a soul, I am not a body. Second, tolerate all the situations, don't stuck up, keep progressing. Tolerate as the winter season is coming and the summer seasons are coming. Third, like your life, don't live your life for others, live your life for yourself. Fourth, there are 5 factors discussed in Gita. You can't change the 4 factors, but the karmas are the only factor which you can change in your life, which brings the future for your life. And whatever fifth point is very important. Whatever comes in your life, just think whatever is happening is because of my past karmas, and I have to tolerate as it is. I can't change. So there are 2 ways. Sometimes people say, I'm in very much stress, Prabhuji. Very stress. How can I change? Too much of stress and anxiety, even instinct coming that I should do suicide. As such situations, there are 2 options. One, I always ask, can you do something to change the situation? He said, no, I can't do anything. Then why to worry? If I ask, can you change the situation? If the answer is yes, I can change, then why to worry? Change it. So there are 2 options always. Can you change it? Yes. Then why to worry? If you can't change it, then why to worry? People keep thinking. Instead of thinking, we need to act. If we can change, then why to worry? If you can't change, then why to worry? In both the cases, don't worry. Chant Hari, the name of Hari. You can chant the name of the God, and don't worry in your life. Keep progressing on that path. Be tolerant, whatever comes, just tolerate it as it is and move further. And you will find the bliss is there. People don't understand why they are struggling in their life. It is just because they have left the hand of the ultimate God. They have left the hand. I just put a small story right now, and then I will finish off with my session. Time is going to be 20 minutes over. I have lack of time. Rituji is watching my time continuously and waiting for the other speaker to move on. So the thing is, I'm going to tell a story. There was a very beautiful story, a small story. Story teaches us much better the moral values of life. So there was a one small boy. He was very happy, go lucky types of boy. He was 10-year-old and he loved his father very much. And both the father and the son, they went for a fair. So they were in an annual fair in their area. So when he went with his father, he saw there were very beautiful decorations done, lightings were there, bikers showing their shows, laughing mirrors were there, that your face become broad, big, your face can become small, your face can become long, your face can become stout. So there were different mirrors were there. So at that time, when he was laughing with his father and he was enjoying, suddenly the hand of the father gets disconnected. Father's hand was away. And because of the overcrowded situation in the fair, the son was all alone. He started crying. He started feeling very sad. And he was looking his father here and there. Suddenly, the organizing team of the fair, they find, yes, son, what do you want? What are you looking for? He said, I'm looking for my father. Said, we have announced your father will be soon on the stage to take you back. But don't worry. Look, there are laughing mirrors. But the laughing mirrors are not giving him happiness. Look, there are balloon shooting area, but he does not like it. There are bikers, they are showing their shows. There is a circus, but nothing is bringing happiness. Look, there are seesaws. Look, there is wide circles. He was not happy. Look, good food. Nothing was giving happiness. What he want? The hand of the father. That was Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Sarvayoneshu Kantuve Aham Bija Padha Pitaha. I am the seed giving father of all the living entities in the world, whether it be mouse, reptile, a female, a male, American, European, Indian, Australian. I am the father of each and every living entity. And this is what mentioned in other scriptures too. Bible says, I am the son of God. Jesus says, I am the son of God. Whereas in Quran, the Muhammad says, I am the messenger of that God. So God is one. Why we are in problem? We are having good apartments, we have good money, we have good designations, good positions, but still we are not happy because Father's hand is not in our hand. So spirituality means my faith on my father should increase. My faith on my father should increase. If I have a faith that someone is here who is looking at me, oh, Krishna is there, he's looking at me, he is there to solve my miseries, my problems, suddenly you will find that you are out of the problem. Like a small child going in a school, what fees he need to pay to the school principal, this tension is with the parents, not with the this tension is with the parents, not with the child, because child is dependent on the parents. Parent will look after what to eat, where to fill the fees, but we are in tension because we think there is nobody above us. We are the whole soul controllers. So don't try to become the controllers and accept the things as it is. So today we have discussed 5 points of which can change your life from Bhagavad Gita. First, that we are soul, we are not a body. Second, tolerate all the situations as the seasons are changing, because you are this seasons will change like a red light and a green light, and don't stuck up, keep progressing on your path. Third, don't live your life for others, live your life for yourself. Like your life, don't wait for the likes of the Facebooks, Twitters, Instagram. Like your life. And this life is once given by God. To the human life is a very rare life. Utilize it to the fullest on the spiritual path and have a spiritual bliss in your life. The third thing, there are the 5 factors mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. We can't change the 4, but we can change the 1, which is karma. We can change the karma. Our results will be wrong. If we do good karmas, the good results will be there. As you sow, so shall you reap. So don't do bad, though don't reap bad. If you now do good, the future is bright, the good will come back. And the fifth thing which we have understood today, that hand of the Father, just we have a more faith on the Father. If Father's hand is there, things looks much better. If the Father's hand is not there in our hand, even though we have all the success in our life, well, it will give us a bitter taste instead of giving us a good taste.
Very, very nice discussion. And in a short span of time, you've given us lots and lots to take home. One question that's popping up here, Mukulji has asked us a question: how to practice Sakshi Bhav effortlessly?
Okay, so Sakshi Bhav effortlessly, we need to chant a mantra. This mantra is given, this mantra is not a Hindu mantra. Mantra means one can deliver the mind. Mantra, manaha trayate iti mantra. Mantra means which can control my mind. People are in stress because mind control. There are big seminars going on. I also give so many times mantras, seminars on how to control the mind, art of mind control seminars. But still people are not able to control their mind, because mind, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Indriya nam manushasmi. Among the senses, I am the mind. If I surrender to the master of the mind, automatically the mind get controlled of. Like if I need to control a dog, I need to just visit to the master that please ask your dog, he should not bite me. Similarly, the master will say, Tiger, don't bite. He is our friend. Tiger will tamed off. He will not bite on you. He will not bark on you even. Similarly, the mind is continuously barking on us. The reason we are not focusing on the master of the mind. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Indriyana manushasmi. I am the, among the senses, I am the mind. If we surrender to the Krishna, automatically the mind will be controlled. And for surrendering to the Krishna, who is God, who can be called as Jehovah, can be called as Allah, can be called as God, can be called as Rama, can be called as Krishna. In any name, the supreme power, we just need to surrender. And chanting the mantra for the Almighty is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is a 16-word mantra, 32 syllable mantra. If you, in the early hours of the morning, even Guru Nanak did the chanting, even the Islamic people are chanting on Tasbih, even the the Christian people are chanting on the rosaries, and the Hindu people are chanting on the malas, the beads. So if somebody chants in this age of Kali, if somebody surrenders to the God, he will find that automatically he can have a Sakshi Bhav, or the self-realization state can be easily achieved by chanting the name of the God, surrendering to the God.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and honor to have you here. And
Thank you, Rituji.
thank you so
Yeah,
much.
and the best part was that on my every point tip, you were expressing nicely, and even the Annie Jones was clapping for my seminar. I'm thankful to both the ladies. I'm so thankful from my heart that may Krishna, may God bless both of you, because I can see only 3-4 people on my mobile screen, and maybe other people are also
Lots and lots
appreciating.
of
So
people are participating. Probably
yeah,
that's not
okay.
visible on your screen.
Yeah. So I'm so thankful to each and everyone for attending, hearing me patiently. Though I am a very small particle of God, but still, whatever I have learned in last 15 years of my spiritual realization, I have shared with you all. If anytime you want to contact me, you can always contact the Mavin people, the Mavin's Khushbu Rastogi or the Rituji or the Shabana ji, and they can give you my numbers, or you can contact me anytime.
Prashantji, kindly put the number. If you could share it on the chat box, that will be nice. While I'm requesting the
Okay.
other speaker to come in, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. So up next, my dear friends, we have with us Richa. Richa, are you there? Richa Patak. She's a personal breakthrough coach, and she's going to be talking to us about how to outcreate your reality. Beautiful. The
Thank
gorgeous Richa.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ritu. And thank you so much, Prashantji. It was so nice. And welcome all of you. Good afternoon. And So one thing Prashantji said, which I would start with, which I really believe, and I loved that part, that you want to change the result. If you want to change the result, you want to change the reality of your life, change your karma. Okay, and on this, I would take as a foundation, and I will continue on that. Thank you, Prashantji,
Great.
for giving me that one line. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. So, with this, I would want to tell you that my topic is out creating your life, how to out create your life. And I'm going to discuss one thing that, we all want a lot in our life. We want more success. We want more financial stability, good health, good relationships. But that doesn't happen in reality, right? We're not able to create it. I would want to discuss why is that? What is there which is lacking? And you would get the answer in one line, that it is not happening with us because we are not in alignment of what we want, which Prashantji very well discussed in his language, in his way. And I would discuss that in my language. And today, if you really like, if you feel connected, and if you like whatever I'm gonna say, then you can contact me. I'm putting my email ID, just before starting, so that we can start and I can go easy. Just give me a second. Yeah, this is my email ID. If you like what I'm saying, then you can connect and we can continue this conversation. Okay, so let me start. So, lot many of us, we are not happy with what is happening, in our life, whatever is happening in present reality, and we want to change it. But so many times that doesn't happen. It can be situations around us, maybe in our office, maybe at home, maybe in our personal life, maybe health, maybe wealth, maybe anything else, or maybe people around us. We want certain kind of people, but they're not there, right? And we do not want some people in our life which are there criticizing us or sending negativity. And we wonder why all of this is happening, why I am not able to change it, right? And this why we do not get answer of. So so many times we also think that we do so much good with people, right? We do good actions so many times. A lot of us, many of you must be thinking, yeah, I'm doing a lot good things with people. I'm doing giving them, I am devoting my life to certain people, to my family, and all of that I'm doing. And when I want in return, I don't get it. We all want to grow from where we are, uh, maybe financially, spiritually. We want to become more famous. We want to have more good relationship, better relationship. But we do not know what to change in us. What are those things which we need to stop? What are those things which we need to start, right? And this one question is always there in our head, and we do not have answer of it. And the way Prashantji said that, do good karma and you will get good results, and we believe in that. Let me you know change this one thought which gets implanted in our head through our environment, that whatever you do, good or bad, you get it back. Let me tell you, this is not the complete scenario, right? Doing good, yes, it is good. uh, you know Sometimes you get back when you do good things, but this is not the only reason why we get good things back or bad things in our life. Because agar actions, if only actions are responsible for whatever we result we have to get back, then 90% of us want to do or do in our life good things only, right? But we do not, good actions only, but we don't get it back. Okay, so whenever we are talking about karmic concept of or law of karma, that whatever you give, you get it back, this doesn't only means the literal meaning of karma, which is do actions and you get back. That means um, there is a sum of three things, right? First is, of course, action. Action is very important part, because if we do not do anything in practical world, because we are living in practical world, and if we do not do things in actions, we don't take any action, we won't get the result back, right? So first thing is, of course, actions, whatever we do. Second part of this whole concept of karma is our thoughts. Thoughts play a big role in creating karma. Because if thoughts won't be there, we won't be taking any action. Because there, to do any action, we need some command, and that command is a thought, right? Third thing, which we so many times skip, is our energy. We were talking so many times, we talk about thoughts, so many times we talk about what we do, our actions, but where we skip is our energy. So many of us, when I was talking about actions, and when I said actions and thoughts, many of you must be thinking, yeah, I take action, and I of course I have good thought, then only I'm taking good action, right? Otherwise I won't be. But here we skip this one thing, energy, right? If you are taking actions, and if you're doing good, but you have negative energy, you will get back only negativity. And that's the reason why our reality doesn't change after doing so much in our life. Energy plays a big role in getting a good result, or in getting whatever result, because whatever we are feeling, whatever energy we are emitting, let me tell you one thing. We all are energy beings. You must be knowing that. uh, we all are energy beings. We understand energy. We feel good when somebody hugs us, somebody touches us, um, somebody gives us love through touch. We understand, we get that energy, right? The same way, if you're meeting a stranger, uh, you went to some event and you're meeting a stranger, and you start talking within 30 seconds. Doesn't matter what he's saying, what he's doing, how he's standing. In 30 seconds, you get what energy that person has, right? So many times people are talking good, nice, they're happily, sweetly talking to you, but you understand there's something fishy, there is something which is there, which I may be not knowing, but I know there's something fishy. What is that? That is this, that is the energy they are emitting, and we are getting that energy. So just understand one thing. If the people around you, you're doing good with them, you are thinking, ki, yes, I have to do good things with them. But if your energy is not positive, they are going to get it. And they get it. And that's the reason they start behaving in negative way. Right? And let me tell you, you can have negative energy and positive thoughts. Let me give you an example. So many times somebody comes to your home, some visitors there, right? You may don't like that person. You may have that, oh, wala energy for that person. But still you greet them. Why? Because that thought is there, that okay, he is negative or positive, I am gonna do my best, I am gonna treat that person nicely, I'm gonna greet that person nicely, right? So thought is positive, but energy was not positive. But the vice versa, the different thing, that if you have a positive energy, you can never have a negative thought about that situation or that person. That is not possible. So if you start working on your energy, automatically our thoughts start changing. So many times what happens when we start a relationship with anyone, we are very positive, energetically we are positive with those people. And that's the reason we start having, we have good thoughts. We want to adjust in everything, we want to compromise in everything. But what happens slowly and gradually, that things change. The thing is that we see something, we don't like it, we start having that energy, that negative energy, any kind of, maybe you're not liking him, maybe feeling bad about what he has said or he has done, or she has said or she has done. And that starts creating those kind of thoughts about that person, right? So energy plays such a big role. I would go deeper into that. So energy works in a way. So I will take an example of people around us, and then I'll take example of situations, okay? And I will also discuss how universe works around it. So people get our energy, and whatever we emit, you must have learned about aura, you must have heard about aura, our EMF, our electromagnetic field, the energy we have around us or we have in us, we start emitting that. We are always emitting energy because we are energy beings, and that creates a EMF, electromagnetic field or energy field around us. And whatever energy we are emitting, that comes in that aura or in that energy field, and those people get that energy from us because they are also energy beings. And if we have some negativity, some sadness, or some disliking for them, or we are judging them, main important thing, judging, lot of judgment we have, how he's sitting, how he's eating, how they're talking, why they're talking like this, why they're behaving the way I don't want them to behave, why they're not behaving the way I want them to behave. So much judgment is there. They understand all of that. You don't have to say it, they just get it. Why? Because they understand your energy, right? So that is why that changes the relationship in few years or maybe in few months, right? So this was all about people, how situations work. So there are many situations, like somebody starts some business, and that person, initially everything is going good, right? That person is doing good, but all of a sudden he has some plan that I will work hard, I will do this, I will do that, I will do that. But so many times that doesn't work. It must have happened with you also, right? You planned something in some areas, a personal life or professional life or in your business, anywhere, but you planned very well, you were working hard, but you did not get that result. Why it happened? It happened because the energy you're emitting, because we do not focus on, we're not aware of our energy. We do not understand what energy we are emitting or what energy we are keeping. And let me introduce universe here. Universe plays a big role. So what the only work universe has is that universe will take what you want, and it will create the scenario around you or the people around you or the situation around you, which are going to give you the same kind of thing. Like if you want happiness, universe will create more and more people or situation which are going to give you more happiness. But there is one problem. The problem is that universe doesn't understand language. Language is man-made thing. Universe doesn't understand language. It only understands energy. If you are asking for 100 CR company or 100 CR turnover, and you have doubt inside you, you have energy of doubt, universe is not going to understand what you are wanting or what you are seeing. It will only understand the energy you are in, the energy of doubt, and it's going to get it, going to take it, okay, and will start working on creating more and more and more energy of doubt in your life around you. because universe only understands the language of energy, not the language of people, right? Just imagine na, if universe would understand the language, how many languages it would have to learn. Oh my god, I don't know how many languages in India we have. So it only works on energy. And because we do not understand this one part and we are not aware of this one thing, we always work very hard, we always think positive, but here, you know, our energy is not aligned. So much fear we have, so much doubt we have on ourselves, so much not good enough is there, so much confusion is there, so much hassle is there, so much judgment is there in us. And that's the reason we get so much judgment of from other people. So if you're getting a lot of judgment, this is a sign, okay, I'm also giving that much judgment to people, right? And doesn't matter if my one friend is judging me, right, and I'm not judging that friend, I would be in having question that I'm not judging that friend, then why I am getting the energy of judgment from that person? But for universe, one friend or another friend, it doesn't make any difference. For universe, at we are the souls, we are one, right? So you may give energy of judgment to anybody else, you will get the energy of judgment from some third person. Okay, so this is how universe works. So you want to create good energy, positive energy, start giving positive energy. Okay, with this I would not take a lot of time of yours. I would conclude it, but before concluding, I would want to tell you two things which you can take with you. First, always be aware of your energies. Whatever energy you have, what you can work on your emotions, because in emotion is also energy in motion. So if you really want to start working on yourself, see what emotion you are in, what energy you are in. Okay, so be aware of your energies, and never forget this formula, that karma is not only action, it is sum of three: one action, another one thoughts, and third and most important, energy, right? Whatever you're missing on, start working on that. And if you want to, if you like the conversation, if you it made sense to you, then you can contact me on my email ID.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you, Richard. That's a wonderful, wonderful discussion. We have two questions, but I'm afraid we won't have time. So may I request you to answer them on the chat, please, so that all of us can
Definitely,
read and go through it?
definitely,
Yeah.
I would. I would
Thank
love.
you. Thank you so much for a wonderful, wonderful discussion.
Thank you.
And we really loved it. It was so conversational. We were just flowing with it. Thank you. So next up, I would like to invite on the panel Jayaji Verma, Simaji Singhal, is Anne Jones.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi,
How are
Ritu.
you?
Hello, Ritu.
Hi, welcome.
Thank
How are
you
you
for having
doing?
us. Absolutely great. Thank you for having us here on this beautiful platform of awareness on spirituality and very beautiful talks which we are listening, very relevant in day-to-day life. So thank you for having us here. Thank
It's
you.
always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure,
Yeah.
Jayaji. So, Anne, may we request you to please come on screen, please?
Hi there. Yes,
Join us. Hi, welcome. How are you doing?
fine. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. And it's been very pleasant so far. I agree with Jaya. Nice to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for taking out time, Anne. And may I now also request Seema ji to
Yeah.
join us?
Hi, Ritu. Hi, Ritu. I'm right there. Thank
Okay.
you once again for having me here
We're
on
just
this panel.
putting you on
Yeah.
the spotlight. So, yes. Where are you? I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, cool. Great, awesome. Welcome once again. And, it's so, it's an honor actually to moderate a session with you guys. So I really feel blessed that we're discussing such a wonderful, wonderful topic. and it is about the soul in the physical body. I'd request all the participants to raise your questions in case you have anything that you would want me to ask from a esteemed panel. Welcome, and I would throw the platform open with one question: what is soul? And that's like, if Anne, you would like to go first, and Jayaji, and then Simaji. Yeah.
Okay, I'd love to speak. And I don't want to take too much time, so raise
You're
your
not
hand.
very clearly audible, Anne. If you could just increase the volume a bit.
Is that better? Is that better?
Slight-
Can you hear me better now?
Slightly better. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry if that's a problem. The tech is coming a long way. I'm in the middle of the New Forest in England. So I would like to share a little graphic that I have, which is my take on the soul and the whole of our spiritual being, actually. So if I might put that up and share.
I think you can. So basically, and we would be running through a few questions since we won't have much time. I think if you would discuss, that will be helpful.
Yeah, I will go straight into the question. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So meanwhile, may I request Jayadi to go first? Is that okay with you, Anne?
Yes, if you could enable me to screen share, then
I'm just looking at that, if that's possible,
Okay.
because it's a panel discussion. I think the host may not be able to enable us to do that. Yeah. So, yes.
So when we talk of the soul, normally, you know, when we think of soul, we think in terms of a spirit or something which is within us, right? Whereas, you know, if I can, if the panelists, esteemed panelists can agree to me, that soul is something which is an empowerment within us. It's a journey, it's an energy, the energy of divine love, light, and power. That is the spark which comes through God or the supreme universe into us. Now when we start a soul journey, the soul journey starts from where we ended previously. My dear friend Richa was talking a lot of energy in this. Now when she's talking of energy, this energy is spirit, the soul, the soul purpose. When we look at things, what happen in our lives, you know, and many a times the good and the bad, and we start to compare things. Now, when we look at all these aspects of life, this is where the permanent seeds which are encoded with the you know the previous karma what we had, where we left our soul journey, and this is where we are beginning our soul journey. So this is where we are taking it from there. The transference is happening from that end towards this journey. And if you know, Anne can add something in this, because she's observing that way. So if you can add something here, Anne.
Yes, I totally agree with everything you said, Jaya. As you say, and I think we had the previous speaker also said that the soul carries on when everything else dies. The soul is continuous, and it is a continuous growth. And I believe that every journey we have on earth, we have an agenda, and the agenda includes, what are we going to learn? What are we going to do in this lifetime to improve the vibration of our soul? Now, our soul starts, in my view, it has, in fact, comes in almost two parts. We have the higher soul, which different names that people give it in different religions. I call it a higher self, but I think monad is another word that's used. And that always, always, always holds the highest frequency of energy, that pure love, that pure divine love. And that also holds the lessons that we learn. So our higher wisdom, if you like, which we connect to, we are always connected to through our intuition. But the soul is like, I always think it's like the sacrificial lamb that comes to earth, joins the body, and that gets damaged, that gets hurt, that gets imprints from the experiences we have. And that in itself is a good thing, because it gives us that challenge to overcome any negativity that we've picked up from our karma and the things that have happened to us. So it's giving us an opportunity always to to grow and to enhance our energy. Just as our previous speaker said, the energy that comes through us also comes from our soul through the imprints that we hold. But always, always, we are this energy of love that never goes away.
Beautiful. Seemaji, your take on this? You're not audible, Seemaji. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me, Richa?
Yes, yes, Ritu. Yes.
Sorry, Ritu. My apologies.
No
So,
worries.
in my learning, in my experience, what I've understood is soul is a spark that is right inside your atoms. If we talk about our physical being, as well, it is a combination of that spark along with the consciousness that travels along with us over different dimensions, different lifetimes, different generations. So whatever we are learning, whatever we are experiencing, it keeps getting gathered into that entire consciousness, becomes a part of it. And so as to say, when we talk about soul, we are traveling with that entire set of information all along while we are transforming into different beings, different forms, different galaxies, different universes. So it's a spark that is right within us in our cell, along with the consciousness that is a part of us in different forms. So every information that we are gathering in this lifetime as a human, so that is becoming a part of our soul. And whatever we learn and unlearn, the soul is going to carry forward to whatever different dimension we are going to travel along with that spark. And probably we might have a different shape, we might be completely shapeless. So that is a part of that constitutes a soul in my learning.
Great, awesome. So that brings me to another thought where we talk about imprints and we talk about scars on our bodies and our daily life experience. So, what do you think is the impact? And Prashantji was sharing that in this lifetime, it's our job to actually uncreate those and constantly work and strive towards bliss. So, what's
Right.
your take on that? And how do we
Yeah,
go about it? Any
I
tools?
would definitely, yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I would rather say whatever we have had our experiences which were not so good, let us not go back to the pain and the grief whatever we have experienced from that particular event. Let's just take the learning what we have learned from there. Let's just go on, not remember and go and revisit that event again and again. Just learn your learning and move on and completely erase that event from your space. So let's not carry the emotions, rather just let it be um, an information, a piece of information with you, something that happened, minus the emotions that probably could hamper you or had hampered you in the past. So an experience minus the emotions that were created, plus the learning. So we are taking ahead the learning, we are subtracting the emotions that were not so good for us, and then taking it ahead.
So, Jayaji, any tools and any tools that you would recommend on this path? That
Certainly,
how do we not
certainly.
take the how do we just take the learnings and not the pain? How do we do that?
See, learning and pain is part and parcel of the game, right? So, in this beautiful life and roller coaster ride, the idea is to be aware, to be conscious, right? Absorb what is coming our way, learn through the teachings. What is it trying to tell us? Because, as very rightly said by Richa, also, that karma is just not a one way street. So we can actually work towards a better tomorrow. Now, working towards a better tomorrow is meaning that whatever was encoded or imprinted for us in our previous lifetime and this lifetime, by being aware, by absorbing, by learning from those mistakes and moving ahead, by not repeating them again and again, is a transformation within. And this transformation, my friend, will help the universe work towards the better tomorrow for each one of us, not only individual. We working around changing the entire world. But do we introspect? There is very less self purification, lack of self love, lack of everything which is within us. So we want to work on the family, we want to work as panelists, we want to work towards the society. But give it a thought. Work towards your internal consciousness. See what is there. What is this thing which is repeatedly coming as a pattern towards me? So, do we learn from that? The moment the learning is there, and there goes, that roller coaster thing.
Alban.
Yeah. So I hope Anne can add, and Seema ji
Yeah.
can also add something on
Yes,
this.
Anne.
I totally agree with Jaya. And one of the things that creates suffering for us is attachment. And when we're attached to the issues of the past and the grievances of the past and putting blame onto the people who've hurt us, what we're actually doing a double whammy. We're not only did we go through the pain then, but we take ourselves back there and we go through it again and again and again. And as she's just saying, patterns, as Seema says, patterns, things that keep coming back into our lives. So yes, we need to do something about the energy of it. And as an energy healer, that's what I spend most of my time doing, is helping people to put good energies into their bad spots, if you like, just to make sure that we release those things. And the other thing that, as a practical little tool that we can do, is that see yourself attached to the things of the past. And I've got a thread here. And it's a very simple thing, but it's symbolic. And everything changes when we have intention to change. When, as Jaya and Seema said, when we put our consciousness to it and say, this is not going to repeat anymore. I acknowledge what happened. I learn from it. I'm moving on. Just to give yourself a little bit of a kick forward, just take a thread that represents your attachment to that issue, that problem, that hurt, and then say, right, with your will, and we all have free will and we all have the ability to choose how we want to be, say, I'm releasing that now, I'm letting it go, I'm moving on. And that is just it's all these little practical things you can do can sometimes get through your thick consciousness that sometimes blocks you from actually saying, yeah, I can do this. I can do this. You can improve your life. You can let go of the past. You can forgive, and you can improve the energy that holds that negativity, and you release those imprints. And then you stop attracting, as Jaya said, you stop attracting the negative in and the repeat pattern.
That's a beautiful tool, Anne, and it's very practical for young children who I deal with more. I'm sure I'm going to take this forward with them as a game, and this will definitely help them get liberated from a lot of things that they're holding on to. So thank you for sharing that. So almost we are at the end, and we have just about 5 minutes left. So what I would request each of the speakers here, Seema ji, Jaya ji, and Ms. Anne, that please share what is it that you feel in a physical body that we are, and in this physical reality, what is it that we are here to accomplish? What's our sole purpose? What do you think how does one discover that? Can you throw some light on that, please?
Yeah.
Yes, who would like to go first? Anybody, randomly?
Yeah, can I begin?
Yes, please.
Can I? Yeah.
Yes.
So, we, when we are talking about spirituality, we all discover that we have some soul purpose, we have some divine purpose, and that's why we have been born here again. And we also understand the action of karma, that until and unless we complete and clear up our baggages, our commitments, probably we've made it to ourselves, we've made it to some people around us and to souls, to higher selves, right? So until and unless we're going to complete that, we have to come back again here again, right? So when we talk about our divine purpose, there are ways of connecting to the higher sources and asking your questions. But for a layman, I believe your instinct, when you listen to your soul, when you listen to your own gut, you have conversation with your own self, and you identify that this is something that makes you happy. Like if you do something, if you even do some kind of a charity, or if you're teaching some kids, or if you're teaching your own sister or a brother, it makes you feel happy. So probably that is your sole purpose. It couldn't be necessarily a very big task that you have to accomplish in this world. It could be a very minimal task. So I am not actually quantifying it by saying minimal, but my way of expressing it that it could be a very, like, a doable task for you right at your own place,
Yeah.
right? So that could be your divine purpose. So anything that makes your soul happy, that makes your soul content, that makes you feel valuable, that makes you feel you exist, you are acknowledging your identity, you're acknowledging your individuality. So I believe that that is where your soul purpose lies. And if you're able to just do it and keep doing it, so it's not just that you have to do it once, you just keep doing it, accomplishing it again and again, and just keep making yourself happy. So yeah, that's your sole purpose. That's what we are here for, to make ourselves happy and to make others happy around us.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautifully put, Simaji. Your take,
Thank you.
and
Totally agree with what Seamus just said. Absolutely. I believe we have a soul purpose and we have a life purpose. And our sole purpose is always to bring light to the world and to find love. If you took everything else away, whatever else we do, our journey is to find love, to start off by finding it in ourselves. And the person who finds love in themselves and acceptance of themselves and starts to be happy, then spreads that happiness to others. And as Seema said, you share that love, you share that happiness. And that is the simplistic of it, as far as I'm concerned.
beautiful, beautiful. Jaji,
Yeah, I would like to just add a little more to this, beautifully expressed by my colleagues Seema and Anne. Such beautiful souls radiating love, and the energy what you all are radiating is actually giving me goosebumps all over. So, this is what my friend life is all about. Yes, there are soul purposes, there are life purposes. This beautiful 2020 gave us a soul purpose, a life purpose. Haven't you seen how Mavin has been thriving throughout the year? You have seen a lot of talks going on, lot of things which are really positive. It's letting people go get to the things, you know. Most importantly, what we were missing in life was family.
mm,
Life's given us the purpose. Look around. Look around. What is there? Have we been grateful to that? We've started enjoying the ting tang and the little things about the family, knowing them more. And then adding on to that, it is not just the life within that family. To be happy and in these confined circumstances. So, my friend, we are always talking of happiness, peace, meditating, and everything. Yes, these are tools, but that tranquility, that that peace is within. The happiness is within, and what we radiate through our energy, through our aura, is what we are going to attract from the universe. This is what we will take. This is what the sole purpose of our life should be, that when we go back, we recede back when the purgatory is happening, you know. And there is a beautiful film which is going on. There should be no regrets in life. I mean, we should be smiling as beautifully as this young lady is right now here, you know. And that is all I can add here.
thank you for that wonderful, wonderful take. I think we are really privileged at Maven to have an interaction with you all, and I feel really blessed, and I feel like wow, we got the best people around the world to talk to us. So thank you for sharing your space with us and sharing your thoughts. It means a lot, and I'm sure all the participants here are like dancing in joy with these new perspectives. And every time you share a perspective, it kind of brings out that layer somewhere in the subconscious level. You're kind of doing that brooming somewhere, cleaning up some space. So thank you for that effortless brooming that we just went through in our subconscious layer somewhere, and we got a little more closer in our journey. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you
thank
so
you
much for
thank
having
you
us.
thank you thank you
Thank you. God bless.
thank you so much. So my dear friends, we have up next somebody who's going to make us dance, and somebody who's going to make us laugh, somebody who's going to make us do exercises. And this beautiful, young, and gorgeous girl, Richa Khanna. So she is a dance and fitness coach from Mumbai, and she's going to take us through Bali Zumba, Bali aerobics. So I want to welcome Richa, the gorgeous soul here, who's going to make us dance a bit. Yeah, we're all up. Richa, thank you. Thank you for joining us. A very warm welcome.
Thank you so much for having me on board. I mean, I just joined like a few minutes back, and I've actually been hearing so much of philosophical talks and a lot about spirituality, energy, vibes, something which I connect personally myself with. So there's so much of theoretical discussions happening, but yes, it is indeed important because we
So
all
we
need
now
to
we
be
have the practical side from you.
harmonizing with ourselves.
Yes.
Now we're going to go on the practical side. Too much of theory. So I thought let's lighten up the mood. Okay, and I'm going to be playing music. Okay, it's going to be very light and very simple, nothing complicated, but a lot about body movements. Okay, and just keeping in sync with yourself. Okay, so you'll have to allow me to like play the music. Okay,
Sure,
I
sure,
don't know
sure.
if I can share
Yeah.
the music from here.
Okay, I'll
So
just
I'm playing it on my Bluetooth. You can make me the host.
yeah, I'll just do that. Richa. Okay. So I think you're allowed to do that, aren't you? Just try, play and see.
Yeah, I'll just attach my Bluetooth and let me play the music.
So meanwhile, I'll request all the participants to stand up, put on your videos, be in high energy
Yes, put on
momentum.
your videos,
And
please. Exactly. And please smile, okay? And don't get serious, guys, okay? It's going to be very fun and it's going to be amazing. I
after
assure you
seeing
on
you,
that.
nobody
Yeah?
can be serious, Richa. You're so fabulous. You're like, bouncing with lots of energy. Your smile is like, it's already keeping us in a bouncy state. So much of momentum there. So
Let's
may I
go, guys.
request
Okay,
all the
I'm playing the
participants to
music.
switch on
Okay,
your
just let me know if
videos?
it's audible.
I'm so sorry, I'm losing your voice a bit. I think there's a bandwidth issue at your end. So any other programs going on, if you could switch them off so that we could have you fully with us.
I
Okay, now it's good. Cool.
just started playing the music.
Got that, Atin. The rest of you. So shake a leg and please come back. We have this opportunity wherever you are in the world, you can dance with us.
Low music.
Yes, Richa, you need anything? Oma ji, Pritam ji, yes, great, awesome. Let me check out who else is on with the videos. CKG, Shabana, Dr. Shabana, please switch on your video. Pooja, Vishal ji, Atin, he has already messaged us. He said he's out. So fine. Bhavna ji, Lata ji, Sanjay ji, Raina ji, Saumya ji, Reena. So Reena ji, come on, online. Switch on your videos, everyone. Richa, are you ready? We can't hear you yet. We can't hear you. You're muted. Okay.
Okay. The music I'm playing, right?
Now I can see.
Hi everyone.
The music audible?
I'm Sabah and this is your Bollywood dance
Something is
workout.
running, not the music
Today's
yet.
theme is strength and all around.
Yes. Can you hear the sound? Just tell me.
Keeping up that spirit
Yes, some
better
sound
than
is there.
patriotic songs in Bollywood. And also coincidentally, it's Republic Day in India on 26th of January. So I figured I'm going to merge the two and give you a patriotic
Can
song.
you hear the
section.
sound, guys?
Don't worry.
It's
if you're not
talking about
familiar,
some Republic
it
Day
doesn't matter.
something.
The
Is
songs
that the
are
one?
still amazing and the songs are just going to get your
Yes,
attitude
we're going to start that. We're going to start that.
Let me
We're
tell you
working on
a little
Republic
bit
Day
We got it.
music.
We got it.
Okay,
We got it.
let's go.
It's 42 minutes. There's a warm up and cool down, both included. Do not skip either of them. The choreography is geared towards high intensity and high impact, actually, most of the time, cardio.
So
Including
in the
a lot
meanwhile,
of
I'll
swimming.
request
The
participants,
other
get
thing
ready.
that we're going to be
Next
doing
up after
is
the dance
while
session,
the
give me your
are
paper
going to
and
be
pen.
very upper and lower
Yeah,
body focused.
just spotlight
Make
here.
sure that if
You are spotlighted, Richa. Go on. There's some echo at your end, by the way.
and the hops. In one song today, I'm going to be trying a version of kickboxing as well. So in those, make sure that you
Richa, there's no music.
Keep marching, guys. Start. Yes, the music is starting. Start marching, guys. Come on.
Okay, marching, marching.
Keep marching, guys. Move. Up. Keep moving.
करिए कुछ
Left.
करिए हंस
Right.
मेरी होदे हाय कुछ
Right.
करिए
Left. Right.
करिए कुछ करिए बस बस बड़ा होदे हम कुछ करिए कोई को चल से फड़िए तुम पे करिए या मरिए हाय कोई को चल से फड़िए तुम पे करिए या मरिए
Okay, next. Can't hear you, Richa. Okay, guys, keep dancing, keep moving. Okay. Move your hands, rotate them, rotate your hands, forward, backward. Yes. Okay. I guess we lost her. Okay. Okay, so cool. What we'll do is
We can sing our own songs.
we can sing our own songs. Yeah.
कुछ करिए
करिए।
नस नस मेरी बोले हाँ कुछ करिए ओए तो जिद छड़िए डूबे या तरिए चक दे ओ चक दे इंडिया चक
So what you can do is
दे चक दे
play the same song on
इंडिया
YouTube. Yeah, she's back. She's
Guys,
back.
I'm having a little net issues. Give me few seconds. We should we restart later or should we continue?
Please continue. Please continue. We won't have much time left. You know.
Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay,
Let's
a
go.
little bit of net
So,
issues today.
we won't have
unfortunately.
music.
Let's go, guys.
So we'll just dance. You just tell us which.
Let's go, guys. Punch it out.
लड़ती पतंगों में गिरती उमंगों में
Yeah.
खेलों के मेलों में पखा की रेलों में कन्नों के नीचे में खतर मीते में तो मिलता में कपता मोहितों में बिखरे और फूल के आग बिखरे मन लाए ऐसी होती रग रग मचल के बोली तस है ना मस ये की सिद्ध है तो सिद्ध है किसना
Keep moving, guys.
Alright, hope you warmed
Please
up.
relax.
Next song.
I guess that's it. Richa, we have time for that much only. We just have 5
Nice.
more
How
minutes.
was it, guys? I hope.
It was
I'm
awesome.
so sorry I had a bad neck.
No worries, no worries. So we wanted to speak a little bit about before we part. So we just have about 3-4 minutes. So
Okay.
yes. Also,
Yes.
I'd request all the people
So,
to
basically,
one minute. I'd request all the people to get your paper and pens for the next session as well. Yes, yes. Richa, please go on. Beautiful.
yes.
That was great. Okay.
So, thank you so much, guys. It's such a pleasure to be with such amazing speakers. And see, I spread happiness through dance and my music and yoga, so that's happiness for me. And basically, I'm an MBA by education. I was an ex-corporate, so I quit all that in 2016 to pursue my passion. And now I'm a versatile dancer, a choreographer, a fitness coach, a yoga coach, and I'm a singer as well. I'm working towards that. Completely gone to the creative and artistic side, and that's what always has been in me. I've been dancing since the age of 5. So yes, that's the personality that I am, and I spread positivity and energy to that. And this is the way I am. So
What's
I
your
would want
mission then?
everyone to please enroll. So my mission is definitely to spread happiness and teach dance to as many people because I'm a versatile dancer. I've given my entire life for this since the age of 5. So I do all styles, you name it, classical, Western, Latin, folk,
Wow.
everything. And because my dad wanted me to study, so I kept studying till 25. And then I realized that where my heart lies. So I need to work towards that.
Richa, you and me
building
have
my
a thing in
brand.
common. Richa, you spread happiness through dance, and I spread happiness through laughter. So we must collaborate.
Exactly. And laughing, I'm a comedy person. I'm very, मैं बहुत humorous हूँ. So that's another thing.
So I'd be connecting with
apart
you,
from
Richa,
that,
after the
this has
sessions.
been my life.
Okay. After sessions,
Yes.
I would like you to
Yes.
meet a lot of kids who are very
I
fixed.
hope everyone had a little bit of understanding with the body movements.
Lots.
I hope everyone
Please share your
enjoyed and had a
details,
cheerful
contact
session.
details, Richa.
That's important.
I'm so sorry
I
we are
will,
overlapping
I will,
a lot
I
many times because you're not very audible.
It's okay. It's okay. I will share my brand. It's Richa Infinity because I'm
Okay.
infinite. That's why I've named it as Infinity.
Okay. Yeah, got that.
And you can go on Instagram, Richa Infinity, Facebook, Richa Infinity, everywhere. I'm just holding it down. Instagram, Facebook. YouTube as well.
So that was a super, super awesome session by Richa. Can we have a round of applause, please? Just show your reactions, choose your reactions, show a heart, show some love there. Yeah. Thank you, Richa.
So much,
Thank you
guys.
so much. You
Thank
really
you so
made us
much
all
for
very,
having
very
me.
happy. Thank you. It was lots and lots of fun. See, Mona has written lots of beautiful comments coming there for you. Great. So we will have to move to the next speaker because time is really pressing now. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll connect back with you. If you could share your email address as well, Richa, here. That would help a lot of people.
Yes, I'm doing that. Yeah.
Email and in case you want, you can also share the contact. Yeah. Great. So my dear friends, up next we have with us Sandeep Kumar. So Mr. Sandeep Kumar, may I see? Yeah, I can see you. Great. So he's a capacity building trainer and life coach from Delhi. And he's going to talk about building your emotional resilience. Great. Awesome. Welcome, welcome, Sandeep ji, once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the lovely, lovely dance session which Richa has created. So people must be bouncing back, right?
Yes,
Right.
yes, yes,
And
yes.
that's
Thank you so much, sir.
and that is my, I'm taking it forward, Richa, your energy, and with that energy itself, I'm taking this session, right? So good afternoon, all the people there, all the beautiful souls out here. Give me the, I think I am having the right of sharing the screen. My topic is, please enable the screen sharing, Ritu.
Shabana, if you could allow that, please. I don't have the rights here right now.
Shabana ji, please. And in the meantime, I would request, as Rituji has communicated, that please keep a pen and a paper handy so that we can create something out of it.
You can share now, Sandeep ji.
Right. Thank you so much. And here it goes. Here it comes. Am I visible, audible, and my screen is visible?
Absolutely.
All right. That's a universal question these days. All right. So let me take it forward. My read view. It will be a full screen. Give me a moment. Yes. Yeah. So my topic is building emotional resilience, right? So it's a small activity out there, folks. Just pen and paper and write down these statements and rate yourself. This is self-assessment tool. This is a small activity there. Give 5 minutes. हम लोग यहाँ पे बिताएंगे for this particular exercise. So I will read it out and you start doing it and give yourself your marks. The ratings out there is written, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So the first statement goes here. I trust myself. You have to score, you have to give the numbers, you have to identify yourself with that statement, how strongly you disagree or strongly disagree, the 1 to 5, whatever you feel that you are, right? I trust myself, that is number 1. I am proud of my achievements, that is number 2. And number 3 is I have the power to overcome difficulties, right? The videos which are off must be doing this activity. I would be really requesting. Yeah, great. So number 4 is I have people who love me. That's the number 4. Coming up, number 5 is I can handle criticisms. Can I? And number 6 coming up, I am respectful towards myself and others. I'm speaking as you can also as I speak, you can write or you can do. So I can help you in that. So number 7, I enjoy being part of a community. Number 8, I am aware of my strength and my weaknesses. Number 9, I focus on solutions more than the problems. That's number 9. And number 10. Number 10 is going to be, I love my life. So these are the 10 statements I would like you to ponder on, rate yourself, and give me the score. Couple of people who are doing it, I would request a response.
My score is 50.
All right. Who's he? Can you introduce? What's your
Yeah,
name?
this is Happiness Coach CK Arora.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Great.
Mine is
Anybody else would like to
50
share?
as well.
Pardon? 45, Rajiv. Preetam ji says 39. Okay, great. Who else? Okay. So great. I'm getting a couple of responses. That's good to go. In fact, and the idea is that the more you score, the more emotionally resilient you are, right? So it is Richard Khanna's effect that you are bouncing back, right? So, so from there, I'll take it forward. So I'll come to the point of what is resilience. We talked about resilience. We always talk about resilience, and these days you must be listening these kind of words very often, in this pandemic, that we have to be resilient, we have to be that, we have to be that, right? So what is it all about? So your resilience is the capacity to bounce back from difficulties, right? And bounce back from tough situations. Resilience is the psychological strength. This here it is here, right? Resilience is the psychological strength to deal with any kind of stress or setbacks, cries, or maybe variety of hardships which we feel and which we confront in our daily life. I always say life is a roller coaster. It here comes here, there, So how resilient, how psychologically strong you are, right? What is the muscle power of your mind? And when life situation gets out of a balance, resilience is the one quality and the one skill that you must be needing to get through your difficult times, right? We have experienced difficult times. We are still experiencing difficult times, but we are not, no, we are getting resilience out of our, no. So now when we talk about resilience, so what is emotional resilience, right? Now we have understood resilience. Then what is emotional resilience? Emotional resilience is ability to adapt to stressful situations and cope with life's ups and downs, right? As I said earlier, that it will keep on happening. The circumstances will be challenging, circumstances will be coming. And yes, your ability to adapt the situations which are stressful and being emotionally resilient will not eliminate life difficulties, but what it will do is it will allow you, or it will make you, or it will take you to the situation where you can tackle those problems, or tackle those challenges, or you will first start accepting those problems, and then you start tackling them and live through the diverse adversity, and you move on with your life. That's what is emotional resilience is all about, right? So we need to understand it, that if we need to be resilient, emotionally resilient, then that is the one thing is very sure, that difficulties are going to come. We need to accept that, and we have to bounce back, and the sooner we bounce back, the more beautiful it will be. Now I'll take an example of Mr. A. What is Mr. A? Mr. A is a computer engineer. What does he do? He's a dependable worker. He's a loving husband. He's a great manager. He focuses on his work and bring results. He learns from his mistakes. He is absolutely absolutely on time, never procrastinates, and he's happy whatever he has achieved till now. So we can say he is emotionally resilient person, right? Now, if this makes some sense, then I would like to take it forward and talk to you about the elements of emotional resilience. Now, emotional resilience has three aspects. One is physical elements. Physical elements, your how powerful you are as far as your physical strength is concerned, your strength, your energy, your vitality, and stuff like that. And the second is your mental or psychological elements, right? What do you mean? That how you perceive yourself, how do you see yourself, right? How do you express yourself? What's your self-confidence? And the third is the social elements. The social element is what? Your interpersonal skills, your relationship building skills, right? Your interpersonal skills comes to in area of work, your daily life, your family life, your parents, your kids, or whatever, you know. So how you are coping up with that, right? So there are three basic elements of emotional resilience, right? This needs to be understood very well. Now, now we talk about building emotional resilience. Since my topic is that how we have to build emotional resilience, since time is a little less, I am straight away coming to that point. How we can build emotional resilience, and that is, let me have, there are some responses on the chat box. Right, great. First, we need to build self-acceptance. To build the emotional resilience, number one thing is that we need to build self-acceptance first, right? As I said earlier, how do you perceive yourself? How do you see yourself, right? You stand in front of your mirror and you find out about yourself, what is your personality, right? Improving on the second thing is improving on the stress management strategies. Yes, right, where a lot of stress in our daily life, we cope up a lot of things at the same time, we do a lot of things, the life throws challenges, daily challenges we have in our work life, family life, or whatever life you say, you know. And then building self-esteem. To build emotional resilience, we need to build self-esteem first. And when we build the self-esteem, we will also build at the same time mindful and focused. We have to be mindful and focused on the present. We have to be on the present, neither in the past nor in the future. As they say, that past is history, future is mystery, right? And how do you express your emotions? How do you express your emotions? You know, either you react or respond. So it's also depends that how you build your emotional resilience. So one needs to understand and one needs to know that expressing your emotion is a wise manner is also very, very important in order to build emotional resilience, right? So as I said, respond, not react. So if you do these things, you will feel, or you will definitely feel, the change in your maybe the way you perceive things, the way you react on certain situations, the way you handle your emotions. It will start giving you some kind of an insight when you are starting to be aware on these areas in terms of building emotional resilience, right? So going ahead with the further, we need 5 components. In fact, we have 5 components of emotional resilience. And what are they? Let us understand that. Number one is your social competence. And what is a social competence? Social competence is your ability to stand out among others and urge to win a situation. How competent you are socially, you know, how you behave as a social animal. You know, a man is a social animal, right? So how you have to stand yourself out, and you have to do things socially. How you, what is your skills, what are your social skills, right? These days we talk about a lot of social skills in kids and stuff like that. So whether we have in that social competence we have or not, right? So that's the number one components of emotional resilience. Number two is your problem solving. The number two component is a problem solving. How you handle your situation of any particular challenge, right? It is the ability, it is your ability to focus on solutions and proactively working on them, right? You have a challenge, you are focusing on solutions rather than the problem itself. So if you are focusing on solutions and you are doing it proactively, that takes you to your problem solving component of emotional resilience. Number three comes is your autonomy, right? The motivation, or maybe the desire to exercise your freedom and ask for it when it is required, right? And you want to break free. you want to be in that mode of your mind, right? So that is another a very very important component of your emotional resilience. When you talk about emotional resilience, you talk about autonomy also. And number four is forgiveness. The inner power, the forgiveness is what? The inner power to let go of something. You have developed that kind of an attitude that you can let go of something and move on in your life from there. You are not stuck up in your life. If somebody has hurt you, or if somebody has tried to harm you, or has somewhere or the other has negative impact on you, you are not stuck on that particular point and moving round and round. You are actually going ahead out of it. And when you do come in the mode of forgiveness, that is your another component, very important component of emotional resilience, right? And number five is your empathy, the strength to feel others, and often we say I am right, but we usually miss. What we miss is we don't listen to others point of view. So when we are in a situation, or we come in a situation where we are look in from others point of view also, so that is also a part of your emotional resilience, and it will build your the process will build your emotional resilience. But there is a sixth component. Can anybody tell what is the sixth component of emotional resilience? Anything in a layman's language? Anything, any responses? What, apart from these five component of emotional resilience, there is a sixth component which is of emotional resilience as well. Can somebody?
Gratitude. Not to be hurt by emotions.
Pritam ji, what did you say?
Not to be hurt by emotions.
Not to be hurt by emotions. Okay, we're very close. इससे पहले आपने क्या कहा था? What did you say earlier?
Gratitude.
You are bang on right. Pritam ji, you made it.
Yes.
Right. It's going to come right now. Yes, the sixth component is gratitude. Absolutely. 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 This is wonderful. So wonderful. Gratitude builds emotional resilience. We have been talking about gratitude in the morning also in our sessions earlier with the Dr. Preeti. So gratitude builds your emotional resilience. Yes. By what? Because we see the positive. We starts when we practice gratitude, we come in the area of gratitude, we learn the gratitude practices, we start seeing the positive things in life, right? And we are fighting the negativity. We are rebuilding our thought process, which is our negative thought process is taking us to optimistic thought process, right? So perception is changing, right? So that's the most important, which we always forget, most of the time forget, that in spite of all these five emotional resilient component, this is the most important tool, which is very important in today's circumstances as well as universally, right? And then staying grounded and accepting the present situation. I've talked about it earlier, that future is mystery, your past is future is history, past is mystery. So being in present is also very important. And when we practice gratitude, we are accepting our present situation first of all, and we are trying to build on from there, right? So accepting that in that present situation. And further is, you are able to identify and you are focusing only on solutions. We are not focusing on problems. We are focusing more on solutions when you are in gratitude, when you are learn the practice, when you do learn from the practices and you do implement those in your daily lives, right? So we have to be focused on solutions rather than the problems, and gratitude will take it from there. Gratitude also helps us in maintaining good health. Is it making sense? Because when we talk about gratitude, there are certain changes happens in the brain, right? As Mr. Arora also showed in the morning session, right? Oxytocin or serotonin, right? So this gratitude increases your happy hormones, right? And when it is happening, it is taking you to the next level altogether. You are experiencing yourself in a much better state of mind and in a much enlightened way, and you are having sustained relationship, and you start appreciating people, right? So these are the components which and sixth component, gratitude takes the center stage of emotional resilience. So if one has to increase, or one has to bounce back, or one has to build the emotional resilience, he has to come in the mode of gratitude, or practice gratitude, practice thankfulness, and stuff like that, right? Let's see what's it's there. So I'm sharing some simple exercises for practicing, for especially for building emotional resilience. Is Number one is your meditation and breath control. You all can very well resonate with these. We have been doing meditation, and we are doing breath control exercises also. You know, so this is number one tool, number one practice, which when if we do it, it'll happen. It'll happen in your life. The results are going to come. The miracles are going to happen. Second is make a gratitude list. It's very important. What you are grateful for. You have to write down. You have to write down. You have to make a list. You have to make a deliberate list. You have to make a habit of making a list of your gratitude, what you are grateful for. And once you are through with the gratitude list, you can, next thing is you can have gratitude notes. By I mean to say, by gratitude notes, you start sending thank you notes to people, or in your life, who have contributed in your life in any good way, right? So gratitude list and then gratitude notes. And this particular thing, I call it time travel meditation, right? Where you focus, you come in that meditative. This is a kind of process. We can always talk it later. And this is a process where you go to your past. You go to your past, and you focus on your present, and you compare your past with your present. I am more than 100% sure that your present will be much better than your past. Am I making sense? Right. So if you do that, these simple exercises, not much time it is required, but only thing you have to be in that habit. You have to come in that habit of practicing these exercises, and I'm very sure that your emotional resilience will start building up. And I'm talking here about your gratitude journal. The gratitude journal, you are and people ask me, then how you keep your gratitude journal. There is no rocket science behind it. Even though there's no rocket science behind it, you can plan it. And as if you plan your day, your week, your months, your activities, you can plan your gratitude journal, right? You can plan it like that, where you can write things have that many people don't know. And you keep it weekly, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, like that. You can click a picture of this also, and you start doing that. And 5 goals that I accomplished this week, you write it. And if you start writing your 5 goals that you have accomplished, one goal at a day, you know kind of, then it is going to make some kind of a sense to you, right? And 5 people who made me happy this week, right? You need to identify those 5 people, And when you try to identify 5 people, I'm very sure you will have more than five.
Sandeep
Right. And to your family, you have to give the reason also why you're grateful for your family. You have to bring your family, friends out here, and you have to write grateful notes in your gratitude journal. And 5 good things that have happened to me this week. So their magic number is 5. Remember, the magic number is 5, and the this particular 5 number will take you to maybe your higher self, and altogether miracle. And you can write a note to self also. So this is the kind of gratitude journal you can make, and you can start practicing gratitude for building emotional resilience. And recently, I'm why I'm being very
Sandeep, we're running
particular.
out of time. I would
I'm
request you
just
to
this
wrap
is
up.
my last slide. This is my last slide.
Okay.
And we have just just gone through this 21 day activity of gratitude challenge, and people have got the results. So I would request you, I would appeal to you to take this activity of 21-day gratitude challenge. If you're looking for, particularly in this session, I've talked about emotional resilience. If you are trying to bounce back from your circumstances, this is you must opt for it, right? We have very good data on this, and which we can share later on one-to-one basis. So from here, this is all for me, and you can connect to me. My number is here, my email is given here. I can just share it with you, babetteryou.in@gmail.com. You can always get in touch with me.
Thank you, Sanjay ji,
Thank you
for
so
that
much.
wonderful presentation. I'm sure we all have a great takeaway there. And I would request you to also put your details in the chat box so that
I'll do that.
people can connect with you better.
I'll do that. Thank you so much for the time, Ritu.
Thank you. Up next, we have with us Mona ji. Mona ji Sanjay, may I request you to please come up so that we can hear you? Mona ji, she is a spiritual and mind healer, and she's going to talk about liberation of self today. So, can we please welcome Mona ji here, please? Yeah, yeah. Can you please unmute yourself? You're not able to? Okay, let me. You got it? Okay, cool.
All right. Thank you very much, Ritu Sara.
Very warm
Okay.
welcome, Mona ji.
Namaste to everyone gathered here. And my name is Mona Sanjay. I'm a spiritual awakening guide and healer, mind counselor, and a soul worker. To begin with, I would like to thank Mavin Spiritual Festival organizers, admins, and the whole team for their effort and support executed with love, kindness, and for this wonderful platform to share with all beautiful souls over here. I warmly welcome with love all the esteemed speakers and my audience here, and of course, my registered guests. I've been in this path for almost 12 years, to serving many people from all walks of life. I've led and guided people to receive clarity and determination, helping them to move on in the right path of their life. Through the intervention of the divine, I've been able to, with much confidence and truth, show people what is life all about, and in the truest of the spiritual sense and form, and that how they can go on within to heal and be renewed completely in every possible way, to make peace within themselves and move on with acceptance and joy, letting go of what they don't deserve or serve. Any process of transformation in spiritual life begins with openness and seeking to find the answers from within, and eventually will be guided to the source. And so here I am to be going to take my class label called Liberation of the Self. The first segment would be about self to higher self. The second segment would be about karma and karmic debts. The third segment finally would be about Atma to the Paramatma. So as we begin, I invite the divine ascended masters, spiritual masters and spirit guides and angels to be present here towards each one of you, to listen and to seek the truth, your path, and your journey in this reincarnation. Taking this valuable moment, I would like to say also, we all have our own perspectives, and I do respect each one of you having been raised in your mind. All I ask is please do keep your mind and heart open to let the divine's thoughts flow into receive into you. So I will begin with self. Although many speakers before me have spoken much, I am here just to give a bit more deeper understanding to this segment over here. Self is when we speak of self, many of us already know what and who is self. Apart from that, spiritually, self is something that rules us through the ego. Above every emotion, ego takes the front line in our thoughts, actions, words, deeds, and both the mind worlds, conscious and subconscious mind. Ego disguises itself in a very manipulative and deceptive way. While many of us will not be aware of this disguised fact, and hence we may label it another emotion name. Ego stands as a huge hindrance to spiritual growth and inner work, including the earthly life. The self, ego, creates chaos in your life by leading you to think unhealthy ways, setting unhealthy boundaries, and leading unhealthy lifestyle. This is your human form. This is my human form, the self. All that concerns with the self, that is pride, vanity, conceit, vainglory, and that I, self image that is created through filters of truth or imagination. Ego's main tool is to judge, passing judgments, judging ourselves and others around us. Judging is more than about the judger than the one being judged. So we have created the self, a proper human form self. I come to the higher self now. Easy to know and understand the higher self for many of us here, but to attain it, to evolve to that dimension, requires all of your hard effort of patience and perseverance, and that needs constant consciousness and reflection within yourself. In simple words, the higher self is none other than you in the best version of yourself. It is much possible when we remove the words of I can't and I don't have the power. All that dwells self is ruling on you. Your higher self will not dwell upon. The higher self is your perfect you who needs to shed and release all the above that I have mentioned on the self part completely. And your higher self is born within you, replacing the self. This means that you will live on planet Earth being your higher self only. To attain your higher self state, there are many proven processes for all mankind. One of the most powerful and known one, the process is the dark nights of the soul. This intense process will help you shed the self within. It will rip away all the filters of deception and conceit, the mask that the self carries all the way through. As this process ends, you will notice that, we will notice that in our thoughts, words, actions, attitude, deeds, what you see, what you think, you judge, you respond, you listen, you show, you exhibit with yourself and with every being around won't be are taken away, but taken only by the higher self. You will make peace with you and your surroundings. You will realize that everything dwells and lives on only one frequency, the divine's frequency, and that frequency is purely love. That's your higher state of self. Coming to our next segment, it's karma to karmic debts. Karma can be explained or learned through the holy scriptures and books. Yet to understand in layman's language and implement it is what we are in the human form we need. So I'm just putting it across in a layman's words. Karma, as some of us know the meaning, yet I take this valuable platform to shed much clarity on it. Karma is an action, it's a deed, an exhibit of your emotions and thoughts manifested through action. I won't know how many of you will believe or know that this karma follows us in every reincarnation of ours on planet Earth, in every form and being. Eventually, we all will figure this out. on time and in time. I would like to say with much divine truth that karma is real and it follows us until we finish the actions which was started on our own in many previous reincarnations, or rather, infinite births. Karma will return to our lives each time we send it away with the earthly emotion: anger, bitterness, hatred, jealousy, grudge, vengeance, and any of that feeling that leaves a bad taste in your mouth and then takes place as a bad memory in your mind. Karma truly exists in our words, thoughts, actions, and deeds. It takes shape as we speak, as we wish, as we spell, repeatedly, and manifests on that emotion until we realize, until we choose pushing ourselves to say goodbye with love and light and peace. I've noticed and how come across many people, especially in families who ask, why do I have such parents? Why do I have such siblings? And why am I alone in my family? Why do I feel loneliness? Well, the truth is, you asked for it. We asked for it. I asked for it. Although I know it is hard to believe, but yes, this is the truth. We choose our family, we choose our country, we choose our color, we choose the place we are right now, and we choose the level of difficulties that we are in right now. Truth is that before we take another reincarnation, we choose what chronic illness or disability we are going to be born with. Why we begin to have a sense of awareness when we do, why we have this physical issue, illness or disease or disability. That's the question we should have to have a deeper understanding of karma and what we have done in our previous birth to bring this to this reincarnation. I would like to share an anecdote here. Imagine that in this reincarnation, I am born in a middle class family with a single parent, struggling for livelihood and coping up with siblings who depend upon me as I'm the eldest. Living this kind of life filled with sufferings and poverty. At one point and stage in life, I start wishing these sentences. Wish I was born in a rich family with both the parents to take care of me. Wish I was the youngest and carefree from all these responsibilities. Now, this repeated wishes in the form of words uttered from my mind and mouth will take shape and manifest big time. When I have wished for all the above, and then in my next reincarnation, I will be born in a rich family, being the youngest of the children. I will have both my parents. And then my previous life spoken words wishes have come true. But I missed something while wishing here. I never knew for the fact that what I wished for will come in the form of my pending karma. And so I land up here in a family loaded with money because I asked for it, and my parents have come together. The form is as such that its karma will take shape and form through other humankind whom we wish for in our lives. Coming back to my story, my parents will have chaos in their relationship. There will be no harmony, no love, no affection, no togetherness, and they will be anything but a peaceful, loving family. And being born youngest in the family, as per my wish in my previous birth, I will find that my other siblings are also with me, but they are going through their own karma. We don't connect well or have any other sibling connection relationship. Here I do have what I wished for, and yet neither happy nor contented at all. And so I continue with this life and what it gives. Having loads of money that I desired for, I begin to create new karma with that money again, unknowingly. Hence, it is sensible and healthy to understand the karma we create for ourselves and in connection with others whom we meet or share our lives with. An old age saying, be careful what you wish for. Karma is for real and is a divine way to help us return home, the source, the soul we were and we are. Those actions were started by us and by us only. Neither God nor any supreme power has a say or do in this. Trust me, They have nothing to do with what we create in our lives because we are the creators of our own. We are given free will. The choice is ours. And that free will also carries a price to be paid. We pay for the free will we choose. We need to undo what we have created in all negative ways to oneself and to all others around. The pending karmas will stay until we choose to resolve it through love, light, and peace. And then they will leave. I choose to mention here that karma has no quick fix, method, or shortcut route to undo. I will move on to karmic debts. One can choose, here again I mention choices, to resolve their karma in their life or postpone it to another. When you choose another, the baggage grows and piles up in double folds as we are already creating karma in this reincarnation of ours. Being wise, implementing the action of the karmic debts is a set free for the mind and present life. No humankind will want or desire to have repeated traumas, cycles, patterns, and blockages in any form. Once you are conscious or made aware of this beautiful truth, you can walk towards making peace with it. I assure you of this divine truth. You will be liberated. We will be liberated. All the souls that are tied up will be liberated. We will find peace and love no matter how our surroundings are going to be chaotic, for that matter, even the world. Acceptance is the key word here. Once one can choose to pay off their karma by performing karma seva or dharma seva. These two are performed purely on a human platform. And then we have sadhana and kriya yoga. And these two work through ascended masters and higher self guidance. I urge you to understand your karma and how to go about finishing your karmic debt. Eventually, this will be a journey of what we all started. I'm moving on to my last segment, Atma to Paramatma, the soul to the Supreme Soul, the connection. Each one of us present here will surely have a pretty good idea about Atma, the soul within you, and many around will know the heart and mind functions. Our consciousness, subconscious, and unconscious mind, and of course, a body. We all work and think from these functional systems, but let's rarely understand or try to what the soul is all about. The soul is the source and essence of your entire being. No matter how many previous lives or reincarnations one will take, the form will change, but the soul stays intact. Is the basic root of your physical form on Mother Gaia, Mahabhumi. In simple words, a mannequin placed in clothing store. The mannequin remains the stain, aka the root, our soul. And when it keeps donning different clothing, our physical form in different avatars and names on it from time to time. Now, the Atma's role in the body. The Atma's role is to keep upgrading and transforming, evolving to dimensions and timelines, and then being the soul that came from the source. Each Atma carries much, much soul memory. Your soul memory will have ancestral patterns, family traumatic cycles, ancestral negative energies in the form of curses. At times, they will manifest on your body in a physical illness issue matter. While I say above all of these, let me also get to the amazing blessings of the soul memory too. The spiritual gifts, talents, skills, earthly gifts, kindness, leadership qualities, courage, boldness, empathetic, and above everything, being an epitome of understanding about humanity, the love for one another. Quoting again, some of you would have heard your friends or families or even strangers say, you have a very pure and a good heart. You're over too nice. You don't seem to be a human. Those are these qualities and virtues are brought down from age to age through your soul memory. It remains as a soul memory for you to understand that you have gained and earned them through many lessons and trying times in your previous lives, previous births. Souls have soul age. According to the Hindu scripture, each soul has 84 lakh reincarnations. When I am an old soul, the soul ages can be baby souls, infant souls, young souls, mature souls, old souls, and elder souls. And so, when many of you feel that you have a lot to achieve in the earthly form and life, you can call yourself a soul name apart from an old or mature soul. Elder souls are connected to everything, attached to nothing. As I say this, once we do some reflection, and each one of you will have a clarity of which soul you are and your soul calling in this physical life. When we don't give attention or wake up to them that surfacing in our minds, is when we should realize that we are delaying the process of transformation to spiritual awakening we are called for. Each one of us should go through every phase of life with more than a pinch of spirituality sprinkled in it. Spirituality is the essence of a physical life on earth. Spirituality fills you with endurance, patience, and perseverance to move on with courage and willpower. Without spirituality, we are mere clay pots. Spirituality is already a seed within us that gives life to one's heart and soul. We keep watering it through our favorite loved gods, ascended masters, spiritual masters, spirit guides, angels, and all of the above, the cosmic. As it begins to sprout, all of the above cosmic energies will connect with you to guide you and to lead you to the divine path that's already chosen by your soul. When you awaken to this beautiful, awesome truth, all that is left for you is to accomplish, to gain your soul back. The Paramatma. Gaining your Atma back is the process connecting to the Paramatma, the Supreme Soul, from your soul. The Paramatma meaning differs to each one of us, which absolutely has to be respected, honored, and accepted. Each one of us have chosen and designed ourselves to like and worship God in our own manner and ways. That's perfect to say. And as for me, I have chosen to connect through the intense spirituality path of love and light, guided by ascended masters to the Paramatma, the Supreme Soul. Through the divine's intervention, I have come to know and learned about spirituality in a couple of ways. One is how we are taught, and the other is how we seek and find for ourselves. I have chosen the latter. When we choose the latter path, we break the boundaries of the programmed society and systems and dwell into that rabbit hole, which eventually leads us to the shining light of the universe within ourselves. We break the limitations. We overcome fear of all sorts that's imbibed into us. We shift from all of that wasn't there in the first place, but programmed. We shed, we repair within. We break traditions and ancestors' patterns. We let go of everything that's clinging to us, hence we can be of that we were made, the Atma, the soul. And then the process of connecting to the Paramatma begins. As each one of you step into this transition, you will be able to clearly see for yourself the connection between the two souls. And you are ready to walk the path of your soul journey. You're ready to do your soul work. And now that you have shed your physical form, at this junction, you will probably be reaching the almost end of your reincarnation life. You will reach that dimension and frequency that's purely through the divine only. Now, that's the dimension that will liberate us through and through. I quote here, just as C.S. Lewis said, I'm not the body, I'm not the mind, I'm just purely the soul, and only the soul. Please note, as I want to mention this to my audience, the process of attaining your higher self, shedding karma, and connecting with the Paramatma is a process that integrates completely with one another. We can never leave out one process and attain the another. And if you choose to do so, please do remember that there will always be a void and a missing link to connect with each other. Now that we are at the end of our session, I take leave by saying these few words humbly, reaching out to each soul present here. I do believe that each one of us receives soul messages from the divine. Please do take time to sit, listen, reflect within. By awakening spirituality, we help ourselves and many souls around. We all are one. Just that by taking this physical self and avatars, we have forgotten our true identity. We were united and we will unite again in love and light, dwelling in the collective consciousness of harmony and the oneness. Post this festival, I'm available to take up guidance and coaching sessions towards the path of liberation of the self. The number of sessions needed to grow within oneself will be guided through the intervention of the divine and by the way my client grows and transforms. Whoever was guided by the universe and called for, please do approach Mavin organizers and we shall take it forward. I include all three segments in this path along with guidance of each step of your path and journey. I mentioned also that I'm a family counselor. There are no boundaries or limitations. And for that, even there is no box at all. We have created each and everything that sits on our mind and rules us. Being the creator of our reincarnated lines, let's move towards mastering and leading it back to the Supreme Soul, the Source. I take this moment to thank everyone and with a grateful heart present here for your precious time spent to listen, sending much love and light of the divine to each one of you. I say bye with a beautiful quote. I'm sure you will be able to understand the depth into this. Man is God asleep, and God is man awakened.
Awesome, awesome, Mona ji. I mean, I can't thank you enough. I really want to, let this continue, but then we have, time limitations. So, may I request you also to be around if you are around at the time of break, and some of us would like to catch up with you in case there are a lot of questions popping up in the chat box, but I can't ask you right now. So, is that okay with you?
Perfect. I'm right here. I'm right here.
Thank you so much.
And Ritu, Sarah, you're doing an awesome job. I see the beautiful soul within you. I have chosen to see only souls, not bodies, not mind, not spirit. So I see only love and light and soul. Thank you for you being used for a beautiful purpose. So you're beautiful. Thanks for hosting each one of us. Thanks for your patience and support.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's actually what Shabana and Khushbu are doing. So I'm just a, vehicle there again.
every drop of a sand creates the ocean. It needs a drop of water or anything. We all form the beautiful puzzle. So what you're doing is huge.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll see you around at 5:30. Huh? Tea break time.
Sure.
Thank you. So,
Thank you very much.
my dear friends, next up we have Miss Anne Jones, author, healer, and teacher from UK. She was there with us in the morning for a panel discussion. Right now, she'll be speaking to us on working with symbols and the energies of love and light to heal. Miss Anne, can we have you on, please?
I am.
Okay, great, awesome. Welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the patience. I'm sorry we overstretched.
No problem. No problem at all.
It was a wonderful talk, yeah. So we could not press in between and say.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. So, welcome everybody. My name's Anne Jones. I'm a spiritual teacher, healer, and author. And I've written 9 books now. I've been around a long time. I've been actually doing the healing for 25 years, just about exactly 25 years. So what I want to share today is a little bit of my journey and how I got to where I have, in such as much as some of the experiences you can perhaps share for your own lives. And I'm going to introduce you to a language that I was given, a language of symbols. And this language gets through all our self-doubt, all our own fears, and allows us to spread the beauty of love and light to others, and also to use it for ourselves, which is really important. But before I start, I'd like to thank the Mavin team. They've been amazing. I came in very late on this, and they've been amazing getting in touch with me, managing the technology. It's exciting. I've been to India several times to give talks at conferences and spiritual events, and you know, when I get invited to go to give a talk, I have to get planes and trains and automobiles involved. And this now is wonderful. I can just press a button and I'm with you. And just a miracle. So huge gratitude for that. And I think the messages of gratitude from Sandy and everybody that's mentioned gratitude, I'm so on to that. So big gratitude for all of you. And I have to say big gratitude for the journey that I've been on. I'm very, very lucky. Most people I meet seem to start their spiritual journey with some great trauma, some moment where they're splattered against the wall, like the cartoon cat, you know, those Disney cartoons where the cat's like, oh, like this, and then they fall to the ground, whether it's divorce, whether it's a loss of job, whether it's a loss of health, whatever it is, that seems to be a kickstart for people saying, I don't want to be like this anymore. I want change. And I'm very lucky because I didn't have to actually be splattered against the wall. What happened for me was I was visiting Malaysia, living there with my husband, and he had a posting there. And my life was turned upside down by this change. Had to leave my businesses behind. I was in IT before. I had my own businesses, and I wasn't doing anything spiritual at all other than being myself, which of course the secret is we're always being spiritual. It's just whether how conscious we are of our spirituality. But there we go. That's probably another talk. That's another talk another time. It's interesting introduction. And
Would you like
then
to share your screen, Anne?
sorry?
Would you like to share your screen? You may.
I will be just now. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I will be. So my first introduction to a vibrant spiritual awakening was that I was having a rest on my bed in an afternoon after giving a talk and teaching about computers, and suddenly a voice came to me. And this was a very strong and clear voice. You know, it's inside and outside. And a lot of you have had voices, I'm sure. And it's very potent, and it made me sit up, bolt upright physically. And I asked what was the question, what was coming through. And the message was, isn't it about time you started healing? And then a light dawned and I shivered and whooshed all over me. That lovely technical word, whoosh, but you know what I mean, that energy flowing through you so fast and so joyfully. And I just thought, oh my God, yes. And it was like, now I remember. Now I know why I've always had that feeling there was something else for me to do. And I meet lots of people that come to me for sessions who have that, I know I'm here to do something, but I'm not quite sure what it is. And I always say, if you put your intention out there and you just keep an open mind, you'll get the message. You will definitely get the message at some stage. Let go of the fears and be open to it. And that's what happened to me. And the voice said, start healing. And I always like to query spirit, which is not necessarily the greatest thing to do, I'm sure. But I just said, well, how and what and why? And the answer came, speak to Sally, speak to Sal. And then the phone went down. I sat there thinking, oh my God, this is so exciting. And I only knew one person called Sal. So I went up to her later that day. Fortunately, we were having a gathering and I was at the gathering and so was Sal. And I walked up to her and I said, you'll think I'm totally ridiculous, but I've got to talk to you about healing. Thank you. What going to say? She turned around to me and said, absolutely. I've been waiting for you to come. And afterwards we spoke, and she later, a few months later, she said to me, I thought you were never going to wake up and come. But she said, I was told by my spirit guides that you were going to be woken up and that you would come to me, Sal. And that was the very moment and the very day. And all she said to me was, go and read the books of Betty Shine. Betty Shine was an English healer, a medium. This is 25 years ago. And she had a very, very simple message. And as I read her books, I just got it. Healing is all about love. And we are love. So we can just channel love to people, and that will raise their vibrations, raise them above the their worries, their fears, their anxieties, their infants of the pain, and raise their energies, and then that's how people heal. So I love that simplicity, and that's my message has always been quite simple, and ever since. So what happened then was I started to do meditation, as you do when you start to wake up, and that's when some very exciting things happened for me. So I'm going to now share my screen, if I can do the right. I'm always relieved when the technology works. So, okay, so I have been given some great techniques and gifts to use for myself, for other people, and to share. But first of all, I want to say that everybody can heal. And I know that this great forum here is full of people who heal and give guidance every day. I just want to reiterate the fact that we are all created of light. We're all created of that highest beautiful vibration. Sometimes we forget it because we get damaged while we're here on our earth plane. And I mean damaged in the sense that we get wounded, we get hurt, and we hold on to negative emotions. This becomes quite toxic within us. And if we could always hold that frequency of light and love, which, as the beautiful speaker before showed us, if we work on it, we can get there. But you know, we're just human beings as well. And we are in spirit in human form. And that humanness of us does sometimes hold us back. And when we're stressed and hassled, and when we're frustrated, and when we're feeling guilty, and many of us feel guilty a lot of the time, or grieving and unhappy, it's hard to hold that very high frequency. So what the solution that I've found is that when we want to heal and we want to send love to someone, we channel the healing and light of our higher self and the divine, because we are divine, we connect to our higher self, there is divine energy, but also we can go on beyond that to the spiritual masters of light and those wonderful, wonderful beings in spirit who are there to help us, who do hold this purest energy all of the time. So we can send healing to anybody, to ourselves at any time, and healing being the transformation of those wounds, those hurts, those scars, and turning them into wisdom. And that has been mentioned several times this morning. And I so much agree with that the experiences we have are all our lessons to help us grow and expand ourselves spiritually and be that beautiful being that allows us to radiate happiness and light and joy to everybody who we meet. So to help us on our way, I've been given, in my meditation, I met another guide. The first guide apparently was my grandmother, who I'd never met. The second guide that came into me was a North American Indian. And I was like very rejecting of this, thinking that's a bit too spooky. I don't really want that. And he said, well, I'm here. You're not going to be able to get rid of me. And he said, I've got a symbol for you. So he introduced me to the symbols, and the symbols are a language. Now, there's over 30 of them that have been given to me over the time. They are in language of intention. You know, it's all the fears and worries that we have in us stop us fulfilling that full-on intention. We'd all want to say, oh, I want to be joyful, I want to be at peace, I want to be evolved, and it'll be perfect, just like that. But of course, there are all the fears and doubts within us that stop that happening. So the symbols help us with that. So these symbols only work with positive energies of our intention. So when we are intending to be helping people and helping ourselves, then they work. So they can't be perverted. They've been around since Atlantis. They left Atlantis, that land that destroyed itself through very much the same situations of we're going through now. The people that left, the spirit, priests that left, took the symbols and the knowledge of Atlantis and passed it on to the indigenous peoples all around the world. And they went to South America, North America, the Himalayas, and Egypt. And it was through Egypt that I made the connection in a past life. So in a past life, I used these symbols and then I hid them. And it's only in this lifetime that they're all coming back into my consciousness. And you may, if you were to get to read all of the symbols, come on a course or read one of my books, that you recognize some of these symbols because they have been around for a long time. Now, I thought before I start to share some of these symbols, my intention is to share them with you and then actually do a meditation, healing meditation, so that you can feel them and get experience of the love and the light they bring. So these are the symbols. Now, I've made some cards, painted some cards, and these cards are what you see on the screen, the cards that I've used, oracle cards, to give messages and help to people. And I was in Japan giving a course and had the cards out, and a man came up to me and said, "Do you mind very much if I take some photographs of you and the cards and the symbols?" I said, "Yes, of course you can." He said, "I've got a special camera, and it's not Kirlian photography, but it's something similar that picks up energy." And this was really a great gift for me when he showed me these pictures, because I feel energy. I don't see so much, I feel it. And when I'm healing people, I just pick up their energies and I pick up past lives, I pick up the traumas, and that's really works really well. But it's nothing quite like seeing something to confirm what's happening. So these are the pictures of the cards and the energies that are coming from them. And it's interesting that that an awful lot of the symbols actually end up with a sort of an emphatic dot, and you can see that the light's coming from the dots. Interesting, isn't it? So the symbols, as I say, they're a language. There's over 30 of them. There's symbols for clearing negativity, for clearing fractures, the fractures that we have in our relationships, and fractures, physical fractures, opening and healing the heart. The whole of my journey has been focused around the heart. I had so many spiritual experiences around the heart opening and being shown by angels how the heart works and so on. I haven't got time to share it today, but hopefully another time. So there are symbols to help heal the heart, releasing the attachments, finding peace and harmony. So many of them, but I have time today. This is a picture of me transferring the light to somebody and the energy picked up. Yeah. And what's so amazing, this works through Zoom sessions as well. So you can send this healing, you can use these symbols and send the energies of love and light through you, through your own heart, through your own love, filter it through, sending it with your extra special care and love to your family and friends and people you don't know that need help. Now, before we start any session, I always put protection around us, because you can be interfered with. Again, there's other people's thoughts and things around us. So we take responsibility for ourselves to seal our energy. And this symbol will do it for us. So just simply draw it 3 times. And if you don't draw it exactly right, it doesn't matter. And these symbols can be shared. There's nothing sacred about them. So just draw that and then draw in the intention of putting a shield around you and making strong boundary around your aura and your energy field. Okay, so that's the protection symbol. And this is the healing symbol. And this is the one that I absolutely love because it's so simple. I was teaching this once, and some people in Singapore, and a Muslim lady there said, "Oh my God, we used to use that all the time on our children. Every child was blessed with this symbol." Just amazing. And other people have said, "Oh, I know that symbol, and it's been around a long time." But when you draw the symbol, and you can draw it now, and you hold your hands up, you're very likely to feel something in the palm of your hand, or fingers may tingle. And that means what you've done is you sent out the message by drawing the symbol that you are now a channel for the highest frequencies of love and light. So you can just do that yourself, and you can send it to people. You can put it on photographs. You can put it on their name. You can put it on a person. You can put it on yourself, or from a distance. It works either way. And your intention of where it goes drives the energy to where you want it to be. This symbol is a symbol for raising consciousness. I was given 5 new symbols last year, no, not last year, the year before last, when we were still able to travel. And I was in Florence in Italy, and these came through to me. And this is a lovely one. This symbol is for raising consciousness, which is what we always want to do. And I use it in all my healing sessions just to allow the person to just feel that expansion, that allowance of opening up, raising up, acceptance. Beautiful energies that come through with that. So I know we are short of time, and I'm going to try and cut a little bit short so that I can help you with your schedule. But I'm very happy to receive any questions that you may have. But I'm going to lead you now through a meditation, and then I'd like to introduce you to a course that I'm giving, which I'm doing online so people can do it at their own speed, for all the techniques that I've learned over the last 25 years and working with them daily and all around the world. It's a language. I love the fact that our spirituality is a common language, no matter where we are in our life, what we are. It's all the same. We connect. It's beautiful. So if you like now to just relax and drop your shoulders. Breathe in deeply 4 times. And I'm going to lead you through a meditation to allow you to heal whatever you feel needs healing. And that is up to you, because the great thing about healing is not me that does it. It's not God that does it. It's you that's allowing it. Okay. So open up your heart and allow yourself to receive this love. Allow yourself the grace of forgiveness, of love, of upliftment, and inner peace. I surround you with the blue flame of Archangel Michael. I surround myself with the blue flame of Archangel Michael. And I thank Archangel Michael for his protection. And I place you in protection right now. Your energy is sealed right now, right now, right now. I place you in a golden star tetrahedron that spins and spins and spins, creating a golden light body around you that transforms all energies that come back through there. Your thought forms, your thoughts, other people's thoughts, transforming that energy back to light. And I call your energy from wherever it's been, your thought energy from the past, from the present, the worries you have of now, worries about the future, and bring your thought energy back to you now through the golden light. Right now, right now, right now. Connecting you to your higher self and grounding you into the earth to be fully connected to beautiful Gaia, the spirit of our planet. With your heart open wide to receive, I send out my intentions to bring you the light and love that you need at this time for whatever problems you have, physical, emotional, mental, all the problems that you hold, all the hurts, all the pain. Calling in the frequency of light, of love to you right now, right now, right now. filling your mind, filling your heart, filling your soul with love. Feel the energy of love moving through you now. Right now, right now. Whatever hurts is filled with love. Releasing and clearing any karma that is ready to let go. Are you ready to forgive yourself? To learn what the pain and the hurt, what the messages of your karma. And if so, releasing your karma now with the grace of God right now, right now, right now. Healing all heartache, all pain in your heart, and asking you to remember who you are. Remember who you are, this beautiful being of light, of love. Embrace who you are, for you are the light. Accept it now. Right now, right now, accept that you are the light and feel love. Good, good, good. And raise your consciousness to embrace acceptance of yourself and all that is right now. Right now, right now. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you. Are you ready? Come back into the room. Bless you. So, Ritu and your team, there's a course that I'm giving, which is online, and all the symbols are there. I teach everything about the spirit, higher self. I use an attunement. That just means that that energy of the healing symbol is within you all the time. We have meditations. I always lots of meditations, ways of releasing attachments, special effort on heart and relationships. That's a whole module. And looking for the root cause of our problems, finding what's in our lineage, what's in our past life, what's our karma, and healing and releasing and accepting. So this is a online course, so you can book at any time. There is a certificate which goes with submitting case studies. The normal cost is £220, but I'm doing a special price for the Mavin customers today. So if you're interested, then you can use this connection to my, I better put that into the chat box, hadn't I? And the code for your discount is Mavin. So I think I'd let to pass out.
Thank you, and it's beautiful. The symbols that you shared and what you shared with us is very, very powerful, and we're really blessed. You know, Mevin has created such a beautiful opportunity for each of us here, as participants, as learners, as seekers, that we are in this beautiful space. I would request you to kindly put up the details of the program on the chat box. That would allow everyone to copy and also reach out to the link when in the break time or maybe after the sessions are over tomorrow. Thank you once again, and thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you on this platform, and I hope we'll keep this connection on. Thank you. So up next we have I would request the speakers for the panel discussion number 4, um, Sandeep ji, Shri Demla, welcome. Ruchi ji, welcome. The topic of discussion is emotional imprints on your body. May I request Dr. Shabana to please spotlight them and just, yeah. Yes. Who else? Welcome, welcome, Ruchi. Great to have you here. Please unmute. Okay, let me help you with that. Yes, now try. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, great. It was a beautiful session. Thanks, Anne, for this particular session.
Hi, Shri. Welcome.
Hey, Ritu, thank you.
One.
Welcome.
We're just sorting out one glitch, Sandeep ji. 1 second.
Yeah, thank you so much. And hi.
Hi, it's great, great, great to see you.
Same
It's
here.
very, very
Hi.
long time, Shri, that we met after GCF, I guess. Great. Thank you so much. And over to you, Sandeep ji.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ruchi, and thank you, Shri, for being here on the panel. Now, the discussion of what we are trying to come to a point that emotional imprint on your body, right? So what I feel is that when something negative, some negative happening is there, or some traumatic experiences are there, or fearful events are there, so that the memories which we imprint on our mind, we have a brain, it catches up the negative impact, and that remains there, right? And then would like to understand from you that how does it affect the body, right? If we can start with that, with Ruchi, and then Shri, the same question. Would like to respond on that, please.
Thanks, Sandeep. It's a very, very powerful question. So, first of all, welcome everybody who all are there, and thank you for this opportunity. Now, coming back to the question, Sandeep, it's so important because the memories keep haunting. What happens is, why are these memories coming from? Something happened in the past, and they become our emotions, that becomes our experience, and that gets stored as what? As these memories. So
Right.
everything, any such trigger happens now, these memories, what are these memories? So if you look at scientifically, Sandeep, these are neural circuits. So once these neural circuits or pathways are have been laid down, so every time a slightest trigger and the whole drama starts. Okay, so while the thought is in the mind, the emotions are what the body carries. So every time when you have a thought, agar rone ka man kar, if you feel like crying, like if you have a negative thought, that person has done something wrong to me, you're angry, your whole body, you can feel it in your body. So that emotion is right there, all that imprint is there in your body. Now, how to come out of it? Like as you ask, what to do about it? So one of the things that I really see, Sandeep, is to break this. This is possible. It is not that it is set in stone that once a circuit is developed, you can't do anything about it. Surely things can be done, and that is why we have this, this beautiful session. The whole day it's been talking about well-being and transformation, and all that. All these are tools, but something that is one of my favorite when I really feel is to come out of any of such things is to change the body, that is change the physiology, because sometimes thoughts, changing the thought is not in our mind. जब गुस्सा आ रहा होता है ना, you can't just feel love, उस समय नहीं कर सकते, right? So what the easiest thing you can do is change your body, change your physiology, start dancing. So when you're dancing, when you're jumping, when you're laughing, I mean, two emotions can't be there. Like purposely put on maybe the sleaziest or dirtiest or whatever kind of naughtiest or absolutely vibrant music and dance. And the moment you're dancing, the moment your physiology, like whoever is there here, I want people to try this. Can we do that, Ritu? Ritu?
Yes, please.
So can you give me the sharing rights?
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
So I want you to just see whatever you're feeling right now. Just experience what emotion are you there right now in.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'd request Dr. Shabana to give the sharing. I'm not able to do that. So,
Okay.
meanwhile, if you can just create create with the
Can you
entire.
can you share, can you give the sharing rights to Ruchi, please?
Yeah, Ruchi, you can share now.
Thank you.
Okay. So here we go. So can you listen to the music? Can you listen? So I want everybody to dance. जग की कोई रीत न जाने मैं तो बस तेरी हुई दीवानी मिला जो संग तेरा उड़ा पतंग मेरा हवा में होके मलंग छोड़ा है घर बार मेरा मखना मेरे मखना तू ही है संसार मेरा मखना everybody come on get up get to it come on छोड़ा है घर बार मेरा मखना छोड़ा है घर बार मेरा मखना मेरे मखना तू ही है संसार मेरा मखना मेरे मखना ये पागल सा है प्यार मेरा मखना मेरे मखना छोड़ा है घर बार मेरा मखना. So I'm just putting the music down now. Yeah. So can you see how are you feeling? Would anybody
Yeah,
like to share? कुछ
yeah,
लगा any
that's a
emotion
great.
change?
Yes, of course. For me, it changed.
Yeah. So, and I can see more smiling faces. So there is an absolute shift in the energy. So,
Yes.
like whenever you have that kind of a negative emotion, change the energy. So, best
Right.
is dance. Come in
Right.
that higher state of energy. There
Right.
could be other things, like you could go in for something like, gratitude. If the emotion is slightly less negative, start writing gratitude journal or think about it. Close your eyes. So all these things can, or laugh. Like you just need to change your physiology. So controlling your mind is difficult, but changing your physiology is easy. So once you
Absolutely.
crack that code, you'll be able to come out and those positive thoughts will come. And so the cycle will continue
Right.
in a positive
Great.
direction.
That's a very great of you and experiential also. So Shri, what do you think about it? And take it a little forward.
Surely. Thank you so much, Ruchi, for that energetic, beginning to
Thank
the
you.
topic. And very rightly put, like when people experience something which impacts them emotionally, it not just only goes into the mind, it actually goes to the entire neurology, it goes to the body. And, even science have started to begin to, acknowledge that every cell of a body has its own intelligence, every cell of the body has its own memory, and
Right.
it gets stored in the memory of the body. And not
Right.
just that, we have these energetic bodies as well around us. And I have had experience of being a hypnotherapy, past life regression therapist, and all that. And I've actually seen that, incidences that happens in the childhood or even past lives of people, they are impacting the current life, situations of people, be it financial situation, health situation, or relationship situation. And I personally, started all this. I was a financial consultant, totally a logical person. I thought all these are just, magical stuff, not for me. And yet, I had certain diseases. I got into it as a client. And when I saw my diseases just vanish, just like that, just after a few sessions, I was inquisitive about it. I was like, hey, how did this guy do it? Because I was very skeptical, I'll be honest. So that's what happens with people, when we release it at the energy level, when we release it not just from the mind, but from the energy of the cells of the body,
Right.
we start seeing the results in real life. And I always tell people that it may never make a logical sense, yet results speak by itself. People who were having a disease, they don't have a disease anymore. People who had a financial issue, they don't have a financial issue anymore. And that's what people require. People want to live a fulfilling and phenomenal life. And don't, like, nobody wants to settle for less these days, and we shouldn't. We are born on the planet to experience this beautiful planet and everything this planet has to offer to us. And yet, situations, they impact us. And a lot of time we hold on to it, and that keeps increasing the energy of that, which affects not just the body, the mind, the entire being of a person over a
Right.
period of time.
Right.
So that's how this work. There are a few things that I have personally seen. Like I have personally, as a client, tried so many modalities, and then I started seeing results in my life. I have not seen anything like Access Consciousness bars yet, which is so potent, which just releases this, like you just feel like a new person right after a session. And one technique which I can just share with people quickly that gives marvelous results is the Ho'oponopono technique. Like, it's my
Absolutely.
favorite. I
Yeah.
have seen my life transforming like magic. I have seen so many people's life transforming like magic. And it's so easy, like you don't have to go for a session, being in your house. And, like this entire COVID situation, I was at my place, we couldn't go out of the house and all that situation. Yet online, I was talking to people about, I was teaching them about angels and about Ho'oponopono, and I have got hundreds of people sending me messages that their life has changed beside the situation in the world, beside the fact that whatever is happening in the world, they are making more money, they are getting better, for physical like health and all that stuff. So let me quickly share that. All you've got to do is on a piece of paper, like this is how I do it. I don't know technically how it is, but it's very simple. On a piece of paper, one thing what you do is anything that is bothering you, any emotion that is bothering you, any situation, any person that is bothering you, just dump it on a paper. I call it dump it on the paper because जैसा like आपके mind में आ रहा है ना, the way you are thinking, like even if you want to abuse a person, write it on the paper. Don't let it be inside, because
Great.
only it will stay in your body if it is inside. Put it on a paper, just put all of that, and then tear that paper into small small pieces. It's a therapy. While you're tearing it, you're actually breaking that energy of that entire emotion, and then burn it, you know and then let the ashes of that flow into the body. So what you're doing is you are using all the five elements. You're using the earth with the paper, you're using your own energy and intention, you're using fire, you're using water, and the air is there. That's why the fire is burnt. So you're using all the five elements to release the energy blockages. And I have seen karmic things releasing with this one simple yet very, very powerful and potent technique.
Great. Great technique you have mentioned, and I think that people will get a lot of benefit out of it, and really makes sense, right? And I know only thing is we need to be aware of it in terms of that how and where it needs to be used, right? And how in what situations we need to exercise that, right? Great, great.
I'll
Yeah.
just add one small thing, because I would like you all, whoever is watching this right now, from tonight, before you sleep at night, on that piece of paper, write all your emotion, and also start writing names of the people that you ever had a grudge with, you are feeling bad about, whoever hurted you. Start writing their names on the piece of paper. I tell you, I have people who started with writing 4 5 pages, and gradually, literally, and gradually the number of names reduced so much. They actually started feeling okay about a lot of people. Gradually there were 3 4 people, and then sooner there will be time where there will be no names maybe, but this will actually help you to release a lot of energy and a lot of that charge that you have about the people.
All right,
And
great. One question which I'm seeing right now is how to use water in it. So can you just briefly
So,
tell
sure.
them about it?
So when you write everything that is hurting you, all the people who are hurting you, situations you would like to change, everything that is there in your life that you would not like it to be there, write it on a piece of paper, and then tear that paper, and then burn that paper. Like just take it near the stove. Just be careful, right? And like the way I do it, I just take a steel bowl, and then I burn those papers into that steel bowl so that all the ashes stay in that, and then I take it to the sink and I let that flow. So water is there to flow the ashes into the sink, and then it just flows out of your life. That's how
Great.
this entire technique works.
Great, great insight, great insight. My next question, since time is running out, so I'll be little shortening the question. Uh, as you have mentioned about the emotions and also, so what these emotional imprints, what we say, can we call it a belief also? it's a question to both of you. Can it be a set kind of a belief or our old patterns? It's a
Absolutely, Sandeep. These are our beliefs, and they come from your environment as you're growing up. And as she said, it could be past life also. Who knows? So anywhere it is coming, and as they're being carrying forward, anything that is repeated over and over again becomes a habit. It becomes a
right.
belief, and everybody has their own beliefs. And the whole idea is like, whether it be changing your physiology or whether it is
Right.
writing, as she mentioned, a beautiful simple technique,
Right.
all of them are to get rid of this. And
Right.
another very simple thing that I would like to share is visualization.
Hmm.
And it is so powerful. I would like to share here that I read about it in a book called, and it's like with a sip cafe is the name. So what do you mean by visualization? Sip, S stands for using your senses. Use
Right.
all your senses when you're closing. You
Right.
feel it, you smell it, you hear
Hmm.
it. And can I go ahead, Sandeep, or are we short of time?
We are running short of time, but if it is possible, briefly we can.
Okay, so I'll quickly finish this, like, because it's a very powerful technique, visualization. So, and always this remembers. So, one is that, senses, using the senses. And what is visualization? I stands for imagining. Just imagine, like a daydreaming. Just imagine. P stands for positive. Remember to have only positive. ऐसा नहीं है कि you're being punched by a balloon and then you want to, that is a mistake when I used to do. I used to always have become a victim and then come out of it like a heroine. And then I saw that was actually what's happening in my life. First, I used to create a breakdown deliberately and then come out and say, oh, wow, I did it. So just forget, eliminate the negative, be positive, like that kind of a thing. Okay. And then after that comes the C, add colors to it, have beautiful colors. Why is visualizing? Try, and even you could imagine something like a pink elephant, something like really vague, create imagination. And A stands for affirmation, like you're
Right.
affirming positively. Oh wow, my wealth is abundance, universe is abundance and blessing me, infinite money is flowing to me, or I have beautiful relationships. And have
Right.
fun. F stands for fun. Have fun doing it, like really enjoy. And E stands for emotion. Be humorous, and you have those positive emotions. So utilize these components while visualizing, and the results will be magical. Thank you,
Great.
sir.
Great. One last question, and then we will sum it up. The question is that why it happens that we always attract the negative emotions more than the positive ones. Why it is difficult?
I think what is happening is we have an environment where it is prevailing. Like we have a reality where, we grow up, we see people around us talking negative most of the time. And also, very quickly, we learn that if we are sad, we will attract attention, we will attract people to give sympathy to us, we will attract people to do things for us. But somehow, this reality is designed in a way that being happy is only allowed to a certain level. We all
Right.
grew up listening to things like "Don't cry too much, you will have to don't laugh too much, you may have to cry." So or we were laughing too much as a kid and then we were scolded by parents, like, hey, what's happening, why are you so laughing so much? So very soon we all, it all gets into our system that only to this extent it's okay to be happy. Over that we get scolded, over that we get taunted, over that people just point it out to us, people may notice us and all that. So we just allow ourselves to be happy only to a certain level. And then when we start vibrating at that frequency to fit into this reality, we start also attracting what we are vibrating at. So it just kind of becomes a ripple effect where we learn when we come, oh, okay, like, just look at it. If you find somebody who's always so happy, who's dancing and smiling for no reason, people are like, hey, what drug are you on these days? Are you taking some nasha? Are you
Right.
doing some drugs? What is wrong with you? But if
Right.
somebody is sad, people will go and say, hey, what's happened? Can I help you for something? What can I do for you? So,
Right.
very quickly we learn that, this is the right way. Being sad is the right way and being happy is a wrong thing. So we don't allow ourselves to be happy here in this reality. So
One
that
request is, I'm loving this discussion. I have a request that if the speakers can stay, I would like to actually pull in Monaji as well. And may I request all the participants to give me a thumbs up in case you wish to have your tea alongside. And we continue with loads of discussions. Is that
That's
good?
great. That's
So
great, Ritu. That's a great
give a
idea.
yes in the chat box quickly,
That's a great idea. That's a
so we
great.
know. Yeah, संदीप जी मैंने आपसे तो पूछा ही नहीं.
कोई बात नहीं.
I knew you are a yes. You're a big yes.
Yes, of course.
Yes. He's always in for all this.
Yes.
Yeah, so many yeses. So let's continue. And Monaji is also here. So I'll just
Great to have you, Meena. Great.
we had lots of questions flowing in for Monaji at that point in time. I could not take it up. And this is a wonderful opportunity. How can we miss it?
Right, sure.
Anne is here. No, Anne is left. And he's left.
Anne
Okay,
is not
and she's left.
visible.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yes, Sandeep ji, we can all continue our fruitful discussions. And we have time, another 10 to 12 minutes. And after that, we really would take a break of 5 minutes so that
Yes.
we can really pick ourselves and, straighten ourselves and come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So great. So continue the discussion since Monaji is also there. So I would like to, since you are listening, Monaji, our discussions and what we have been discussing. So your take on that. What do you think about it? And let's listen from you.
Okay, again, once more, a round of namaste. Thank you, Sandeep ji. Just as Shri Demla ji mentioned, it's perfect, actually. We do attract actually what we are going through. If I have a very depressing relationship in my past, and I will be inviting only depressing souls into my life. That is the perfect thing. And if it applies to everything, basically. So whatever she said, it's absolute truth. I completely agree with that. We do attract. We attract what actually doesn't deserve and serve us because we haven't shed that yet. And we still keep attracting and piling onto that baggage more and more. And then we say, God, what is happening to me? God, why is this, We ask us the same. I agree, Sandeep ji. Thank you so
Something
much.
like, I just want to add on here. So just reading, it said that mind thought, like, when the thoughts are like the electrical impulses in our body, while the emotions are the magnetic. So if you're feeling depressed, obviously, what will you attract? You'll attract more of the negative things towards you. So that's bang on.
Exactly.
And also one thing
Exactly.
she mentioned that, she said people keep asking, why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? So in my workshops, I always tell people that, we keep saying, hey, why is this happening to me? I have not seen even a single person who has ever experienced that God showing up, like actually coming and say, what's in so and so life? This is what you did.
That happens. That happens in movies. Huh? That happens in movies.
That happens in movies.
In the real life,
We create those realities for ourselves, isn't it? In
yeah,
movies.
totally. So what this is doing when we ask why is this happening to us, universe actually always has our back. So when we say, hey universe, why is this happening to us, or God, why is this happening to us, they try to help us by giving us a similar situation, maybe more intense this time, so that maybe this time we may get our awareness, we get the awakening. Oh, that's the choice I'm making, that's why this is happening. But when the same thing happens again, we still let go of the awareness and we hold on to pain and suffering. And then we again ask, oh, why is this happening to me? So it just keeps creating the loop in our life where we keep creating the patterns which keeps coming. Instead, if we can just, put our foot down and go like, okay, fine, this keeps happening. Let me ask, what else can I do here? What different choices can I make
Do
here?
you know why actually we don't want to let go those fears and whatever's happened? It's because they have made very comfortable with us. They're in the comfort zone with us.
Yeah.
They don't want to shed because we feel it is, if somebody takes it away, it's like we feel, oh no, I'm going to die. It's not there because these energies have made their home in us and they do not want to be separated from us. And the moment we start awakening and being separated, it's like the skin to the flesh. And they're like this, we start panicking, oh, something's happening, something's happening. No, nothing's happening to you. You are just awakening and you're just letting go of all those energies that's piled up on you. So people are very comfortable. They are like massaging it, my fear, my anger, my frustration, everything. हाँ ठीक है तुम यहाँ पे है ना कोई कुछ सो जा सो जा सो जा. Yeah, that's what they do. That's how it is. When
totally.
One question that's popping up here again and again on the chat box, Monaji and Shri
Anji.
and Ruchi. So we would like you to throw some light on how do you actually meet spirit guides when you were talking about that in your discussion, Monaji. These
Yes,
questions keep coming again and again, so I really wanted to
yeah.
answer this one.
Yeah, Rituji, thank you so much for this. And Quantum Mukulaji, thank you so much for your question. Yes, the best way to connect with every one of us, we have a spirit guide in our families. If not the immediate family, you will have with your grandfather, grandmother, ancestors. There will be an amazing soul just waiting there to protect you and guide you and lead you. That spirit is there. And that spirit to invite for you is only through an ascended master, or you call God, or anybody. It could be Ganapati, Shiva, Swami Vivekananda, Buddha, everyone, we all are the same. So these ascended masters are in the seventh and eighth ray. So when they are in that eighth ray, they have that responsibility, they have the permission to grant a wish for that spirit guide to enter into your life and lead you and help you. Whereas I have my grandmother. My grandmother is my spirit guide. So that is the way you can connect with them. You have to reach to one of your ascended masters, anybody, meditate on that ascended masters. Ascended masters will need permission from you. They will not just come like that. They need permission from you. And once you give them the permission, they will bring you. And all you have to do is, if you have someone favorite in your family or down your ancestors, you can say their name. And if the ascended masters feel that spirit is the right spirit guide for you, it will be granted. Else, in your soul message, you will start getting messages, receiving messages of different names, people whom you won't even have been alive, you won't have been born to see them, but they will be there right there. One person will be there, Mukulji. So please connect with the ascended masters and they will help you to see your spirit guide in this reincarnated life. Thank you so much.
And I'll add to what Monaji just said, in continuation to what she said. Thank you so much for such wonderful words, Monaji. A lot of people have their doubts about, because we are not able to see them with our physical eyes, people doubt whether they actually are there or not. And the first thing we got to do is to start trusting our own self.
Absolutely,
Each
really.
one of us is a psychic. Each one of us has the potency and capacity to connect with the energies. And rather, each one of us is also born with a set of our own, spirit guides and angels who are just there to contribute to us. And just because either one, we don't acknowledge it, or also what happens is when we were growing up, when even we tried to acknowledge, we were invalidated. We were told by adults, if a child tries to say, hey, mom, there's an angel in the room. And I was that child when I was 6 years old. The mom would freak out saying, oh, no, 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 there is nothing like that, and that, oh, you should not be looking at things like this. Oh, this is, well, I can't see things. So
Programmed,
exactly.
programmed
So what
mindset.
happens with most of us is we were invalidated when we tried to acknowledge our potencies or our awarenesses about the beings who are there to contribute to us. And then we started buying the lie of this reality that just if you can't see it, it is not there, which is not true. If you can sense it, if you sense that it is there, it is there. Start trusting your inner voice, start trusting your awareness, and you will be surprised to see how much you can receive, because they are just hanging around you, waiting for you,
Exactly.
just waiting for you to just call, just like, hey, can you please do this for me? And there it is. That's how simple it is actually. So yeah, that's how it
Wow,
is.
that's a beautiful, beautiful answer
Great.
from
Yes.
Thank you
Monica.
so
Thank you so
much.
much for the
Beautiful,
Just would like to add
Sridhar.
something to that. We have lots of questions flowing in.
Yes. A lot of questions are coming.
Yeah. So
So this
Atin,
Um,
Atin is
invitation.
asking how
Yes.
to know if
okay.
our ancestor who we can connect to has been liberated to soul world or not. And there was another question that what is the best way to connect to our ancestor? So you talked about a spirit guide, right? So there's a
Yes.
question that how do you identify whether this person
Yeah.
is a spirit guide for me?
Right. Now, the question which Antim Tripathi ji has asked is how to know what ascended, who can ascend
Ascended
ancestors
masters.
probably, whom
Yeah.
we can connect, and the best liberated soul. Right. Our ancestors, all of them are not exactly liberated souls, no, because they have to go through the seven stages of soul age. Basically, some of them will still be hanging around in the spirit form, and some of them would have taken already another form in this earth, on planet earth. So we need to identify who is the one, who the ascend ancestor. Now if you go back in a physical way, Tripathi ji, if you go on a physical form way, you will have a family tree, in the album or something like that, where your mother, your father would say, you know what, your grandfather's father lived such a beautiful life. He was a very spiritual person and all this. Now, putting up on that, you can feel that this person has finished his karma and karmic debts and moved on to the spirit form. All rest in peace, soul. he's just resting over there. So that way is how you will come to know that this is an ancestor is there or not, number one. And if they're liberated to the soul world, they are just going to be there as a, again, there is a permission given to them by the divine. Either you can take up a form of a physical to guide people, or you can be in the spirit world and just be a spirit guide. So this is how it is. Oh, and the next question was, how do you break shift away? Vibhuti Raghuvaramshi asked about, how do you break shift away from unserving emotions, patterns, thoughts that may have found comfort in a home? Yeah, very true. And second skin, the way you said, yes, very, very true. Well, this process is very, very painful because you're not doing it just for yourself. You are doing it for your entire khandan. You're doing it for your entire ancestors. It before I say something to this to all of the speakers, I'm sure you know every family has one child that is to be awakened. That is to be awakened, especially in 2021. We are in Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga is almost getting over. We have entered the golden era, golden age, actually. So every child in every family, one child will be chosen to have that awakening enlightenment. And that child has to go through a lot of trauma, a lot of cycles to break, curses to break, ancestor curses and traumas. And for that, the child has a choice to choose or not to break in. The child can just say, no, I don't want to do it. So the divine will have to choose somebody else in your part. But then the divine has chosen you. That means that you are strong enough and you are guided by the divine in different forms of angels and ascended masters, spiritual masters, and spirit guides. So when you choose that, you have to go through a proper process. Very easy if I tell you this. Watch what your father, mother are doing and their mannerism, the way they walk, they talk, and the way they handle a situation, and the way how they respond, they react. Check the cycle turning again. It will be a pattern. For example, if my mom is a person who's lying, and I will be the one to carry forward this lying nature. So what I will do, maybe I may not be happy about it, but I will continue the cycle, the pattern. Awareness, consciousness, be aware, start noticing, my dear friend. Start observing in your family who is repeating the cycles. It could be you or it could be anybody. Mannerisms, behavior, attitude, food habits, be it anything. Or failing relationships, a lot of boyfriends, a lot of relationships, all these children staying away, broken families, all these are ancestral patterns. When we are aware and conscious, we watch, we notice, we find out that, okay, this is the pattern, and I am going to break that pattern. I will get married. I will have a beautiful life. I will live with beautiful children. I will have a good wife. I will have ethics in my life. I will not have immorality. And you choose there to decide to break that pattern. And that moment, you are not just freeing yourself. You are freeing the entire ancestral curses and traditions and beliefs, cycles, patterns. If you are the chosen one, trust me, you have the divine with you. You have the ascended masters, spiritual masters, spirit guides with you. I have done that in my family. I have chosen to break. I have broken completely. And I'm sure everyone present here has chosen to break the cycles and patterns because people who choose to break are the ones who are very vulnerable. They will be a crybaby. They are very empathetic. They will not just observe, they will absorb everything. So these are the souls who will be chosen because how much of a vulnerable we are compassionate. We want things to, be beautiful. We want things to come to the right place. We want a loving family, unity, harmony. We can't see people getting hurt. We can't see people, going in the wrong way. We want to go change the world. We think we are the savior. That's it. Yes, we are. Of course we are. We are the love and light. So that way, Vibhuti ji, please understand. And if you need any more kind of a clarification, you can always call on me because this is a beautiful path. I will take you on this path. And I'm sure that you will break. You will break the patterns and cycles. And I'm sure you will turn to be that love and light. So not for your family, for the entire collective consciousness.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Monaji, for sharing
Thank
such a
you so
wonderful
much.
story.
It's
Thank
really,
you.
really a pleasure having you.
Absolutely, Neo.
You know, there's
Thank you
something
so
I would
much.
like to add on to in connection to what what we were talking about.
Ritu,
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, Ruchi has to leave. So we'll
yeah, I'm
just say
sorry.
bye bye to her. Thank you so much, Ruchi, for
Thank
being
you so
here.
much, Sandeep ji,
Thank you.
Ritu,
Thank you, Ruchi.
Mona
Thank you
ji,
for being
thank
here.
you. Thank
We'll
you.
see you around.
Ruchi ji, you are emanating a beautiful, beautiful love within you, which we all can see.
Oh, wow.
Please shine your light to everyone around you, and we will all meet together in that one unity collective consciousness, but
Absolutely.
shining our light bright.
Yes.
I'm very
Absolutely.
sure.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. And bye.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and we'll stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Take
Yes,
care.
you were saying something. Yeah.
So yeah, so in continuation to what we were talking about, the ancestors, somebody has asked, how do we get to know whether they are liberated or they are not? And Monaji so rightly put it into words that not all of them are liberated. Most of them, I would say that the one, as I already said, trust your awareness. When you start acknowledging that you already know, we've been told since childhood, oh, you're a kid, you don't know. But begin telling yourself, hey, what if I know? And what is it that I know? And then when you start acknowledging what you know, you will start trusting that. And the more you trust, the more awareness you will get. And there are certain ways, like there are certain psychic powers each individual has, and each one of us may have a different. Some people are clairvoyant, they are able to see things. Some people can sense certain things. Some people can smell. Like one of my spirit guide is we had a family guruji who's not in his physical body anymore, and when this entire COVID situation happened, I started meditating in the morning, and I could literally smell the same fragrance that Guruji had. And I just knew every time I would sit down to meditate, I would just knew he's right there. And right after the meditation, I would pick up my diary. I have my journals, a lot of them, and I would just start writing everything that was coming to me. And I was surprised to see it all came out in Hindi. And I was surprised to see the words which I never knew, which I never learned. And I was also writing those words. It's almost like a new book which has come out through me, which he wanted me to write down, which he wanted me to contribute to the planet through. And similarly, like there are so many wonderful ways there. Your spirit guides, your ancestors can contribute to you. All you got to do is to just trust and just follow. And bringing to the point of journaling, which I wanted to acknowledge over here, that I have literally seen the tool of journaling really contribute a lot. Like there are different ways you can journal your dreams. There's a lot of awareness you get through your dreams. You can have a morning journal, like sit down, meditate for a while. Don't worry about anything. People think, oh, meditation is a difficult thing. No, just sit down and focus on your breathing. Just observe your breath going in and out. And then that like when you're just right now, like just observe your breath. When you're going in, when it's going in, and when it's coming out, you will start noticing when you're focusing on your breath, you can't think, you can't do these two things at the same time. You can either focus on the breathing, yeah, or you can think. So the more you focus on your breathing, the less the thoughts begin to happen, and you start experiencing that space. In that space is the messages you receive from your ascended masters. In that space is the messages you receive from your angels, and those messages will take you to a completely different reality. you know the same reality where people are having trauma, drama, misery, whatever they choose to have, you can have a very different reality for yourself. No.
Exactly.
Thank
Very,
you
very
for
true.
that insight. I think we've run out of time.
Yes.
And no
Yes.
matter how long the sessions are, they seem to be shorter because we have actually a line of questions. And
Yeah.
going to take up, I think I will arrange for another session, especially just to answer these questions. And we'll have a chit chat day. And maybe we'll organize that and we'll call you up. Okay? Is that okay with both
Please
of you?
do.
Yes, anytime.
So four of us,
Yes.
we are going to take this
Yes,
up with
please.
Mana and Khushbu, and
Yes,
we'll
yes,
organize it
Rituji, because
all.
there are some, yes, Rituji, because there are some souls here who would want to know choosing the pattern in my cycle. See, before we wind up, I should say, Sharmila, Date, or whomever it is, let me tell you, if you are choosing to break this pattern, you are amazing. You are really, really amazing soul. It takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of strength and willpower, because it's going to break you completely. It's going to break you down completely, remove you out of that old self and make that new avatar of you, which just has the soul of you. So I'm saying that you are a person with a lot of courage and strength and willpower. Go on with it, fight, and we all are here by your side. And when Rituji, yes, I understood. You're going through a lot of suffering. Any soul that's going through a lot of suffering and trauma, trust me, you are the chosen one. So go on. When you are chosen, when you have been chosen by the divine, you will have a lot of souls around you to guide you, to lead you, to protect you, and to safeguard you, because you're precious. Remember this, you are precious. We will connect again. We all are here to help each other, one another. We're not going to let anybody go down, because we all are one.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mona ji, Shri ji, and Sandeep ji.
Thank you, Sandeep ji.
Thank you
Thank
so
you. Thank
much
you so
for
much
this
for being here.
beautiful
And for
discussion.
a wonderful session, wonderful panel discussion, resulted in a very, very beautiful and wonderful end. And let's keep rising, keep hoping to go ahead further with this energy.
I
Thank you
feel
so
so much oneness. I'm at a loss of words right now, you know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ritu Sarah. Thank you so much. My soul family
घंटी
sister
बाहर
will
रख के
connect.
तुम बाहर बैठोगे,
Thank you.
घंटी की आवाज आएगी ना,
One second.
तो पता
Yes, sure. Okay, that is from the other portal dimension coming in. So it's okay. Anybody can visit us, no problem. We are not aliens. Anybody can visit us. So Rituji, thank you so much. My soul sister, my soul family, we will connect.
Thank you. I found it. Thank you, Shri. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep ji. Thank you,
Thank you.
Sandeep ji.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so
So
much.
up next we have with us Light Angel. That's like a beautiful name. I would really look forward to seeing you. Can we have you up on the screen, please? So Light Angel, are you there? Can you please unmute yourself?
yes. Can
Hi,
you hear
there.
me?
Hi. Such a beautiful
Hi.
name. That's your real name?
No. I'm. This is my screen name, and I'm Nupur. And I hope you must have got my introduction.
Yeah.
I'm like practicing energy psychologist and spiritual master, and yeah.
And you're going to be speaking about Reiki to heal stress, anxiety, and
Yes.
other mental issues. Welcome.
Yes.
Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Namaskar and namaste to everyone who are participating. And really, I'm very happy to be a part of it due to Mavin team and of course Deepak Malwai. I hope he is hearing somewhere. So he only introduced me to this platform. I was not here. So it is really a pleasure to be with you all and listen to all the discussion which is happening since morning, and variety of subject has been touched. That is very good. And now, of course, up to me what I'm going to discuss about mental health and how Reiki helps with mental health. Anybody want to know about more about all this? They can, of course, connect to me. So we start. I think so. We were going to have some break.
So the break, actually, we utilize it for answering a lot of questions that were coming on. In fact, we have lots and lots more. So we probably will have another session for this.
Okay, because I was feeling the tiredness in you, so that's why I wanted.
Not at all. I'm like, I couldn't get all the answers, all the questions answered. So I was looking like, oh God.
There will be no end to questions and answers, and there is no end to knowledge, which is
here for that. We'll take it up.
So, okay, we start. I'm facilitator for many healing modalities, like or from all over the world, and they are different types, including what I'm doing, giving healing to others, plus counseling, plus I'm a life coach, I'm NLP master, I'm hypnotist, everything. I use everything to help people who are in need. So it's like basically combining each and every modalities to benefit the people who need me, right? So all the facilitator over here, they are doing the same. They are using all what they have learned to help others and to help their own self, right? So Reiki is basically how Reiki works and how I came into Reiki. I came into Reiki just because of my daughter. She was 2.5 years old and she was suffering from tonsillitis. And doctors said that you have to get her surgery done. Now I was in two mind. My husband was also in two mind what to do. So we went to this alternative healing system, Reiki. And that is how Reiki came into being in my life. And for 1 month, continuously, I gave Reiki to my little daughter, 2.5-year-old daughter. And you know how difficult it is to give her, hold her, and catch her and give her healing. So after 1 month, she was all right. And till now, she never suffered from tonsillitis at all. That was the wonder of Reiki, and that's how I came into this field and started working on this. So now, how we are giving Reiki, and I told you already that Reiki came into being because of this. What is Reiki? Reiki is a divine healing energy, which is already there in the universe. Okay, so from that universe, there are many kind of energies. We are tapping only a small minuscule of energy, which is divine healing energy, and we are tapping it and channeling through us. Okay, so that is how Reiki is channeled through us to the patient to whom we are giving healing. And how it travels from our crown chakra to our heart chakra and then to our hands. Now when you proceed higher and higher, what will happen? Whole of your being, whole of your cells, whole of your atoms, nucleus, they will be vibrating with Reiki energy. And you will be transmitting healing through that. So whole of your body is transmitting Reiki energy, right? So this is how we channel healing energy. And as you proceed higher and higher, your frequency level, your vibrational level, it also increases. And you are able to channel healing, you know, in a very faster way. Just with a click of seconds, your energy travels to one place to another. Okay, like if I'm sitting here in Chennai, and if I have to transfer energy to anyone in the world, even to the farthest point of the world, I can do that. I will think about it and it will reach there. This is how Reiki works. You can manifest anything with this healing energy. Okay, so this is how Reiki works. Now we come to how it affects the mental health. Now it works in every way, holistically. Okay, it's very hot over here. I will just wipe my face. So we are in Chennai. It is very hot. So that's why I'm sweating like anything. So this is one thing how Reiki works. So first of all, it will go from a healer to a patient. How it will go? It will travel your uh, through your medium to the healer. Next, how it will work on the person. You will keep your hand or through distant healing, you will channel healing. It will work on each part, energy centers like chakras and all, and it will work on that, right? It will travel to the affected area. Suppose you are having pain in your hand, it will definitely travel to the hand and your pain will be relieved. Then in mental situation. Normally in my topic, there is anxiety, worry, and panic attacks. Every person uh, in this world, they will have this issue every day. Either they will be worrying for their kids, or they have to make their dinner or lunch or cooking or anything, or they have to travel, and they will what they will be doing, they will be worrying about it, how we will be able to do it. So this will create lot of anxiety, this will create lot of worry, and this will create your yourself to panic. How I will deal with these situations. Now here Reiki comes. You connect to the healer or you learn Reiki. Okay. So what will this healing energy will do? It will calm your mind. It will calm the symptom, even physiological symptoms, like you are sweating, like you are getting palpitation, like you are worrying about something. You will find a solution within few minutes. That is how Reiki works. It is very simple and yet it is very powerful energy, right? So this is how it works in mental health, right? So this is like essence of Reiki, how it works with all the mental problems. It works even with the physiological problem, medical problems, even in various situations. Like if you are stuck in a traffic, you will find way in between the traffic, all of a sudden traffic will start moving. You just have to request Reiki. Okay, this traffic should, clear off, and it will start moving. So this is what it happens. So now we come to how Reiki, you can say how you can manifest about Reiki. See how manifesting has been done. First of all, you have to learn basic level. Then you have to learn the higher level. Now in higher level, focal point will go to higher level and you will learn, you will start focusing the healing energy through symbols, right? So this is how you do. Am I speaking something different? Okay, so this is how we channelize healing to everyone, even in medical state, even in the people who are in hospitals. Now the hospitals are also allowing people to use Reiki, and they are consulting Reiki masters to come and give healing to patients who are in hospital. And there are various instances where you can see that they have been given healing. So in that case also, when they are suffering from any medical ailment, they are suffering from worry, anxiety, or also panic attack. At that level also, healing is working wonders. They get new energy to go on. They get new energies to move on. They get more energy to how to go about it. This is how it works. Okay, so this is the one thing which I wanted to share. Next is, I think so many people have explained about energies, about vibration, about frequencies, about so many things which energy does and which is already there in universe. I would just give one session of meditation so that you can feel the vibrations of the energy and higher level of frequency levels so that you can experience all these things. Of course, there were people who have experienced already, but this is a very simple energy which will give you some relaxation so that you can feel the energy. Okay, so just give me few minutes. I will just channel the this thing music to it, and we'll do it. Okay. यार दी गर्मी बहुत लग रही है. पंखा तेज करो. Yeah, screen sharing, please. My God.
You need any help, Nupurji? Nupurji, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, just a few minutes. It is, I'm sharing the music.
Okay.
Okay. शेयर कर दो पॉज कर दो अभी 1 मिनट वीडियो screen sharing okay I'm unable to share my video so I will just speak up will that be okay
Yes, it should be fine. Nupurji.
hello
Yeah, yeah, please.
can you hear me
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Nupurji, are you able to connect or you want us to help you connect with some music?
यहाँ लिखिए stop destination. आप बस यहाँ लिखिए
can you hear me
Yes, perfect. We can hear you.
okay so I will start I would like you all to experience Reiki channeling for few minutes whoever wants to experience this divine energy can raise their hands okay
We can't see you though
because I'm unable to come on screen
why is that? Should I can you just click on the video once so that at least we see yeah, perfect, we can see you. Great, please go ahead.
so because of technical
No
problems
worries about the music. You see, your voice is the music.
आई मेरी आवाज
आपकी आवाज आ रही है और आपकी आवाज म्यूजिक से कम नहीं है so we want you to please go ahead.
So music is playing. I'm unable to play the music with the Zoom. So no problem with that. I hope I will like to continue with this. So I would like you all of you to experience Reiki channeling for few minutes. Whoever wants to experience this for few minutes, divine energy can raise their hands. Okay. So, okay. So you have to just think in your mind where you want this divine healing energy to work, mental or physical or anything you will feel, you will want it to feel the change in it immediately or within 24 hours, it will work. Okay, so you will feel, and after 10 minutes I will play this music for 10 minutes, I will channel healing for 10 minutes, and after that I will switch off the healing energy. Then you have to tell me how you are feeling after that. Okay, so we are starting now. You
Sorry.
can close your eye, open your hands like this, keep it over here like this, and just close your eyes and be comfortable.
Kampoji, we won't have 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. We have to end the session by 6:15. It's already 6:17. Due to
I can,
which
yeah.
I think we lost out time.
5 minutes.
Okay, we stretch with 5 minutes. All right.
Okay, so 5 minutes I will channel the healing. After that we can do it. I'm sorry about the technical issues.
Please carry.
So we start. complete, come back to your place.
Fantastic.
How was the session?
Awesome, wonderful. Well, so much of energy on the hands. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I think so 5 minutes was less. You should have increased my time.
Very strong energy, and
I can do it tomorrow also, no problem, if time permits. Okay.
Maybe we'll call you up and set up some time, and
yes.
we'll definitely want to experience more of this. But yeah, whatever we experienced was very, very, very beautiful. Thank you so much, Nipuji.
I'm so glad that you all can experience something, and I'm happy. And I would like to say that Reiki works in every field holistically and with everyone, living, non-living, and even with electronics, and it combines with everything in this world. So it works very well, and it is the base of all the energies that we are all discussing on this platform. So this is the basic energy, and this is the basic energy which we are using for rising up towards a higher level, right? So with this note, I would like to say thank you so much for being with me, for being with there's all these technical difficulties, and
Perfectly all right.
Thank you, Mavin
Thank you
team.
so much.
Thank you so much.
So up next, my dear friends, we have with us Victoria, Miss Victoria Goshal. I hope I pronounced the last name right, Victoria. She's an energy healer from UK, and she's going to be talking to us about identifying and removing energetic parasites. That's an interesting topic. Victoria, can you please unmute yourself?
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Good
Namaste.
afternoon.
Good
How
afternoon.
are you?
Good evening, yeah. We are very well. How are you doing?
Sorry?
How are you doing?
Very well. It's very wet outside.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry. We are actually delayed by about 8 minutes or 9 minutes. I think
Yeah,
there's been a lot of time there. So without further ado, Victoria, I would like you to introduce yourself and get going on the session.
Okay. All right. Yes, removing energetic parasites is going to be my topic. Okay, let me give. I'm going to give just a brief introduction, just about what I do roughly, and then, as I explained to you earlier, I'm going to then get into the middle of it all, because I think it's really helpful that people start thinking about this, because it really does affect your lives. And then I'm going to share some actual case studies, because I think that will, really bring it home to people. And I think that's really important. So I'll share some of my work with you guys. Okay. So my name's Victoria Gosha. I'm a Terra May energy healer. I'm based in Ticehurst, East Sussex in England currently. I originally trained in Africa. I've worked in the Middle East, and now I'm in England. I've been here about 18 years now. I think it's nearly 18, around that. I'm an intuitive healer, and I'm really extremely focused on transforming lives and making a difference for both clients and students, enabling them to reach their full potential in this lifetime. Healing is not really so much about the physical body, it's more about actually our ascension. So it's about our potential and our choices and all of that. This particular healing system that I work with is very powerful. But before I go into that, I'm dedicated in really providing quality teaching in the Terra May. I don't take shortcuts, and my students receive a really solid foundation before I even take them into Terra May. I think this is very important. Otherwise, you end up with students who've got not enough knowledge behind them to support them on their journey. And often clients become students. What is Terra May energy healing, and how does it work? This is a style of healing that many people are unfamiliar with. It's more than just a relaxing pamper session. I really want to stress that to you, because it's not about, oh, we'll lie in a bed and let the therapist do everything. This is not about it. This is about really a little bit more than that. And it really transforms people's lives. It's very powerful, as I've mentioned. It is well balanced, as in yin and yang energies, as well as very, very grounding. And when I have a client that comes just for a treatment, I sometimes initiate just to bring them into their grounding situation. Very important, because life can be very difficult if you aren't. All right. The healer doesn't really, when we're working, we don't just connect to the actual dis-ease in the physical body that is reacting to the buildup of negative energies. We also remove the mental, emotional, and psychological problems too. But this can be ancestral. And over the years, I've been really focusing on not just healing, but ancestral transformational work. So this is really getting down to the hardcore issues of what people are bringing through in this life's experience. What is, okay, so now let's ask the question, what is an energetic parasite? Sometimes they're described as attachments or entities. I don't really like the word entity, but anyway, I think parasite is more acceptable because it explains what it's doing. A parasite is something that is feeding off somebody else's energy, basically. So an energetic parasite is a non-physical energy that is earthbound. Earthbound meaning stuck in our reality. In spiritual terms, it is unable to leave. These energies are attracted to the human energy field because an individual is not grounded enough to be able to hold their own space. So people who might be more prone to experiencing a parasite would be somebody who's had an extreme trauma in their life, may have actually come through having had trauma in previous life experiences. But the other thing that's interesting that I work a lot with are people who have been molested, and in particular rape, and I'm going to say coercive relationships. These are things that I seem to bring through. We work with them, and it's quite interesting because it's ancestral, this stuff. So what I was going to then explain to you is that these energies really attach themselves energetically to the host and then feed off the host and their life force, and sapping them of a lot of energy that can have a very negative impact on people. So interesting. So today I would like to ask 2 questions. Are you carrying an energetic parasite? You might not know about it. And how do you know if you're going to be carrying or are carrying an energetic parasite? So these are the 2 questions. So I'm going to go through some lists in a minute, but anyway, often individuals are totally unaware of what they may be carrying, but recognizing some of these basic symptoms that I'm going to mention, we can take the appropriate action in ridding ourselves of this energetic parasite that simply feeds off our energies. So the following behavioral patterns are just a few of the indications that you may be hosting an energetic parasite. So let's start with a list of things. I'll try and expand if there's anything that needs to be expanded. Unexplained seizures. Now, I'm not talking about epilepsy, and I'm not talking about diabetes. I'm talking about profound seizures that may take place with a particular individual who has no other health conditions. Okay. Extreme mood swings. People who one moment are really okay, and then the next minute they might be depressed or very aggressive. Again, the other thing that I was going to explain is for people who, and this is a little bit different, is sudden intense feelings of anger, which I really call anger spikes that make somebody really enraged and may become very, very destructive, either physically, verbally, and emotionally, actually. Another one that's very interesting, and I've come across a lot of this in the last year, multiple personality disorder. When a client comes and it gets triggered, the parasite, and it starts talking in tongues, and you end up with having a conversation with maybe 2 or 3, 4, 5 people. Sometimes it's not as many, sometimes it's just one individual or 2 individuals, but it can be male, it can be female, each individual as well. So you've got the clients, you've got the visitors, and it makes things very interesting. The other thing I want to also mention is people who are being ravaged by paranoia, who become so fearful and frightened. Because if somebody's not grounded and they're fearful, parasites feed off this. They love it. It's great. They feel comfortable with it. So, and this is another thing, is during this COVID, wow, how many parasites have we come across because people are so fearful. I personally don't listen to the news. I don't watch television either. So, yeah, I find that much more helpful towards my health and well-being. Low energy levels. Some people come to me and they're feeling as if they've got ME. They're feeling really weak and exhausted, uncharacteristic, drained. Yes, constantly feeling drained. Yes, I can see that little thing that popped up, but really low. And that's sometimes an indication, but sometimes it's low energy in combining it with other issues too. Depression, accident prone, somebody who's constantly having accidents. And I'm not talking about car accidents as such, although those are an indication that there may be something wrong with that person. The other thing that what it might be is the fact that they might trip over a step, cut their finger with a knife, and do stupid things that are accident prone. Small things that indicate an irritation that makes life a little bit uncomfortable. Perpetual headaches, constant. So that's another thing. And I'm not talking about migraine as such, but perpetual headaches. Constantly feeling tired, more than just exhausted. Suffering from insomnia. Constantly attracting misfortunes into your life as well. So you go through divots of ups and downs. You get onto a plateau, life seems great, and then all of a sudden it goes down again, and you can never get beyond that point. You're stuck. So it's like that record syndrome, the stuck record syndrome. You go round and round and round, and you never actually move out of that victim role, because the parasite is always feeding you and preventing you from vibrating at a different level. The other thing I was going to mention as well is digestive problems. These are just a few of the physical symptoms that might be indicating that you might be having a problem with a parasite. Okay, I'm going to mention now, how can you pick one up? I think we need to be aware of that. So experiencing a lot of trauma in your life. Okay, this could be from childhood, throughout your life, even difficult experiences at school, bullying, as I've said, sexual abuse, coercive relationships, anything like that, you can pick it up. Being in close proximity of angry individuals, because energies are transferable. Having experienced invasive surgery, especially in a room or a theatre where people may have either been in a long operation, there are energies going around, they might have died in surgery, you just don't know, and your auric field is open for whatever happens to be passing by. So again, I think we have to become mindful about surgical procedures, because we are opening up our physical bodies, energetic bodies, human energy fields. If you're living in a violent situation, really bad, not good. So that's something we have to look at and be mindful and recognize what your life is like. If you've grown up with childhood traumas, that can also have an effect. Being in a physically abusive relationship. And also, this is the big thing here, and particularly in England, I don't know about you're in India, a lot of you, but the other countries, is substance addiction massively. I had one the other day, actually, and I actually had to change the treatment. It was agreed to being actually just a quick treatment, but I had to make a point of call and sort out the issue. So we're looking at, when I say substance, I'm talking drugs. Even allopathic medication can become a drug problem. People who are addicted to their medication, even though it's been issued and prescribed by the doctor. Alcohol, serious problem in England, serious. People just drink because they want to blot out everything, and this is to their own detriment. As well as cigarettes, because it's all bringing in the lowest of energies. So these are all things that are not good. Also, being in close proximity of individuals who are inebriated. So if you are going to go to a social club or pub or restaurant where people are drinking a lot and you're in a relaxed mode, a little bit like, I suppose, the situation of if you're walking down the street now, minding your own business now, and you pick up COVID. Similar sort of thing, really. So you have to be mindful about where you are situating yourself. Are you just going to go somewhere and not think about, is this good for me or not? So you start making decisions that are going to serve you or not. Okay, next question. Can you detect an energetic attack? I'm going to say yes, you can. I experience the attack often because I'm aware of it. I know what to expect, so I know how to counteract it. But they will attack me because the energy, the parasites, to be honest, are wanting to be released. But what I'm going to say is that often they attack before they even realize what they're doing, because they know I'm going to move them, and they don't want that. And I've had people who've been pretty abusive to me when I've said, right, we're going, and please don't be so ungrateful. And I can have a full-on conversation with these energies. It gets quite interesting. Okay, so how can we detect this? Okay, sharp pins and needles that can become rapidly moving up from your feet up your legs. So if a client's lying on a bed and they don't tell me this, and I suddenly think, well, what's going on? And things start getting very interesting. This can indicate to me that somebody hasn't mentioned it, but I can see what's going on. The other thing I'm going to say is muscular spasms, unexplained pain moving around the entire body, and then behaving a bit strangely. The other thing I can see is people actually having really muscular spasms. I've had men on my bed or even on a chair coming to me where I've had to really hold them down with my entire weight. It's become quite an issue because obviously they can get thrown around, but that's mainly a reaction because I've got the light. So when you're working with something that's dark and you're light, then that's how they work. The other thing is sudden coldness. That is a strong feeling, and intuition as well. Intuitively, you'll think with all of these things, there's something wrong. There are a couple of other things I can also mention. Eyes roll back, foaming at the mouth, I've had, or just the mouth. The other thing is jaw locks. Not necessarily on myself, because I'm not going to pick that up, but from a client, if I see their jaw starts locking, I go, oh, okay, we've got some fun going on. So if you're sensing or you know somebody who's carrying one of these lost parasites, all is not lost. We can remove it. But remember that you are going to have to maintain your transformation, or they're going to have to appropriately and make the appropriate adjustments to their lives or your life, because you can reattract if you're not paying attention. And you need to pay attention with the people who are in your inner circle, where you go, where you socialize with, even people when you work in an office situation, which most people aren't doing much of these days. But definitely. So in the Terame healing system, the students or the practitioners, whatever you want to call it, well, they're students at the beginning and then they become practitioners, receive training in energetic parasite removal. It can be achieved, this process, in one treatment. But I personally find that a follow-up treatment gives the best results, because then you can mentor the individual and just see what changes have been made in order to support this work, because obviously they can perpetuate energies like that. Can you not hear me? Okay, well, I don't know. Something. Oh, you're okay? Yes,
Yeah, all
okay.
okay.
Okay. I just saw something that said I can't hear me, so I just thought, okay. All right, so what I was telling you about is that we can actually sort this out. The treatments that I have devised, particularly had to work with on this year, have been given virtually. And they're equally as effective in person, but we can do either or. It makes no difference, really. So there we go. I personally find that when I'm removing energies, it's better when somebody is sitting in a chair with their feet firmly on the ground rather than lying down. I can do the pamper bit afterwards, but I prefer it when they're really grounded, because it just helps the process and it's much quicker. It gives a better result. The trick is obviously that with your newly cleaned human energy field, that you need to perpetuate a friendly, energetic environment so that you are not going to continue to be an attractive host to one of these energies. What I have been devising is a treatment called the HEF realignment package. It basically makes the host as unattractive as possible to a low-grade energy or parasitic energy that's lost. So basically, to take somebody's basic vibration and take it up a few notches, in fact, a lot of notches, and ground them at the same time. It's a special package that I offer, and yeah, it's a sequence that I put into place, and I've devised it because I think it's essential for us to be able to not just rid the individual or the host of the parasite, but I think for the planet itself, to allow the ascension of these energies that are not able to transform and move to the higher levels and go back to source. It is really important. So that's why there is the benefit for both the parasite and the host. Once the treatment has been administered, the client is going to feel a huge sense of release. I would say probably an increased level of energy, and it's definitely a more optimistic outlook on life, which I think is really, really helpful. So that basically is just about the parasites themselves. I would like now, if possible, to just describe a few case studies. I just need to see the time. How much more time have I got?
We just actually overshot by 1 minute already. Since we started a little late, I would request you to wrap up another 3 minutes, if that's all right.
Okay, well, all right. So talking about people that I've worked with, I first came across an energy back in '99 in South Africa, where somebody was literally, well, I and someone else were thrown right across a room in 2 different directions. And that's never been forgotten. And in fact, I was interviewed on a radio program in South Africa recently where they hadn't forgotten this. So we're talking, what, 20 odd years ago. That was a really interesting one. I've also had a client who was 25 years old. She was actually a rape victim, and we had an experience where she convulsed and the bed literally lifted up off the floor, and she was 95 kg, so that's pretty substantial weight, and literally the bed took off and broke. She was not injured, but that happened, and that was a very interesting experience. And again, I did resolve the problem. We sorted it out. Recently, I've had a husband and wife situation that was living in a house that they'd been renting for 3 years. It had paranormal activity. This energy was attacking both husband and wife in their sleep, in their room. Their room was mostly the one that was affected. They have actually moved out of the house now. But anyway, I've had to work on her. She was actually virtually slapped across the face when I did a virtual treatment on a chair in her bedroom, because obviously when I do work virtually, they work in a room that's comfortable. I had to remove that energy, but there was paranormal activity going on in the house and I needed to go into the house, but we've had lockdown, so we couldn't get there. And the husband actually was being attacked in his sleep too and got slapped and goodness knows what. So when lockdown opened up in October, I ended up working with him. I did the package in person on him. And they have actually moved out of the house, which has been great. That sorted that one out. And they didn't really want to spend the money. Well, we couldn't actually because of lockdown. I'd go in and clean the house up. But the problem has been resolved because of the package that I work with. And then finally, there was another lady that I worked with who was in her mid-30s. She was actually from a very traditional background, but she was having seizures. And she was referred to me by a client who came to me and asked if I would help. She basically had was suffering from seizures, but as well as that, multiple personality disorder, huge amount of different energies. And they came in as I connected to her energy field. She didn't think it was going to happen, but it did. And yeah, we've transformed her energy problem. It wasn't an easy situation, but I just got on and did the job. And yeah, the lady's now getting on with her life. And she had a very difficult 12 years of having to go to hospital, and yeah, our national healthcare system was unable to resolve the problem. But it seems that now she's living a more normal life. And there are some big changes happening to her in her life once this, well, I assume once lockdown is opened up. But we're living in difficult, interesting times or challenging times. So yes, so if anybody's got any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or you can always email me questions. If you feel that you've got a parasite, we can work on it and we can remove it. But as I said, it takes two in this because we have to make changes. And so that we'd have to discuss and sort out. I don't know if there's anything else in particular that I need to speak to. I don't think so. But yeah,
Victoria, if you could also share with us your contact details, email address, so that we all can get in touch with you.
Yes. How would you like me to do that?
On the chat box, please.
Let's see. How do
it's
I
a very
do that?
interesting discussion, and it's a real interesting topic. I'm sure a lot of us have got lots of insights today with what you shared.
Just sorry about my ignorance, but where do I put my
let
email
me
address?
just voice it out. I'll type it out for you. There's a chat box. I'll type it out for you.
Oh, okay, perfect. Let me look for the chat box. Chat. Oh, okay, I've got it.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Cool. Nice.
I'll do it.
So, Victoria, we'd unpin you. Is that okay? You want to say something?
I'm typing. I'm not very fast. I can
that's
work with
fine. That's
energy.
perfectly all right. You'll stay on with us. That's all right.
Oh, typing was never my thing. I can work with energy, but I can't type.
You've got it all. I'm here to help you out with that. That's not a problem.
I think that's right. I actually did send this to you. Oh, I can see send button. That's clever. Okay, let's just see. I think that's right. Send to. Okay. I don't know if that works.
We haven't got you yet. So let me do one thing. I'll connect with you on a personal chat, and probably you'll see.
Oh, okay.
You'll see a pop-up appearing.
I did actually send it to you the other day, but I don't know why. It didn't work.
Okay. We'll connect. We'll connect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful knowledge and the kind of work that you're doing. Thank you so much. Up next, we have with us Contour Shivo, the founder of Contour Life. And he's going to be talking about Partner with Gods, the quickest way for self development. Shivo, Shivo. Can we see you? Shivo, can you please switch on your video? Namaste. Thank you for being here. Welcome again. I'm not able to hear you. Shivo, can you please unmute yourself? May I request you to unmute yourself, please? You're not audible. Is there something that I can do to unmute you? 1 second, Shivu. I'll just try. Can you just click one more time and try? Is that good?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Awesome. Yes, you're audible. Shivu, Pranam. And thank you for being here. We are really pleased. I think we overshot. So almost 9 minutes there. Go ahead. And Victoria, I'll be there with you on the chat box. Yeah.
I sent it to you, by the way.
All right. Thank you.
I think it went through on the chat box. It went to, hang on, it went to Kushbu.
Okay.
Direct message.
We'll take it up from there. We'll take it up and we'll post it for everyone. Thank you so much, Victoria.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, Shivu. Please go ahead.
Ritu, first, thank you very much for the warm welcome, and wonderful to be here in this vibrant space, and with so many of friends here, a lot of friends and lots of new ones. Thank you very much for being here. And as Victoria said, we are living in interesting and challenging times. In fact, the times got so interesting not very long back, just maybe 30 years back. Something happened 30 years back. And what happened was Earth started its transit through galactic equator. I don't want to go into details of that because that's another topic in itself. But what has happened is, because of that reason, there's a huge onslaught of plasma. I would say that the amount of plasma which is flowing on the Earth is 100 times than it was flowing 30 years back. And because of that, huge electroconductivity. And what that means is that because we all are electromagnetic fields, all are, so we can connect to each other to much more ease. And what that has done is that all our positive and negative, everything has become joined into one. And that is why it has become much more easier for the so-called energy parasites to encroach us. But what has also happened is, you know, we knew in our scriptures, we knew that there is a bhulok, the earth plane. Then there are patal lok, the demon beings, the world of demons, and there is a devlok, that is the divine beings. So there used to be a huge distance. Now what has happened is, because of this plasma flow, all these three lokas, the bhulokas, the patal lok, and the devlok, they all have crunched together. They have come together. So what has happened is that the demons can interfere very easily into the lives of humans. And at the same time, the devas, the gods and goddesses, the divine beings, they can also very easily connect to human beings. So we are not really living the lives as a human, but actually lives with beings which are very powerful on both sides, the negative and the positive sides. And so the fundamentals of self-development in this era have totally changed. I am sure you will agree with me that the deepest longing of any human is to evolve. Everybody wants to become better. We want to be more courageous, more knowledgeable, more intelligent, more rich, more beautiful, more this, more that, right? And that longing is very divine because the cosmos itself is evolving. Cosmos also is becoming better and better. Though you will be very surprised to know that, today we kind of, all of us accept evolution as a given fact of life, that life evolves. But just 30 years back, just 30 years back, neither science nor religion believed in evolution. Science said that cosmos is vast, but the final sum, it is fixed. That's what Einstein also said. Buddha said that zero is the highest reality, shunya, the highest reality. That means there is no evolution. And if you see the Christianity and Islam, they kind of talked about the devolution in the world, not evolution, devolution. That the consciousness is going down. And that's why they portray world as a challenge, as an ordeal you have to cross. So world is not about causing a evolutionary leap in you, but it's a challenge where you will be tested, right? Now, the only religion in the world which talked about evolution as the deepest fact of life is Hindu religion. And the one evidence is very clear. One of the most beautiful names of the God in Hindu religion is Brahma. Now, what is the meaning of Brahma? Brahma means that the ever expanding one, the one that expands always, all the time it is expanding. So it is a religion which is based on the evolutionary principle of the cosmos. Now, Hindu religion also had other dimensions, and that was that it had lots of god and goddesses. Like we had the trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, Kali, Lakshmi, Saraswati, and then there were so many of gods and goddesses which were there. So 3000 years back, there used to be many polytheistic religions. There was Greek religion, there were Egyptian, Sumerian, all of them were polytheistic religions. But today, none of that exists. Only Hinduism exists, which is polytheistic. So, can I ask you, can you suggest me that why, what is the reason that Hinduism could survive, the polytheistic religion could survive the very difficult times, the Kali Yuga times, which started 2000 years back, 2500 years back. So can anybody of you suggest that why is that Hinduism could survive that? If you see all the religions today, they are monotheistic, means they believe in one God, right? That is the Islam, the Christianity, the Buddhism, the Jews, all are about one God, right? And the Hinduism is the only polytheistic religion. But the beauty of the Hinduism is that it is monotheistic as well as polytheistic. The other polytheistic religions, like the Greek, the Sumerians, the Egyptians, they were polytheistic, but they were not monotheistic. So what is Hinduism is that there is one God, and from that one God, there are various dimensions of cosmos emerge, and that becomes the multiple gods. It's a very unique religion. And so these gods and goddesses, they represent the various dimensions of evolution. For example, we talk about so many qualities we want to imbibe, the courage, the intelligence, the knowledge. So all these qualities exist in this cosmos. Already they exist. Those vibrations are still there, and we can just tap into those vibrations. And when any of us, the greatest sutra of evolution or the development, I am using the term evolution more than self-development because I feel that is a higher term. So the evolution, the greatest sutra of evolution is given in our scriptures, which says, Aham Brahmasmi, means I am God, I am one with God. And what that means is that we all have electromagnetic field, and the cosmos has an electromagnetic field. It's a scientific fact that there is one electromagnetic field which binds everything together. So when my electromagnetic field is aligned with the cosmic electromagnetic field, that is a state of Aham Brahmasmi. And it was said in our scriptures that it is a natural state for everyone, that I am God. But the truth of the matter is, today we don't experience that. So what happened? Why is that we don't experience the Aham Brahmasmi? And the reason was Kali Yuga. So there is this Yuga cycle, which is 24,000 years. Uh, it's a 24,000 years of Yuga cycle. And there are two phases in that. One, first is the descending phase, and then is the ascending phase. So what descending phase means, that there was a highest consciousness, Sati Yuga, then came Treta, then came Dwapar, and then came Kali Yuga. So when Kali Yuga came, the consciousness was so low that we couldn't experience our own nature. Brahmasmi we could experience. And we got disconnected. So it was very difficult to live in the moment. And this is what the greatest master, the first greatest master of Kali Yuga, Buddha, realized, that we are entering Kali Yuga. So his focus, that's why he denied God, because the experience of consciousness was very low. So there is no experience of God. So that's why he denied the God. But he said we have to cleanse our samskaras. What is the samskaras basically? Nothing but what we call in our modern terminology as subconscious. So he gave the beautiful technique of vipassana to cleanse our subconscious. But now again, we are in the ascending phase of Yuga cycle, and we are already in Dwapara Yuga. So the experience of God has already come back, and not just Dwapara Yuga, we are also in the phase where we are into this huge plasmic times. So the experience of God has come back. Not only it has come back, but also it has become very easy to experience God today. So now the dimensions which I'm going to talk about today, the gods and goddesses, we have known about those dimensions from Vedic times, from Puranic times, and all the mythological tales we know today, they were written 5,000 years back by sage Vyas. But the fact is that those were very different times, and now the times are very different. So the gods, nature of the gods and goddesses have also changed. They have also evolved. Now we are in a much higher conscious times than the times when these tales were written. These tales, the mythological tales, were written in descending Yuga, but now we are in ascending Yuga with the plasmic times. So the nature, all the gods and goddesses have evolved into a very different beings. So this whole understanding of Hinduism also need to be redefined. Now, why I'm talking about that with respect to self-development, what I've realized is that each and every god and goddesses represent a different dimension, a different cosmic dimension, the different kind of self-development which we can imbibe. And as I said, it is the quickest route to self-development. We all work on, becoming better. We make efforts. Let's say if we want to become more courageous, then we go for trekking. We want to become rich, so we will read the Napoleon Hills and, think and grow rich. So we make efforts. And what I have found is that the efforts which, the quickest way to evolve in all these dimensions is to connect with these gods and goddesses. And I myself gone on so many pilgrimages to so many very potent and vibrant people in so many wonderful places, and I felt extremely high vibrations. Those have descended in me, and that descendance itself has given me a new dimension of knowledge, intelligence, courage, everything. So that's what I call is the easiest way for self development. uh, I remember in 2013, I went to very powerful caves, the Vyas cave, which is in Badrinath. It is said that Maharshi Vyas wrote all his scriptures, the Bhagavad, the Mahabharat, the Puranas, everything there. And there I had a very deep connection with him. And ever since that day, he started to guide me. So exactly that's when I started to work on yoga cycles, and so much was revealed to me. Really, I've done so much research in past 8 years. My book is almost ready, where I have compiled all these research, and it is such a deep research, but I really never felt that I'm doing it. I was always guided into the right path. I had the questions, and I was always given the answers like I was being guided. And Maharshi Vyas wrote the Tales of Gods and Goddesses, and tapping into his field, I was guided into how the gods and goddesses uh, have evolved in today's times. And that's a lot of work we have done in Quanto Life to discover the more contemporary dimensions of gods and goddesses. And I will be also talking about that. So basically, we think normally that for self development, we have to make efforts, but that's the conscious efforts. We know that much bigger than conscious is subconscious, maybe 10 times bigger or 100 times bigger than conscious, and even thousands of times bigger or infinite time bigger is the superconscious. So there are three dimensions of self development. One is the conscious, another is to dissolve the subconscious blocks, and the third dimension is to connect to the superconscious beings, or what we call the gods and goddesses. So uh, now, unfortunately, in Hinduism, because this religion was created in higher conscious yugas, there are no ways to dissolve the subconscious. That dimension of dissolving subconscious is almost absent from Hinduism. And that's what I feel, that's why I feel there was a downfall of Hinduism, because that dimension existed so abundantly in Buddhism. And that is why you see in today's world, the Buddhist nations are doing much better. Even in Corona times, it were all the Buddhist nations, they hardly got impacted by Corona. Whether it is Japan, Taiwan, Korea, China, Vietnam, all the Buddhist nations, they remained away because they were very practical with today's reality. They were very practical. The Buddhas had spoken about looking at the reality of the world. So that is a dimension of subconscious. So I would like to now explain very practically. I would like to take you on the experiential journey of how the quick self development can happen when we connect to these cosmic divine beings. So as we know that we have the trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, and we have another trinity called Kali, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. So let me just explain a bit about what are their evolutionary dimensions, and probably that would bring a lot of clarity to you. So now, who is Brahma? What Brahma represents? I know a lot of you will know that what is the role of Brahma? We know that Brahma is the creator, right? But actually, when we pass through the Kali Yuga, survival was the key. We had to survive. So there was no place for creative instinct. And that is why it was said that if you worship Brahma, you will be destroyed. And that is why there was only one temple of Brahma in whole of India, that was in Pushkar. But now we see all around us, we are in the era of knowledge, right? So today's best corporation, the best companies in the world, they are knowledge based. Our whole life revolves around the knowledge. So we are actually back in Brahma's time. So we are living the Brahma's time where we live, we imbibe Brahma all the time. So with the reference to, with the reference to that Brahma in today's time represents the creation through synthesis. What is a synthesis? Synthesis means uh, there are paradoxes in our lives, and when those paradoxes become one, a creation happens. If you see one big change which has happened in today's time in comparison to what used to be there 30 years back, 30 years back, the people who were successful, they were very focused people. But today, if you look around among the successful people, you wouldn't find focused people. Today's time is not for focus. Today, all the successful people are highly multi-talented. So it's not the time to focus, but it is time to integrate the paradoxes. So there are various capabilities and you integrate them into one. That synthesis is the principle of Brahma. Now, for each of these gods, goddesses, there are anti-gods or anti-principles. These principles are also called demons in Hindu religion. So what is the demon which blocks us to experience Brahma? That demon is our destructive tendencies. And what is our destructive tendencies in today's time? Anytime we obstruct the higher value creation in our own selfishness, that is our destructive tendency. For example, somebody arrives who is more talented than you in your workplace, and you are waiting for your promotion. What happens to you? The first instinct is a fear, the insecurity. Oh my God, my promotion is gone. And under that instinct, we may start to create obstacle for that person. But in fact, we had an opportunity to learn something from that person. If we could just acknowledge, accept that, okay, this person is more knowledgeable, more talented than me, right? So that's our destructive tendencies. Many times we are, in with competitors, we want to defeat them. So we adopt the destructive ways. In trying to enhance our sales, we can speak half truths, which is again a destructive tendency. So these are the subconscious tendencies which are blocking us to experience Brahma. And the way to cross these destructive tendencies is very simple. Today, there has been a lot of talk of vibrations of different frequencies. So our subconscious houses a lot of low frequency vibrations, and you can actually experience them in your body. And when you will observe them, they start to release. It's as simple as that. So if you want to experience Brahma, what you need to do is just observe your destructive tendencies as vibrations and invite Brahma to be with you, and you can experience Brahma. And suddenly you would realize that a lot of new creation will begin, a lot of new ideas will begin to flow in your life. Yeah, a lot of right knowledge will arrive at your doorstep. So we have Brahma, and with that we have his cohort Saraswati. Again, about Saraswati, it is said that in Vedas it is said that Saraswati plays the music, and with that music, the mm, the mountains, the rivers, the stars, the animals, everything gets created out of that music. So today's string theory says that everything began as vibrations. And one of my most spiritual experiences have been listening to classical music. And I'm very pleased today that some of my very dear classical musical friends are here. We have Pandit Sugato here, who is a renowned mandolin player. And we are going to have Pandit Abhay Sopori, the famous santur player. So all the ragas are basically, ragas are described as semi gods and goddesses, Updevis and Devtas. And I have experienced myself that when you actually listen to these ragas deeply, forget whether you understand classical music or not, they are the vibration structures which get integrated in your being, and every time a new creation will begin. So one of the most creative experiences I've had in my life is to listen to the classical music ragas. So this is what the Brahma and Saraswati is. Now let me describe what is the Vishnu and Lakshmi. So Vishnu, all of you know that he is the protector, all right? Uh, in today's terminology, I would like to describe Vishnu as the CEO of the cosmos. Now, what is the function of a CEO? CEO is highly aware of the current realities. So he is aware of what are the challenges which are coming, what are the new possibilities that are opening. He is so well connected from to every part of the ecosystem. He is the observer of reality. He knows what are the resources he has in that moment. He knows what are the challenges which are coming, and he can meet the challenges. That is what the Vishnu is. Now, what is a block to Vishnu? Any kind of projection is a block to Vishnu. You know, today a lot of people talk about positive thinking. Actually, it's a block. To think positive is a block. To think negative is a block. What is Vishnu? Vishnu is an observer of reality. Because only when you know the reality, you can resolve it. So if you know, uh, we have a lot of friends here from Quanto Life who are into the Quanto Life synthesis processes, sadhana, and we continuously experience the miracles in our life. We live very miraculous life, and the crux of that miracles is very, very simple. Whenever we start to observe the reality, not just on the material plane, it begins from material plane, but on the vibrational planes. The moment you start to observe the vibrations of the problems, the crisis, suddenly those crises start to dissolve. That is a Vishnu consciousness, to be in reality, to observe the vibrations. Now, what is Lakshmi? Lakshmi is how each being of this universe is interrelated. Like there was a famous quote I remember. Okay, I'm forgetting the name. Okay, but that quote said that we are made of star material. You know, the nitrogen we have in us, the iron, the carbon, the, you know, all these, yeah, Carl Sagan, thank you Mansi. So all these matter did not exist on the earth, because the sun was a star that was under formation. All these, you know, the elements have come from uh, the stars that were collapsing from supernovas. So we are made of the cosmic material, right? So each being of the cosmos is interrelated with each other. All of us learn from each other. So, you know, the journey you have gone through, I don't need to go through your journey. I can just listen to it. I can just connect to you, and I can imbibe your journey. So we humans can very quickly learn from each other. And that learning is Ma Lakshmi. right? And why is that the humans are evolving so quickly and not the animals? Because humans have the brains through which they can understand the journey of some other being and imbibe it and take the leap. So our evolution is not just from my own experiences, but by listening to others' experiences too. So this is the consciousness of Lakshmi. Now, what is the block to Lakshmi? The biggest block to Lakshmi is the comparison and jealousy. You would realize that you may have somebody in right in your family who is very evolved and you can learn a lot from that person. But if you are jealous with that person, there is nothing you can learn. So what is the way to connect to Lakshmi? And actually, we say that Lakshmi is the goddess of wealth. Uh, and we always say in Quantum Life that Lakshmi is the consciousness of appreciation. You would realize the people who are rich, they are always the people who can appreciate others wholeheartedly. So the block to Lakshmi is the jealousy. So when you observe the jealousy within you, the vibrations of jealousy within you, when these vibrations merge into the higher vibrations of cosmos and you invite Lakshmi to be part of you, automatically the prosperity, the abundance start to arrive in your life. So that is the quickest way of self-development. Now, let me just speak about the third pair of Trinity, that is the Kali and Rudra. Now, that pair is very, very important in today's times because during Kali Yuga, we had so much of subconscious stored in us. And that subconscious is constantly erupting. And Rudra is nothing but the cosmic mechanism of awareness. By the way, if you want to go deeper into all these divine dimensions, the gods and goddesses, and what is their relevance today, you can go to our YouTube channel. It's called Quanto Life. And I have lots of videos there. So what is Rudra? Rudra is basically the awareness, to become aware who I am and not to live in any false projections. So is
Shiva,
there
we
a
actually have overshot about 10 minutes. So I'm so sorry to cut short, but we would definitely like to listen more. And this is such a topic, such an interesting one that
Can I
we
just complete in 1 or 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes?
okay, take a minute and then Ruchi is waiting. Yeah.
So how to actually, what is a block to awareness? One of the very simple practice I have suggested to people that to get connected to Rudra, if you really want to experience the Rudra, the Mahesh, the Shiva, start to seek forgiveness. And I really find the Christianity very beautiful, where there is a lot of importance of confession. So every day start to say sorry for one mistake you made. Maybe you made that yesterday, maybe you made that 1 year back or 5 years back or in your childhood. And as you start to seek apology to God, if you talk to that person, great. Even if you are not able to talk to that person, tell God that I made mistake, I'm sorry about it, and you will start to get connected with Rudra. And it is the Kali who brings the asuric being, the demonic beings. She befriends them, mothers them, so that they can also turn into the divine beings. So from the stage of asuras, she brings them to the feet of Shiva. That is the job of Kali. So Kali is a primal energy, and when you actually connect with Kali, you will start to feel, you will start to see that a lot of your darkness inside start to actually blast into the divine energy, right? So these are the dimensions of these gods and goddesses, and they are actually our quickest route to self-development.
Thank
Thank you
you
very
so
much.
much, Shivo. Thank you so much. We will come back to you again with another possibility of a bigger session and where we can all share more. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up, we have with us Ruchi Bhamri, and we are going to start a panel discussion with again Shivo and Light Angel Nupurji. So, Shivo, we would want you to be here for the panel discussion as well. as we switch on. Okay. Ruchi, can you actually hear me? Ruchi, are you there? Hi, Nupurji. Please unmute yourself. Okay, wonderful. So I'm just checking if Ruchi is there or not.
Yeah, hi, I am here.
Hi.
Welcome to Shivo and Light Angel Nupur. And it's a pleasure meeting you, Shivo, every time as usual. So, and after a wonderful session, so we would like to ask a few questions. I mean, already we have learned so much from you, and knowing about all gods and goddesses, it's always been something that we've grown up with, but we really never looked at it so scientifically. So that is something that is really, really amazing. So my question to you, Shivo, is how is a prayer different from meditation? And can both of them be integrated? Like, can I say that, if we just have a rote and we are just chanting those prayers or mantras versus meditation? So,
Yeah.
could you throw some light on that?
So the prayer and the meditation, they actually represent the two halves of the reality.
Hmm.
Basically, through prayer, what you are trying to do is you want to change the world around you,
Hmm.
right? Like you don't have the job. So you're praying, God, give me job. God, give me job. Please, please, please. Or my wife is sick. My mother is sick. Please, please make her well, right? That's what we think the prayer is, right? So we are trying to change the world without changing ourselves. And what is meditation? Meditation is that how the world is impacting me, what is the emotion it is creating inside me. I'll work on that. I will evolve from there so that even if that remains, that challenge remains, I'm still okay. And when you are in the state of being okay in spite of all the challenges, you know what? The solutions begin to arrive at you,
Wow. Hmm.
right? So I always tell people that I always tell people how to really pray to God. Because in prayer, we are not acknowledging that God is the supreme intelligence. We are not we are not acknowledging, because when we are saying, God, give me job, you are telling God, God, you have done wrong because you have not given me job.
Hmm.
Isn't it? And now rectify your own mistake. Give me job. That's not the prayer. What is a real prayer? Real prayer is to share how you feel. So you can say, since I don't have job, my family, this is what my father said yesterday, and I feel so sad about it, God, right? And I proposed to that girl, but then she said, oh, but you don't have the job, and that has really hurt me. So you can share how you feel to God, but don't tell him that give me job. Let him decide. Let him decide what is the best course for you. Maybe getting the job is not for you. You are made for something else, right?
Wow.
This
So,
is
like
then
going with the flow.
yeah, when the prayer becomes your own awareness, when you start to feel that, okay, I'm sharing myself with God, then the prayer and meditation become one.
Wow. So powerful. Brilliant. And it's like so great. I mean, it's like you can be with both. You don't have to be like either or. You can be just be with both. Absolutely great. Nupurji, if I want to take it further, so how can Reiki help our prayers and meditation? So basically answering our prayers and also transforming us or awakening us or taking us further to the path of evolution. So how is Reiki coming into the picture? Nupurji, is the question clear? So we can't hear you, or is that me? Hello?
We can't hear you, Nupurji.
Hmm.
No, you've muted yourself now. Unmute, please. Yeah. Hello, Nupurji? Your sound is too low, probably. Just check your sound. Check the volume. No, you're not audible yet.
So as you're
Yeah, she's trying to connect. So why don't you
yeah,
continue?
that's what I was thinking. So can we ask you another question, Shibu? Why suddenly there's a huge influx of mental, anxiety and all this turmoil and lack of fulfillment, and and that leading to what our next topic that's going to be covered. And why is it leading to so much of mental sickness, that so much like rape is happening and murdery, robbery? I think it is all increased so much. And worst is that with the corona coming in, it's really got many people into depression and all that. Why is all this happening?
Yeah. So as I said, we are into plasmic times. Now, what is happening is that our subconscious is like the dormant volcanoes. They are like inside us. They, they house so much of negativity, the negative energy in them, but those were dormant. Now, what happens is when there is so much plasma around us, all that plasma we breathe in through prana, and that goes inside our subconscious, and that triggers those volcanoes, and they start to erupt. So whatever is stored in our subconscious is really erupting very quickly, and that can put people into huge depression very quickly. Now, if we are aware of our subconscious, and instead of those erupting and enslaving us, instead of that, if we are uh, aware of our own subconscious and we start to dissolve that by observation, quantum observation of those hidden subconscious feelings, we wouldn't get into these kind of issues. uh, Before me, Victoria talked about the energy parasites, and we have done lots of work on the energy parasites